Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
On the other side, seeing that his attack had failed and that he hadn't killed Wei Tu, the Iron Hammer giant hesitated. As long as Wei Tu was alive, he had a key part of his focus on defending against another arrow aimed at his eye. With a loud roar, he grabbed two county soldiers and hurled them into the formation, creating an opening as the officers momentarily shifted their attention. He then bolted toward the southeastern wall of Liu family fortress. Despite his massive frame, his movements were surprisingly agile, like a giant pangolin weaving through the courtyard. Finally, he found an opportunity. With a powerful step, he launched himself upward, gripping the eaves of the wall with one hand, attempting to scale it and escape. But at that moment, several officers had already anticipated this moment of weakness. They saw the exhaustion creeping into his movements and immediately hurled the flying claw hooks they carried at their waists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying claws shot through the air, wrapping tightly around the Iron Hammer giant's legs, arms, and the gaps between his armor plates. A dozen officers pulled with all their might. With a loud crash, the Iron Hammer giant fell backward, taking a section of the wall with him as he slammed heavily onto the ground. The surrounding county soldiers immediately reformed their shield wall, completely surrounding him. Long spears thrust forward, piercing his vital points. In an instant, blood pooled across the ground. The Iron Hammer giant let out a final, muffled groan before his massive body went still, his corpse bristling with spears. He's finally dead. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the officers. Though the battle for Liu family fortress was not yet over, they knew that this giant had been the strongest opponent they would face tonight. If there had been other formidable enemies inside, they wouldn't have stood idly by while the Iron Hammer giant fought alone and was slowly worn down to death. Press the attack. We can't let any of the martial luck pavilion remnants escape. One sharp-eyed officer immediately barked an order, rallying his unit to charge deeper into the fortress. It was a show of unwavering commitment to eradicating martial luck pavilion's forces. I'm going to. Other officers, seeing this, instantly understood. That officer wasn't just trying to complete the mission, he was going after loot. According to military custom, anything looted from Liu family fortress during the battle, as long as a soldier could carry it, would belong to them. Half would be handed over to their commanding officer, while the rest was theirs to keep. Wei Tu saw this and didn't hesitate. He gripped his golden-backed blade and pushed forward into the fray. 2 years ago, to forge his armor, he had borrowed 80 taels of silver from Wei Fei and Wei Hong. With his officer's salary alone, it would take him nearly a decade of saving, without spending a single coin, to pay off his debts. As a mere military commandant, he didn't have the rank or authority to embezzle military funds or exploit soldiers' wages. At most, he could receive some hush money every year. So this battlefield was his best shot at making quick money. No need to hesitate. Over an hour later, the sky began to lighten. The county soldiers regrouped outside Liu family fortress. Compared to the tense and somber mood upon their arrival, now every officer and soldier wore a satisfied grin, each one carrying their spoils from the night's battle. Liu family fortress, as a sub-branch of martial luck pavilion, didn't hold an immense amount of wealth. But for the county troops from Qingmu County, it was still a considerable fortune. 72 casualties, 113 martial luck pavilion fighters slain. A decisive victory. County Captain Su finished his head count and nodded to himself. If it weren't for the Iron Hammer giant causing chaos, their losses wouldn't have been so high. Wei Tu's gaze swept over the group as he heard County Captain Su's command. Wei Tu, you are our military commandant and responsible for overseeing merits and punishments. This time, I'll leave the task of awarding merits and assigning blame to you. There were a total of 3 military commandants in Qingmu County. One had remained in the county, while the other 2 had followed him to Xiong Town. But compared to Wei Tu, who had performed outstandingly and secured 2 major achievements, the other had been utterly unimpressive. Letting Wei Tu handle the awards and penalties would also ensure the troops had no objections. As for Prefect, he's past suppression of Wei Tu. County Captain Su had already put that behind him. More than 2 years had passed, and Prefect he had long since lost influence. Besides, he wasn't promoting Wei Tu, just giving him some additional authority as a reward for his contributions in this battle. I accept the order. Wei Tu responded calmly, cupping his fists. County Captain Su nodded in approval before turning to the assembled officers and soldiers. Transmit my order. We will be temporarily stationed at Lu Family Fortress to continue hunting down any remaining Martial Luck Pavilion operatives. Some of the officers were visibly surprised by this command, but still obeyed without hesitation. During their surprise assault on Lu Family Fortress, they had ensured that not a single person had escaped. How could there possibly be any remnants of Martial Luck Pavilion left in Xiong Town? Even if some had managed to flee, they would have long escaped by now. However, Wei Tu understood the situation perfectly. After a moment of thought, he muttered to himself, County Captain Su is probably using this as an excuse to extort the local gentry. Power unused is power wasted. Though he considered himself an ordinary man in terms of talent, his past life's exposure to vast amounts of information gave him a broader perspective than most in the county. He could see right through County Captain Su's intentions. That evening, inside Lu Family Fortress, Wei Fei arrived carrying a fine jug of wine, along with a roasted chicken and a plate of boiled soybeans, looking for Wei Tu to drink and chat. This time, I really struck gold. I looted at least 200 taels of silver, Wei Fei said excitedly after downing a few cups of wine. Although he was the adopted son of the Qinggu gang's leader and had access to wealth, he had little actual silver at his disposal. The 50 taels he had lent Wei Tu 2 years ago had come from his adoptive father, who saw potential in Wei Tu and had deliberately arranged for the loan. 200 taels. This was equivalent to the liquid wealth of an average wealthy household in the county, excluding land and property. I didn't do too bad myself. Got about 80 or 90 taels, Wei Tu said with a chuckle, using his chopsticks to pick up some food. Since reaching the cheap reception realm, his movements had become much sharper. Even compared to other officers, his speed and awareness were far superior. So despite hanging back and entering late, he had still managed to collect a fair share of valuables. Besides silver, Wei Fei suddenly leaned in and pulled out a worn booklet from his robe, lowering his voice. I found this on that iron hammer brute. We're sworn brothers, so we'll study it together. He grinned as he placed the book between them. A manual? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He immediately recalled that after the iron hammer brute had died, while most of the officers had been scrambling for treasure, Wei Fei had lingered near the body for a moment. At that time, Wei Tu had also wanted to loot the corpse, but he had been too close to County Captain Su and surrounded by the captain's personal guards, making it difficult to act. By the time he had an opportunity, the iron hammer brute's body had been stripped clean by the soldiers. He hadn't expected Wei Fei to have the same idea, and to have acted first. Wei Tu carefully examined the 5 yuan spirit body manual in his hands. The aged yellow pages carried a faint scent of ink, and the writing was meticulously neat, as if written by a highly skilled calligrapher. Could this be a mortal cultivation method? He wondered to himself. He continued flipping through the pages, his mind rapidly processing the content. Unlike Marrow Refining Sutra, which cultivated internal energy, Nei Chi, this manual spoke of something entirely different, spiritual power. Ling Li. Wei Tu took a deep breath to suppress the excitement rising in his chest. If this truly was a immortal cultivation technique, it would prove the existence of immortals and Taoist longevity, something he had speculated about ever since awakening his late bloomer destiny. If the path of martial arts alone could not fully explain my destiny, then the existence of immortal cultivation would make sense. But after calming his initial excitement, he realized that the manual was incomplete. The content only focused on condensing the Earth Yuan body, one of the 5 elemental bodies. The other 4 Yuan bodies were not recorded, nor was there any mention of how to apply this so-called spiritual power in combat or daily life. Third brother, did you figure anything out? Wei Fei asked eagerly. He had been observing Wei Tu's serious expression and deduced that his sworn brother must have discovered something significant. Wei Tu hesitated for a moment before replying, choosing his words carefully. I made some sense of it. This 5 Yuan spirit body technique might be a legendary immortal cultivation method. The internal energy, NEI Qi, I cultivate is fundamentally different from the spiritual power, Ling Li, described in this manual. He decided to be upfront about his deductions. Since Wei Fei trusted him enough to share this secret manual, there was no reason to withhold his thoughts. Besides, if Wei Fei did not understand the seriousness of this matter and carelessly spread information about this secret manual, then as his sworn brother, Wei Tu would inevitably be implicated as well. For both personal and practical reasons, it was best for Wei Fei to grasp the weight of what they had just uncovered. Wei Tu felt that it was necessary to voice his suspicions. Immortal cultivation technique. Wei Fei was momentarily stunned, his expression full of disbelief. Since childhood, he had heard many legends of immortals, but he always dismissed them as mere folk tales. In his heart, he believed that true immortals did not exist. However, hearing these words from Wei Tu, a man with a steady and pragmatic nature, shook his long-held convictions. Even if he didn't fully believe it, he couldn't help but consider the possibility. Third brother, wait a minute. After recovering from his initial shock, Wei Fei suddenly recalled something Wei Tu had mentioned earlier. His eyes widened in astonishment. Third brother, did you say you've entered Qi perception realm, becoming an internal energy expert? He understood very well how difficult Qi perception realm was to achieve. Even among provincial martial graduates, there are many who never managed to break through to this level. Third brother, you've been hiding this from me all along. Wei Fei let out a bitter laugh. All this time, he had assumed that aside from Fu Zhizhou, he and Wei Tu were on the same level, just ordinary martial scholars. But now, he realized that Wei Tu's talent was even greater than Fu Zhizhou's. Fu Zhizhou had reached provincial martial graduate rank at the age of 18, but even he might not necessarily achieve Qi perception realm within his lifetime. It's not that I meant to hide it, second brother. Wei Tu explained, shaking his head. It's just that I only broke through a month ago, and besides my master has strict instructions. I understand. Wei Fei quickly nodded. The tree that stands out catches the wind. If word gets out that you've reached Qi perception realm at just over 20, you'd be drowning in trouble. Keeping it a secret is only natural. Just now, Wei Tu had trusted him enough to reveal his Qi perception realm status and to openly discuss the 5 Yuan spirit body manual, suspecting it to be a mortal cultivation technique. This alone proved that Wei Tu was a true brother. If Wei Tu had chosen to keep silent, Wei Fei would have never realized the significance of this secret manual. Thank you, second brother. Wei Tu cupped his hands in gratitude. The two of them composed themselves and resumed their discussion about the 5 Yuan spirit body manual. But even if this technique is real, Wei Fei hesitated before asking, do you think we actually have a chance of cultivating it and becoming the immortals of legend? His confidence wavered. After all, he hadn't even reached Qi perception realm yet, let alone comprehended something as mystical as condensing the Earth Yuan body. The prerequisite for cultivating this technique was to first sense spiritual energy and then convert it into spiritual power. That's hard to say, Wei Tu admitted, shaking his head. Even after practicing the Marrow Refining Sutra for over a month, the only energy he had ever sensed was internal energy in NEI Qi. He had never felt anything remotely close to spiritual energy, Ling Qi, or spiritual power, Ling Li. Fourth brother is currently on a mission to eradicate the main headquarters of Martial Luck Pavilion. Maybe he knows something about the 5 Yuan spirit body. I suggest that second brother allow big brother and fourth brother to take a look at this immortal cultivation technique. Perhaps they might have some insights. This could also strengthen the bond between us brothers. Wei Tu spoke in a solemn tone. Even the most extraordinary technique was useless if no one could cultivate it. If he had never reached Qi perception realm, then even the marrow refining sutra would have remained nothing more than a forgotten manuscript, gathering dust in Master Dan Wuju's possession. Among the forsworn brothers, Fu Zhizhou had a natural gift for martial arts. Now that he was working directly with the governor's elite guards in their attack on Martial Up Pavilion, he might have uncovered valuable secrets. If they could exchange information, it would be mutually beneficial. Besides, after their last meeting at Xuana Tower, a strong foundation of trust had already been established between the four of them. Big brother, fourth brother, Wei Fei murmured to himself, hesitating. Among the forsworn brothers, he was closest to Wei Tu due to their shared background in Qingmu County's garrison. But as for the other two, he wasn't as familiar with them. They had met only a few times. I'll think about it a little more and make my decision in a few days, Wei Fei said after some contemplation. Even though he couldn't fully understand the 5 yuan spirit body manual, he was well aware of its potential value. If he hadn't trusted Wei Tu's character, he would have most likely kept this manual hidden and slowly looked for a way to decipher it on his own. Now, involving Kou Liang and Fu Zhizhou seemed too risky. This is entirely up to you, second brother. I'm merely offering a suggestion, Wei Tu replied, respecting Wei Fei's choice. Seeing that Wei Fei was cautious and not rushing into a decision, he did not push the matter further. 3 days later, County Captain Su declared that the Martial Luck Pavilion remnants had been mostly captured in Xiyang Town and its surrounding villages. Only a few remaining members were still on the run, and he called on the commoners to assist the authorities in apprehending them. That afternoon, in front of a gathered crowd, he publicly executed several Martial Luck Pavilion warriors of the town's grain-drying yard. The commoners looked on in silence, while the local gentry and wealthy families stood stiffly in the crowd, visibly trembling. That evening, those same gentry and landowners who had hesitated during the initial raids suddenly became very cooperative. One after another, they pushed wooden carts filled with their household wealth to Lu Family Fortress, where the garrison was stationed. Now, gentlemen, let's be fair about this. We all became officials to rise in rank and amass fortune. I'll take 50%, and the rest will be distributed among you according to custom. The wealth was now piled high in the central hall. County Captain Su sat at the head of the room, casually weighing a jade rui scepter in his hand as he glanced at the assembled military officers. His gaze swept across the room, stopping briefly on each person's expression before landing on Wei Tu and Wei Fei. The two brothers exchanged an unreadable look but remained silent. They had no illusions about where this wealth came from. It was essentially extorted from the wealthy families of Xiyang Town. But at this point, there was no changing the course of events. If they didn't take their share, they would simply be leaving the silver for others to grab. Moreover, if they played the role of righteous officers and refused the wealth, they would certainly become targets within the garrison, seen as troublemakers by County Captain Su and the other officers. Refusing silver was not an act of righteousness. It was an act of stupidity. On top of that, as unranked officers, they didn't even have the status to enter the so-called clean administration faction. Many thanks, Captain Su. After a brief silence, the military officers all smiled and cupped their hands in gratitude. County Captain Su nodded approvingly before turning his gaze toward Wei Tu and another middle-aged officer. Military Commandant Wei. Military Adjutant Chu. This time, you two will be responsible for distributing the wealth among the officers and soldiers, he instructed. The two men immediately cupped their hands and accepted the order. With the wealth already gathered in the hall, it was now up to them to divide it according to rank and contributions in the battle. 1 hour later, the division of the spoils was completed. The officers were satisfied, each taking their share without issue. None had any objections to the way Wei Tu and military adjutant Chu had handled the distribution. As a military commandant, Wei Tu received over 40 taels of silver, counting what he had seized personally during the battle at Liu family fortress. This expedition had earned him a total of 130 taels, enough to repay his debts and still have a considerable amount left over. Tomorrow at dawn, we break camp and return to the county, County Captain Su announced as the meeting came to an end. Wei Tu was about to leave when County Captain Su suddenly called out to him. Military Commandant Wei, stay a moment. Wei Tu paused for a brief second, but quickly composed himself and remained standing in the hall. After the other officers exited, County Captain Su reached into his pile of loot, pulled out a gold ingot, and pressed it into Wei Tu's hand. Military Commandant Wei, you've made 2 major contributions this time. If you forget to account for that when dividing the spoils, that's not a good habit. County Captain Su chuckled as he spoke. This. Wei Tu looked down at the gold ingot placed in his palm, slightly taken aback. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver, and this ingot weighed around 5 taels, 50 taels of silver in total. This was no small sum. It was equivalent to what a military officer would receive in the division of spoils. Many thanks, County Captain Su. After considering his options for a brief moment, Wei Tu collected himself and cupped his hands in gratitude. Earlier, when he had been in charge of distributing the loot, he had indeed been aware of his significant contributions. However, he had deliberately taken the same amount as Military Adjutant Chu to avoid drawing attention or stirring resentment. Follow my lead, and you won't have to tread so carefully in the garrison. County Captain Su stepped closer and gave Wei Tu a firm pat on the shoulder, speaking with a smile. Before Wei Tu could fully process the meaning behind those words, the captain waved him away, signaling that he was dismissed. As Wei Tu exited the hall, he began to ponder the deeper implications of this encounter. Could it be that County Captain Su has ambitions beyond his position? Is that why he's trying to draw me in, to make me one of his trusted subordinates? Wei Tu mulled over the situation. Sharing the spoils among the officers was a long-standing practice. It wasn't as if Captain Su could keep everything for himself. If he had tried, the officers under him would become dissatisfied, making them much harder to control. By distributing the wealth fairly, Captain Su maintained authority over his troops. However, what happened next was far more significant. Once the rest of the officers had left, he had secretly given Wei Tu additional gold. This was a clear sign of favoritism, a deliberate attempt to win his loyalty. Buying loyalty and forming cliques within the military was a serious offense. Distributing war spoils among soldiers was one thing, and the higher-ups would likely turn a blind eye. After all, the court hadn't provided sufficient rations or rewards for the campaign against the martial luck pavilion. But privately handing out additional gold? That signaled something much more concerning. Anyone with half a brain could see that County Captain Su had ulterior motives. However, Wei Tu had no intention of getting involved. This has nothing to do with me. 50 taels of silver is hardly worth selling my soul. He patted the gold ingot at his waist and resolved to take the reward but not the obligation. If County Captain Su wanted to pull him into some grand scheme, he would need to offer much more than this. For now, Wei Tu was only loyal to himself. The next morning, at dawn, County Captain Su assembled the troops, conducted a final head count, and issued the order to break camp and return to Qingmu County. As the garrison departed, making their way back over the hills where they had waited before the siege, Wei Tu heard the faint sounds of drums and gongs ringing from Xiyang town in the distance. He exhaled softly, shook his head, and turned his Qingtsang horse to follow the rest of the troops. He didn't need to look back to know what was happening. County Captain Su had spent the last few days extorting the wealthy families of Xiyang town. Now that the military had withdrawn, those same gentry and officials would begin their own power struggles to fill the void. It was none of his concern. Returning to Qingmu County was a smooth journey. After days of hard marching, the troops finally arrived back at the county seat without any further incidents. Upon reaching home, Wei Tu immediately stripped off his armor, washed away the grime of the road, and changed into clean robes. Then, he picked up a pouch containing 30 taels of silver and set off for the Huang family residence. 30 taels. You managed to gather this much so quickly? Wei Hong, upon hearing the reason for Wei Tu's visit, looked at him with disbelief. 30 taels of silver was no small sum. Based on Wei Tu's official salary, it would have taken him 3 to 4 years of strict saving to accumulate this amount. And yet, it had only been 2 years since she had lent him the money. This time, our garrison troops, under County Captain Su's command, were dispatched to Xi'an Town to suppress the unrest. During this campaign, I managed to make a little money. Wei Tu casually explained. So that's what happened. Wei Hong nodded thoughtfully. A few days ago, when the garrison suddenly left the county in the dead of night, even taking along the bodyguards and martial instructors from some of the wealthier households, she had already heard rumors of something big happening. However, she hadn't expected that County Captain Su would actually take Wei Tu and the others to Xi'an Town to quell a rebellion. Were you hurt at all, Wei Guer? After a few moments, Wei Hong regained her composure and quickly asked with concern. Wei Tu shook his head. My position as military commandant didn't require me to fight at the front lines, so I wasn't injured. Thank you for your concern, Second Ant. In reality, his right abdomen had suffered minor injuries from the Iron Hammer Giant's attack. However, thanks to his internal cultivation, he had been able to heal within a few days through controlled circulation of his qi. Since it was nothing serious, he saw no need to mention it to his second aunt. You are the pillar of our Wei family. It took so much effort for our family to produce a rising military star like you. You must take good care of yourself. You cannot afford to get injured. As Wei Tu was about to leave the Huang family residence, Wei Hong personally escorted him to the gate, her tone filled with earnest reminders. Before he could respond, she added, Wei Guer, if you ever find yourself short on money again, just come to your second aunt and uncle. Your uncle does good business. He's not short on silver. Hearing this, Wei Tu cupped his hands in gratitude. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on how much things had changed. The first time he visited the Huang family, he had been made to wait in an outer chamber for half an hour before even meeting Wei Hong. When he asked for help, she had been dismissive and impatient, barely willing to even accept his gifts. This time, he had merely come to repay 30 taels of silver, and yet Wei Hong hadn't even bothered counting the money. She had simply handed it off to a maidservant and personally walked him out of the estate. This is how times change, Wei Tu mused as he stepped onto the bustling street. After leaving the Huang family, Wei Tu returned home, picked up 50 taels of silver, and made his way to the Wei family residence. Under normal circumstances, since he and Wei Fei had fought side by side in Xi'an Town, he could have simply returned the money during their journey home. However, Wei Tu had his own considerations. Back when both he and Wei Fei needed to forge their armor, neither of them had 50 taels of silver on hand. To help him, Wei Fei had personally gone to his adoptive father, the leader of the Qinghu gang, Wei Jinghai, to ask for a loan. But an adoptive father was not the same as a real father. And within a gang like the Qinghu gang, the title of adoptive father held even less weight. It was more about cultivating loyal followers than forming genuine familial bonds. Wei Jinghai wasn't short on biological sons of his own. For Wei Fei to borrow 50 taels in this manner, he had undoubtedly taken on a significant risk. Therefore, Wei Tu chose to personally return the money at Wei Fei's home, in full view of the gang members. This way, he not only helped Wei Fei save face, proving that befriending him was a wise decision, but also elevated Wei Fei's status within the gang. Half an hour later, Wei Tu left the Wei residence after repaying his debt. Inside the main hall of the Qinghu gang, Wei Jinghai, dressed in scholar's robes, slowly scanned the room before resting his gaze on Wei Fei. A look of approval appeared on his face. Fei-er, in a martial examination, you've already proven your ability. Now, in building relationships, you've also shown your worth. When my time is up, the position of leader of the Qinghu gang will belong to you. Yes, adoptive father. Wei Fei's face lit up with joy as he bowed his head. Although the Qinghu gang was nominally controlled by the local government, with 3/10 of its profits going to the officials, the remaining 7/10 was still a substantial sum. If he could become the leader, the benefits were self-evident. Half a month after returning to the county, Wei Tu received news from the garrison office. The campaign led by Grand Governor Wang against Martial Luck Pavilion had been a resounding success. The headquarters of Martial Luck Pavilion, along with 7 of its branch locations, had been completely eradicated. In just half a month, this once prominent martial sect had been wiped out entirely from southern Mountain Dao by the authorities. That night, Wei Tu received a letter from Ko Liang, inviting them to Shuana Tower on the 13th of this month for a reunion. The 13th, that's in 7 days. Second brother, have you made up your mind about 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, this immortal cultivation technique? That evening, Wei Tu and Wei Fei met at Siyun Tower, where they booked a private room to discuss the matter in secret. I've thought it through. Wei Fei sighed. I've spent the past half-month at home studying the intricacies of this technique, but no matter how many books I reference, I still can't make sense of it. Instead of letting this immortal cultivation technique rot in my hands, it's better to share it. Let the 4 of us study it together. If any one of us succeeds, it will be a blessing for all of us. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Since returning to the county, he had attempted to cultivate the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual in secret. However, unlike Turtle Breath Energy Cultivation, Tiger and Crane Twin Form Fist, or Marrow Refining Sutra, his late bloomer destiny did not manifest any cultivation progress when he practiced it. In other words, this 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual had some kind of threshold. Without grasping its key principles, he couldn't even begin. The wisdom of one man is limited, but with 4 minds working together, we can complement each other. It's far better than struggling alone. Wei Tu smiled. 7 days later, the 4 brothers reunited at Shuana Tower. This time, Fu Zhizhou arrived earlier than Wei Tu and Wei Fei. He had reached private room number 3 half an hour before their scheduled meeting. This gathering isn't for anything urgent, Ko Liang said, exchanging pleasantries before getting to the point. It's been 2 years since we last saw each other, and I thought it was time we had a proper reunion. Besides, our original oath was to support and assist each other in the official world. Now that Martial Luck Pavilion has been wiped out, all of us will likely receive promotions. We should discuss which official positions will allow us to best support one another moving forward. Normally, promotions were decided by the local authorities, with little input from the officers themselves. However, nothing was absolute. As long as one had the right connections and maneuvered skillfully, it was possible to transfer into more favorable positions. One could turn a miserable post into a comfortable one. You're absolutely right, eldest brother. We should come up with a proper plan. Fu Zhizhou nodded firmly. I contributed to the destruction of Martial Luck Pavilion's headquarters, so I will likely be assigned as a captain at a county magistrate's office. I'll try my best to transfer somewhere close to you all. After Fu Zhizhou finished, the others shared their plans as well. Then, everyone turned their eyes toward Wei Tu, waiting for him to speak. Eldest brother, my path is different. Wei Tu shook his head and explained, my martial prowess has improved significantly. I plan to participate in this year's provincial martial examination, earn a title, and secure a higher official rank from there. I broke through to the Qi perception realm some time ago and have developed internal energy. Wei Tu spoke truthfully. Compared to what Wei Fei was about to reveal about the Immortal Cultivation Manual, his own martial arts progress was not something he needed to hide from Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou. Internal energy? Ko Liang sucked in a deep breath, his gaze toward Wei Tu shifting instantly. Among the 4 of them, he had always thought that the most promising among them was Fu Zhizhou, who had become a martial scholar at the age of 18. He had assumed that he, Wei Tu, and Wei Fei were simply side characters in Fu Zhizhou's story, destined to rely on him for support in their official careers. But now, that assumption was completely shattered. At 22 years old, Wei Tu had already transitioned from external to internal cultivation and had developed internal energy. This level of talent in martial arts was worth far more than an 18-year-old martial scholar. If Wei Tu wanted, passing the Dao examination and earning a provincial martial graduate title was practically guaranteed. This was the difference between true martial arts geniuses. Hearing Wei Tu's words, it wasn't just Cole Yang who was shocked. Fu Zhizhou was as well. 2 years ago, in a fit of righteous indignation, he had stood against Prefect he alongside Wei Tu and the others, swearing brotherhood. Since then, he had honored their bond and supported his sworn brothers, but deep down, he had occasionally felt regret. The gap between them was simply too vast. In the long run, Wei Tu and the others might become a burden to him. But now, Fu Zhizhou no longer thought that way. Instead, he was grateful for the choice he had made back then. A 20-something Qi perception realm martial artist had a high chance of advancing to the Xiantian realm before his physical prime faded. During the campaign to eliminate Martial Luck Pavilion, Fu Zhizhou had witnessed how Grand Governor Wang treated the Xiantian realm martial artists in his service, speaking to them as equals, even deferring to them in some cases. From that alone, he could tell that Xiantian realm warriors held a status at least equal to a grand governor within the Zheng kingdom. Compared to that kind of future, his own achievements seemed insignificant. With my experience from the last Dao examination, given that third brother has reached the Qi perception realm, securing a spot in the top 10 of the provincial martial examination should not be difficult. At that point, third brother's official ranking will be 8th grade, just like mine. Fu Zhizhou spoke up, not only congratulating Wei Tu, but also offering him insights into the upcoming examination. He mentioned how the combat portion of the Dao examination was entirely different from the previous county-level exams. Every contestant had already been recognized as a government-sponsored martial scholar in prior years. Most of them were in their prime, making them formidable opponents. Some of the older scholars, desperate for a breakthrough, even trained in body-hardening martial arts, pushing their bodies beyond their limits in exchange for short-term explosive power. Thank you for the advice, fourth brother. We could discuss this in detail after the banquet. Wei Tu nodded, expressing his gratitude. Having Fu Zhizhou as a guide would help him navigate the upcoming Dao examination, ensuring he didn't waste unnecessary effort on less effective strategies. Though he had the highest cultivation among the candidates, that didn't necessarily mean he was the strongest. The body-hardening martial artists Fu Zhizhou spoke of were especially difficult opponents. He had already witnessed this firsthand when he fought the Iron Hammer Giant in Xi'an Town. After the banquet, Fu Zhizhou was momentarily puzzled. What could be more important than discussing the Dao examination? After all, if Wei Tu fully prepared himself in advance, he might even claim the top scholar title in the martial examination. If that happened, he would be promoted to 7th grade officer immediately. The difference between 8th grade and 7th grade officials may seem minor, but in the bureaucratic world, it was like an insurmountable chasm. Rising from an unclassified officer to an 8th grade official could be done simply by accumulating years of service. But to advance from 8th grade to 7th grade, one needed opportunity. Without it, no amount of time would be enough. A 7th grade military officer could be stationed in a county and command his own troops. Among civil officials, a county magistrate also held the rank of 7th grade. Wei Tu remained silent, turning his gaze toward Wei Fei, waiting for him to speak. Tonight's gathering at Xuanhe Tower wasn't about him. He didn't want to steal Wei Fei's moment. Wei Fei, Cole Yang, and Fu Zhizhou were both surprised to see Wei Tu shift attention to Wei Fei. Could it be that Wei Fei had also made some breakthrough? Had his strength greatly improved? Even though Wei Fei was ranked 2nd among the 4 sworn brothers, just beneath Cole Yang, both he and Fu Zhizhou had always somewhat underestimated him. First, when the 4 of them had stood against Prefect he in the past, Wei Fei had been the last to speak out, bearing the least pressure. Second, when the Dao examination results were released, Wei Fei had only achieved 3rd-class martial scholar, the lowest ranking among the 4. The room fell silent for a moment. All eyes were on Wei Fei, waiting for him to speak. Wei Fei didn't rush to talk. Instead, he picked up the wine jug, poured himself a cup, and downed it in one gulp. Then he finally said, "During our campaign to eliminate the Martial Luck Pavilions branch in Xi'an Town, third brother and I found a cultivation manual on one of the fallen martial artists. Based on third brother's evaluation, this manual is highly likely to be an immortal cultivation technique. The moment the words left his mouth, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Yang's eyes widened in shock. They stared at Wei Fei, their breathing becoming visibly unsteady. An immortal cultivation technique? Both of them muttered to themselves, making sure they had heard correctly. Wei Fei's last 4 words, immortal cultivation technique, echoed in their minds. And third brother has confirmed it. Fu Zhizhou and Ko Yang exchanged glances. If it were anyone else making such a claim, they might have dismissed it as nonsense. But Wei Tu had already entered the Qi perception realm, approaching the threshold of a Xiantian realm martial artist. If this manual had merely been an advanced martial technique, Wei Tu would have recognized it immediately. For him to conclude that it belonged to the realm of immortal cultivation, there had to be something extraordinary about it. If this is truly an immortal cultivation technique, then what my uncle told me all those years ago might not have been false after all. After a brief silence, Fu Zhizhou spoke with a complicated expression. As someone from a military family, he had grown up hearing rumors about immortals, but he had always regarded them as mere stories. When he was still a child, his uncle had told him of immortals, vivid descriptions of their powers, their abilities beyond human comprehension. At the time, young Fu Zhizhou had almost believed that immortals truly existed. Now, with Wei Fei claiming to have found an immortal cultivation technique, and Wei Tu confirming its authenticity, the legend suddenly felt much more real. After obtaining this immortal technique, third brother and I discussed it and decided that the 4 of us should study it together. If one of us succeeds, he will help the others advance as well. Wei Fei continued, "Second brother, are you serious?" Even though Ko Yang had already guessed that Wei Fei might share the manual with them, hearing it confirmed still left him stunned. For Wei Fei to be willing to share an immortal cultivation technique with them, this was something beyond imagination. Even if it was impossibly difficult to cultivate, the mere fact that it carried the title of an immortal technique meant it was priceless. "Of course it's true," Wei Fei said firmly. However, he glanced at Ko Yang and Fu Zhizhou before pausing briefly and continuing. "Immortal cultivation techniques are too valuable and involve matters of longevity. I hope that before my 3 brothers see this manual, they will swear an oath, never to spread it beyond our circle." Although he trusted Ko Yang and Fu Zhizhou to be cautious, he still had to guard against any potential mishaps. Even if they wouldn't reveal the secret intentionally, there was always the possibility that they might share it with close relatives out of love and care. If that happened, and the secret got out, as the ones who had shared the immortal technique, they would be the first to face calamity. This was not something to be taken lightly. With an oath in place, at least there would be a psychological barrier. Hearing this, Wei Tu immediately raised his right hand and swore, "I, Wei Tu, vow that if I leak this immortal cultivation technique without discussing it with my sworn brothers, may I suffer a terrible fate." After swearing his oath, Wei Tu spoke with conviction. "Big brother, fourth brother, if we succeed in cultivating this technique and become true immortals, we won't need to worry about revealing the secret and bringing trouble upon our loved ones. On the other hand, if none of us can successfully cultivate it, then passing it to others would be meaningless. They likely wouldn't succeed either." After a brief exchange of glances, Ko Yang and Fu Zhizhou nodded. They no longer hesitated and followed Wei Tu's example, swearing their own oaths. This cultivation technique, like the matter of the martial luck pavilion, is not something to be taken lightly. If it is leaked and a Xiantian realm master uses spiritual means to track it, even our families may not be spared. After making his oath, Fu Zhizhou sighed deeply. Hearing this, Wei Tu and Wei Fei nodded. Their willingness to share the immortal cultivation technique was largely based on the trust established during their previous ordeal with the martial luck pavilion. Each of them had proven their intelligence and foresight in handling serious matters. They were not short-sighted fools. At this point, Wei Fei no longer hesitated. He retrieved 3 booklets from his sleeve and placed them on the 8 Immortals table. Among the 3, one had yellowed pages, while the other two were freshly copied. The yellowed booklet is the original. The other two are copies that third brother and I transcribed. Big brother, fourth brother, take a look. Wei Fei pushed the booklets toward Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou. All right. Without further words, Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou each picked up a copy and began reading attentively. An hour passed. As the sun neared the horizon, the two of them finally set the booklets down reluctantly. My Fu family has a secret internal energy cultivation technique passed down for generations. This manual is indeed different from those techniques. There is a high chance that third brother's judgment is correct. This is an immortal technique. Fu Zhizhou pondered for a moment before sharing his thoughts on the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Ko Liang, on the other hand, remained silent. Although his family was relatively well off, they were only wealthy commoners. He had struggled to afford external martial arts training. He had never even had the opportunity to see a true internal energy cultivation manual, let alone compare it to this one. Seeing their reactions, Wei Tu seized the opportunity and asked, "This immortal technique was obtained from a martial luck pavilion martial artist named Xie. Fourth brother, since you participated in the campaign to eliminate the Martial Luck Pavilion's headquarters, do you know anything more about this matter?" One of the reasons he had convinced Wei Fei to share the immortal technique with her sworn brothers was because of Fu Zhizhou's higher official rank. Since he had participated in the elimination of the Martial Luck Pavilion's headquarters, he likely had access to more inside information. Exchanging information with him was certainly a worthwhile trade. The name of the Iron Hammer Giant had already been learned when Wei Tu and the others interrogated the captured martial artists from Lu Family Fortress in Xiyang Town. Xie. Fu Zhizhou furrowed his brows upon hearing the name. He pondered for a moment before saying, "The headquarters of the Martial Luck Pavilion was led by a chief pavilion master, 2 deputy pavilion masters, 12 elders, and 7 division heads. Among them, there were 3 high-ranking members with the surname Xie, 1 deputy pavilion master, and 2 elders. If my guess is correct, this Xie from the Xiyang Town Division is likely related to them, either as a direct family member or a close affiliate." The day before the assault on the headquarters, the Grand Governor of Southern Mountain Dao, Wang, had issued intelligence reports on the high-ranking members of the Martial Luck Pavilion, requiring all his elite guards to memorize them. Now, that information proved useful. So, in other words, the rest of this immortal cultivation technique might still exist with the 3 individuals you mentioned. Ko Liang considered for a moment and drew a conclusion. Are they still alive? He quickly followed up. They are dead. Fu Zhizhou shook his head. Once Grand Governor Wang gave the order, the army swiftly besieged the Martial Luck Pavilion. No matter how skilled those 3 were, they had no chance of escape. Moreover, to ensure success, Grand Governor Wang specially invited 3 Xiantian realm masters to participate in the operation. Fu Zhizhou revealed this crucial piece of information. Hearing this, Wei Tu and the others sighed inwardly. If they had been able to track down those 3 high-ranking members of the Xie family, they might have had a chance to complete the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. But with the news of their deaths, that hope was shattered. At this point, Fu Zhizhou looked toward Wei Tu and said thoughtfully, "Most of the high-ranking members of the Martial Luck Pavilion were eliminated by those 3 Xiantian realm masters. If third brother can reach the Xiantian realm himself, we might have a chance to track them down and even gain access to other immortal techniques." He suspected that those 3 Xiantian realm masters might also possess techniques similar to the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Xiantian realm? Wei Tu's heart stirred with excitement. According to his late bloomer destiny, if he trained in the Marrow Refining Sutra 15 times a day, he would eventually achieve perfection in the technique and step into the Xiantian realm. 30 years. It was a long time, but not entirely unacceptable. Furthermore, once he became a Xiantian realm master, he would have a lifespan of 200 years. Subtracting the time it would take him to achieve that level, he would still have at least 150 years to explore the path of immortality. In addition, although he had not yet made progress in cultivating the Earth Yuan body of the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, that did not mean he would remain stuck for the next 30 years. After this discussion, the four of them continued refining their approach to cultivating this immortal technique and established 3 official oaths to bind them together. Every June 13th, the four of them would reunite at Schwana Tower to share insights on their cultivation progress. This exchange would not be limited to the immortal technique, but would include all martial and strategic advancements. If someone made a breakthrough, they wouldn't need to wait until June 13th. They would send word immediately to the others. In addition to training in the immortal technique, each of them would use their positions to gather intelligence on immortal legends. They would document their findings and share them with the group, ensuring they were all well informed. If any of the four were to die unexpectedly without revealing the immortal technique, the remaining 3 would be responsible for caring for the deceased descendants. Furthermore, if any of their descendants proved to be worthy, they could be accepted into their sworn brotherhood and taught the immortal technique. After finalizing these 3 oaths, the 4 of them exchanged glances and laughed before raising their cups in a toast. They all understood that while their last gathering at Schwana Tower had solidified their trust, today's meeting, where they shared an immortal technique, had truly cemented their brotherhood. From now on, they were no longer just brothers in name, but brothers in fate. The prefectural city is under curfew now. If we go out and get caught by patrol officers, it won't be a good look. Why don't we just stay the night at Schwana Tower? After the banquet, Ko Yang glanced at the sky. Estimating that it was already the second watch of the night, he made the suggestion. Though their sworn brotherhood wasn't exactly a secret, it wasn't ideal for too many people to find out about it either. Earlier, third brother said he wanted to ask me about the county marshal examination. Tonight, I'll share a room with him. Fu Zhizhou's eyes lit up at the opportunity, immediately agreeing to the plan. Schwana Tower had common rooms with multiple beds, but those were mostly for lower-class travelers and servants. For them, as officials, staying in a common bunkhouse would diminish their status. The best rooms were the upper suites, but those only came as twin bedrooms. Sharing a room with Wei Tu? Hearing Fu Zhizhou's choice, Wei Fei's brows twitched slightly, and he felt a little displeased. He was worried that if Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou grew closer, the lowest ranked among their sworn brothers, would end up being distanced. Then I'll share a room with second brother. Ko Yang didn't notice Wei Fei's concerns and simply followed Fu Zhizhou's arrangement. Since Ko Yang was their eldest sworn brother, this arrangement was considered appropriate. The four had no objections. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou shared a room and slept side by side. During the night, they discussed the county martial examination and the methods of advancing from external to internal energy cultivation. The former was Fu Zhizhou guiding Wei Tu, helping him strategize for the upcoming examination. The latter was Wei Tu teaching Fu Zhizhou, sharing his personal experience in martial arts cultivation. Both of them gained significant insights. Fourth brother, your foundation in martial arts is already solid. What you're lacking now is simply grasping that elusive sense of internal energy. Back when I first sensed it, I had practiced several rounds of forms, then, after clearing my mind, Wei Tu patiently explained. Since Fu Zhizhou had placed 9th in the last county martial examination, his martial skills were already exceptional. Compared to Wei Tu, what he lacked was merely the moment of enlightenment, that fleeting sensation that allowed him to generate internal energy. Thank you for your guidance, third brother. Fu Zhizhou took out a brush and paper, carefully writing down every single word Wei Tu had said. Watching this, Wei Tu couldn't help but feel admiration. It was no wonder that Fu Zhizhou had placed so highly in the examination at only 18 years old. Beyond his innate talent, his hard work and meticulous approach played a crucial role in his success. Fourth brother, could you go over the county martial examination details once more? I like to write them down as well. Wei Tu imitated Fu Zhizhou's approach and asked earnestly. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou smiled and handed over the brush and paper. At that moment, his opinion of Wei Tu reached a new level. Very few people, especially those of rank and position, would put aside their pride to learn from others. Over the years, Fu Zhizhou had met many talented individuals, but none who adopted his methods so quickly. This made him genuinely respect Wei Tu. After parting ways with his sworn brothers, Wei Tu paid a visit to the Dan family residence in the prefectural city. There, he greeted Dan Yanfeng and Dan Min and collected a letter they had prepared for Dan Yiwu. Only then did he and Wei Fei ride back to Qingmu County. Upon returning to Qingmu County, time passed quickly. 10 days later, the county military office finally issued the rewards for the martial luck pavilion suppression operation. 1. Wei Tu had earned 2 major merits, resulting in 2 rank promotions and 1 position upgrade. He was promoted from military officer Du Junshi to records officer Yisi in the county military office. Although still classified as a low-ranked officer, his status and authority far exceeded that of a regular military officer. 2. Wei Fei, having also contributed to the operation, was assigned to Wei Tu's previous position as military officer, Du Junshi. Upon seeing these appointments, both Wei Tu and Wei Fei shook their heads and laughed. After 2 years, they had finally overcome the suppression by Prefect He and had effectively restored their former ranks. If not for Prefect He suppression, both Wei Tu and Wei Fei would have received these ranks when they were first appointed as officers. If it weren't for the suppression in Qingmu County, we would have spent our entire lives stuck at our original positions. That afternoon, after receiving their official appointment documents, Wei Tu and Wei Fei went to Siyun Tower, ordered a luxurious banquet, and chatted over drinks. As they talked, they felt a deep sense of bittersweet irony. If it hadn't been for Fu Zhizhou's warning 2 years ago, they wouldn't have prepared their armor and secretly trained, allowing them to earn merits in the martial luck pavilion suppression and ultimately receive promotions. In other words, if not for Prefect He's retaliation, and if Fu Zhizhou had not changed their course, they would likely have been trapped in low ranks for life. This proved just how severe Prefect He suppression had been against them. Of course, this assumed that Wei Tu's martial progress had followed an ordinary path over the past 2 years. If his cultivation had advanced as it did now, even Prefect He wouldn't have been able to stop his rise. The moment my soldiers heard you got promoted, a bunch of them started thinking about proposing to Caixia. Wei Fei laughed as he spoke. 2 years ago, Wei Tu had tried to arrange a marriage for Caixia, wanting to find a good match for her. However, the county military guards were realistic men. They had heard rumors that Wei Tu and Wei Fei had offended a superior officer and had been demoted. So, when Wei Tu suggested the marriage, none of them dared to accept, fearing they might suffer the same political backlash. Of course, some soldiers were interested, but those men were either too old or too poor to be suitable matches. Thus, Caixia's marriage had been delayed for 2 years. Are there any good candidates now? Wei Tu asked immediately, clearly taking the matter seriously. Caixia had been kind to him, and they had entered the Li Manor together as servants. They shared a long history, and he genuinely wanted her to marry well. 2 good candidates. Seeing how much Wei Tu cared, Wei Fei thought carefully before responding. The first is a man named Quan Shun. He's an honest man with a clean background. He runs a tea shop, one that you've visited before. The second is Yu Jing, a smart and capable errand runner at the county military office. You've interacted with him before, too. Wei Tu trusted Wei Fei's judgment. He nodded and said, I'll let Caixia meet both of them and see which one she prefers. Since Wei Fei had been the chief instructor of the garrison, he was familiar with the character and reputation of many soldiers. If he said someone was a good match, it was unlikely there would be any major issues. 5 days later, Caixia met both Quan Shun and Yu Jing. She ultimately chose Yu Jing. Even though his wealth was modest, his future looked promising. Soon, they were only 1 step away from finalizing the marriage. All that remained was for a matchmaker to make a formal proposal. Seeing this, Wei Tu called Yu Jing to his office at the county military office and spoke frankly. Caixia is a good woman. Back at the Li Manor, she valued herself and never served the masters in that way. Later, she was taken advantage of. Wei Tu briefly explained Caixia's past. though he did not reveal which member of the Li family had wronged her. This was to protect the Li family's reputation. Hearing this, Yu Jing hesitated for a moment before giving a straightforward response. Sir, us common folks don't care about chastity as much as nobles do. Any maidservant released from a wealthy household, especially a beautiful one, everyone knows she likely had relations with the master. And yet, these maids are still highly sought after. Saisha's situation was common. Among ordinary people, it was similar to how Pan Jinlian from Water Margin had been a maid in a wealthy household before marrying Wu Dalong. Even though everyone knew her past, Wu Dalong never minded. It was not unusual for maids from rich families to have been involved with their masters before being married off. Thus, Wei Tu had never sought an innocent man for Saisha. Rather, he just wanted to find someone with a good heart, willing to treat her well. Poor men. Being able to marry at all was already a blessing. Who were they to be picky? A delicate and pretty maidservant was far better than a plain-looking, untouched village girl. Not to mention, Saisha had ties to the newly promoted Officer Wei. Even if she were unattractive, Yu Jing would still be willing to marry her. All right, I'll have a matchmaker visit your home to formally propose. Be prepared. I can lend you some money to build a new house. You can repay it later. I won't let my sister suffer. Wei Tu studied Yu Jing's expression carefully. Seeing that his face remained calm and without hesitation, he nodded and began arranging the wedding process. 2 months later, on the 9th day of the 8th month, a day deemed auspicious for marriage, Yu Jing and Saisha were officially wed. Wei Tu and Xinghua, as the matchmakers who brought the couple together, attended the ceremony and presented wedding gifts. Due to Wei Tu's influence, many officers from the county garrison also sent gifts. Although the gifts were not particularly extravagant, mostly practical, inexpensive items, the presence of so many officials delivering wedding presents was enough to leave the Yu family astounded. The Yu family members no longer dared to look down on Saisha. Their attitudes shifted to one of deep respect whenever they spoke to her. However, Saisha did not become arrogant because of this. The very next morning after the wedding, she got up early, went to the main hall, and served tea to her in-laws with proper etiquette, showing not the slightest bit of conceit. When the soldiers of the garrison heard about this, many of them privately expressed envy toward Yu Jing. 3 months after the wedding, Wei Tu used his position and authority to promote Yu Jing to the rank of squad leader in the county garrison, placing him in charge of military rations. This was a highly desirable post. The position was lucrative, providing ample opportunities for extra earnings each year. Having done this, Wei Tu entrusted Xinghua with staying in touch with Saisha, ensuring her well-being, but otherwise refrained from interfering in her marriage. After all, he was not her father. Helping her to this extent was already more than enough. Additionally, Yu Jing was an opportunist, ambitious and always scheming, unlike Quan Shun, who was honest and hardworking. If Wei Tu helped him too much, it might not necessarily be good for Saisha. If help was to be given, it would have to be after observing him for a long time. Autumn, the 8th month. This year marked the provincial martial scholar examination for the Southern Mountain Dao. Nearly 600 martial scholars from various counties and prefectures flooded into Qingfeng Prefecture to participate in the examination. As always, the candidates varied in age. About 70% of the examinees were young martial artists, aged between 20 and 30. The remaining 30% was divided between middle-aged fighters in their 40s and 50s, and a small 5% consisted of elderly martial scholars over 50. During the initial rounds, Wei Tu even saw an elderly martial scholar of nearly 70 attempting the examination. Despite his relatively steady movements, he barely lasted a few exchanges before being overwhelmed by a younger competitor and thrown off the stage. Fortunately, the old scholar was not seriously injured. He still appeared energetic as he stepped off the platform. From a purely technical standpoint, Wei Tu believed the old scholar's martial skill was likely on par with the younger competitors. But a strong punch beats an old fist. External martial artists' physical strength declined sharply with age. A few days later, After the preliminary and secondary rounds, only 50 martial scholars remained to compete for the official ranking in the provincial examination. The other 500 participants had already been eliminated. Among the remaining 50 contestants, Wei Tu was naturally included, his martial cultivation being the highest among them. From this point on, the competition would last for another 3 days. By the end of it, only 10 competitors would remain to compete for the top 10 rankings in the provincial martial examination. The champion of the examination will receive an official appointment as a 7th-rank military officer. The top 10 will be granted 8th-rank positions, while the remaining qualifiers will be appointed 9th-rank officers. Standing on a competition platform, Wei Tu silently reviewed the ranking and appointment structure of the examination. Given his current martial prowess, combined with the experience and strategies taught by Fu Zhizhou, he was confident that he could seize the championship title in this provincial examination. But a memory from Four Sheep Town surfaced in his mind. The scene of the Iron Hammer giant targeting him flashed before his eyes. If not for his reinforced armor and quick reflexes, that battle could have left him crippled or even dead. From that moment on, Wei Tu had made a vow to himself. Never stand out too much. Always proceed with caution. Is obtaining a 7th-rank officer title really necessary? Fourth Brother once mentioned that even the Grand Governor of Southern Mountain Dao treats Xiantian martial masters with great respect, almost reverence. In 30 years, I will step into the Xiantian realm myself. My status will naturally rise to a level far beyond what a 7th-rank officer title could provide. Wei Tu carefully weighed the situation and his future. The Grand Governor, a true ranking official of the Zheng Kingdom, was a 2nd-rank purple-robed official, a position of immense power. If he pursued the 7th-rank military officer route, he knew it would be impossible to climb to such a high rank within 30 years. Moreover, he needed to dedicate himself to his martial cultivation and to the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Would it be worth wasting time and effort navigating the political landscape? Once he achieved the Xiantian realm, he wouldn't even need to struggle for position. His status would naturally rise to prominence, placing him on equal footing with the Grand Governor. The championship title of the provincial martial examination is too eye-catching. Across the entire Zheng Kingdom, 2 capitals, 13 provinces, only 15 candidates emerge as martial examination champions every 3 years. If I claim the title, my name will be known across the nation. That will bring unnecessary trouble, while the benefits of such a title are not worth the risk. After contemplating for a while, Wei Tu made his decision. He would forfeit the championship title and settle for a ranking within the top 10. An 8th-rank military officer was more than sufficient for his needs. It would still grant him a significant increase in status. The difference between a 7th-rank and 8th-rank officer was merely 1 grade, but the risk of attracting too much attention was far greater than the rewards. A 7th-rank title came with too many dangers, far beyond what it was worth. With this decision in mind, Wei Tu began fighting in a more controlled manner. He no longer felt the need to completely dominate his opponents. He held back his strength, avoiding excessive attention. Half a day later, the dust settled. By deliberately holding back, Wei Tu secured 7th place in this year's provincial martial examination, a ranking neither too high nor too low, just enough to avoid excessive attention. Fu Zhizhou drove the carriage and picked up Wei Tu after the competition. Hearing about Wei Tu's final ranking, he was initially surprised and confused, but after listening to Wei Tu's reasoning, he quickly felt deep admiration for his sworn brother's foresight. Third brother, you made the right choice. Pursuing a 7th-ranked title isn't worth inviting unnecessary risks. From Wei Tu's perspective, this decision was completely logical. But who else could have resisted the temptation of becoming the champion and gaining the 7th-rank official title? Even Fu Zhizhou himself admitted that, if he had been in Wei Tu's place, he probably wouldn't have been able to make such a rational decision. Since we possess an Immortal Cultivation Manual, we must naturally keep a low profile. We shouldn't attract too much attention. Wei Tu shook his head slightly and added this remark. One of the main reasons he had chosen to forfeit the martial champion title was precisely because of the 5 Yuan spirit body manual in his possession. If he hadn't obtained an Immortal Cultivation manual, becoming the top provincial martial scholar and drawing the attention of the public wouldn't have been a problem. Given his martial background, there wouldn't have been much risk involved. But now, with an Immortal Cultivation manual in hand, claiming first place and receiving a 7th-rank military officer title would put him under scrutiny, creating an uncontrollable level of risk that could eventually endanger everyone involved. Third brother, you're absolutely right. Fu Zhizhou nodded firmly in agreement. He was fully aware of how precious an Immortal Cultivation manual was. Even though he was an 8th-rank military officer and came from a military family in Shaoi Prefecture, before encountering the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, he had never truly believed in the existence of immortals. In his mind, immortals were merely myths, something distant and intangible. However, after witnessing the manual, he realized that such things did exist, and it completely changed his worldview. If the Zheng Kingdom's court or immortals themselves had strict regulations on controlling the spread of immortal cultivation manuals, then it was likely forbidden to leak such knowledge to the outside world. If discovered, the worst-case scenario might not just be punishment, but rather complete extermination of one's entire family and lineage. Given these risks, they had no choice but to be extremely cautious in their actions. Inside the carriage, Wei Tu shifted the conversation. Fourth brother, is your role as a military adjutant in the prefectural army as relaxed as it seems? If I receive an appointment, I'd prefer a position with fewer responsibilities as well. After suppressing Martial Luck Pavilion, all 4 sworn brothers had received promotions. Fu Zhizhou had also secured an opportunity to be transferred from the prefectural army to a county-level position. Instead of returning to his hometown in Shaoi Prefecture as a local military official, he had used his connections to remain in Qingfeng Prefecture, taking up an 8th-rank position as a military adjutant. He had done this specifically to provide support for Wei Tu, Wei Fei, and Ko Liang. My job mostly involves handling the military logistics of Qingfeng Prefecture. The world is at peace, and there are no active wars. So yes, it's a very relaxed position. Fu Zhizhou smiled as he responded. After acquiring the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, his ambitions had shifted completely. He no longer cared about fame, wealth, or climbing the ranks. His sole pursuit now was cultivation and immortality. That was why he had deliberately chosen a relaxed official position, so he could focus on his martial training and immortal cultivation without distractions. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded thoughtfully. When the official rankings are released, and I receive my appointment, I'll have to trouble you to help me find a similar position. Fu Zhizhou was not only well-connected through his family, but also an active 8th-rank officer. Within Southern Mountain Dao's Grand Governor's office, he had already built up his own network of relationships. If anyone could help secure a relaxed and stable appointment, it would be him. No need to worry, third brother. Fu Zhizhou chuckled. I've already spoken to Military Officer Jean from the Grand Governor's office. As soon as your ranking is confirmed, he will personally assign you an appropriate position. Hearing this, Wei Tu clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, fourth brother. He made a mental note of this favor and silently promised himself to repay Fu Zhizhou in the future. A few days later, the official provincial martial examination rankings were released. Wei Tu made his way to the martial tribute court to verify his results. When he saw that his ranking was indeed 7th place, all his concerns finally disappeared. Fraud and manipulation in the imperial examination system were not uncommon. While combat performance was the most important factor in determining rankings, there were also other elements at play, such as strategy assessments, internal recommendations, and bureaucratic influence. Since 7th rank and 8th rank military officials were different from miscellaneous rank officers, the court could not afford to appoint illiterate and incompetent individuals. Only those who met all qualifications could receive such official positions. As he continued scanning the list, his gaze landed on the top-ranked martial scholar of this year's examination. The champion is Yuan. Wei Tu frowned slightly. Yu Hong took first place. It was a name he had not expected to see at the very top. Wei Tu's expression froze when he saw the name of the provincial martial champion. He distinctly remembered that Yu Hong, while performing well in combat trials, had only placed third in the rankings. With that result, being the runner-up was understandable, but becoming the champion was highly questionable. Even if his strategy assessment ranked first, it shouldn't have been enough to secure the top spot. So, there was corruption in this year's provincial martial examination as well. Good thing I decided not to stand out and fight for the champion title. Wei Tu felt a wave of relief. If he had placed first in combat trials but still failed to claim the champion title, he would have been forced into a confrontation with the hidden forces manipulating the rankings. Blocking someone's future was tantamount to creating a blood feud, a matter of life and death. It makes sense, though. The martial champion title is too significant. Not only does it grant a 7th-rank military officer position, but it also ensures additional promotion opportunities in the court. Why would the powerful clans of Southern Mountain Dao allow such a title to fall into an outsider's hands? Wei Tu quickly understood the underlying political forces at play. Before the examination, Fu Zhizhou had warned him that Yu Hong hailed from a prestigious military family and had a formidable background. This was a family that wielded influence, and it was only natural that they would ensure their own kin secured the most prestigious rank. Whether it was the martial champion or the literary top scholar, those who received first place were always given preferential treatment in the imperial court. If two people of equal merit both made military achievements, the one with a past title as martial champion would be promoted first. What a shame. Wei Tu glanced at the second-place finisher, Shi Zhen, and shook his head. Shi Zhen will undoubtedly face suppression from Yu Hong's family. His own experience 3 years ago, when Prefect he had attempted to suppress him, was already a difficult struggle. But Prefect he was a civil official whose influence could not easily extend into the military system. Yu Hong's family was different. They were a military clan deeply embedded within the military bureaucracy. If they decided to suppress Shi Zhen, they could do so effortlessly. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, I will never fight for first place. Wei Tu silently vowed to himself. If he hadn't backed out of claiming the champion title, not Shi Zhen would be the one suffering now. After confirming his final ranking, Wei Tu lost all interest in lingering in the prefectural city. He bid farewell at the Dan family residence, then returned to Qingmu County. A few days later, the official appointment decree for Wei Tu's new post arrived at the county military office from the Grand Governor's office. Western Gate Defense. Wei Tu read the bold characters on his appointment scroll and remained silent in thought. Strictly speaking, his official title was Defense Officer of the Prefectural City, an 8th-rank military position equal to Fu Zhizhou's military adjutant post. However, his specific responsibility was defending the western gate of Qingfeng Prefecture's capital city. Thus, he was commonly referred to as Western Gate Defense Officer. This is a fairly relaxed post, as long as there are no military conflicts. On top of that, gatekeeping allows for additional income from taxation. Wei Tu nodded to himself. While officially enforcing the collection of tolls at the city gate, there is always an opportunity to profit from those who wanted to bypass certain regulations. Still, before he left the county, there was one last formality to take care of. Before departing, I need to pay a visit to County Captain Su. After all, he was my direct superior in the county. Wei Tu carefully placed his appointment scroll into his sleeve. Then, he took out 10 taels of silver, went to the West Market, and purchased a few high-quality gifts. With everything prepared, he headed toward the Su family estate. Inside the Su residence, when County Captain Su received the news of Wei Tu's arrival, he immediately instructed the kitchen to prepare 12 specialty dishes. After ensuring his clothing was in order, he personally stepped outside to greet Wei Tu. Once seated in the main hall, County Captain Su stroked his beard and let out a long sigh. Brother Wei, when you resigned from your post to take the provincial martial examination, I thought you were just young and reckless. I assumed you would fail this year's attempt. Yet here you are, ranking 7th in the provincial martial examination and securing an 8th-rank military officer title. Truly admirable. I'm envious beyond words. 8th-rank military commandant. That was his current official rank. It was a position he had climbed to over the past 30 years, through experience and battle merits, advancing step by step. Yet this year, Wei Tu had reached the peak of his career at just over 20 years of age. How could County Captain Su not feel astonished? How could he not envy him? Last year, after the pacification of the rebellion in Xiyang Town, he had considered bringing Wei Tu under his wing. However, things had changed. The present was not the past. Now, Wei Tu held the same official rank as him, but his future prospects were far brighter. In the bureaucratic world, a young official of the same rank would naturally hold a higher status than an older one like himself. The two chatted for a while. Then, County Captain Su suddenly shifted the topic to the Li Manor. Wei Xiong's ties to the Li Manor. I have some understanding of the matter. Involving the kindness of Wei Xiong's former benefactors, I do not wish to speak ill of them in front of you. But considering Wei Xiong's future as a colleague, I must say a few words. County Captain Su looked at Wei Tu, carefully choosing his words before speaking. The Li Manor? Wei Tu was slightly surprised. Since taking Xinghua away from the Li Manor, he had severed all contact with them. Aside from sending the necessary gifts during festival seasons to show gratitude for past kindness, he had not interacted with anyone from the Li family. Did something happen to the Li Manor? Wei Tu asked. The Li Manor is fine. County Captain Su shook his head. However, during recent bandit suppression efforts, our brothers encountered several former tenant farmers of the Li family, now blade-wielding outlaws. At that, he stopped speaking. There was no need to say more. In recent years, Qingfeng Prefecture had suffered no major disasters. Harvests had been bountiful for over a decade. The people were not yet at the point where they had no choice but to take up arms and become bandits. For several of the Li Manor's tenant farmers to be forced into a life of crime, taking to the mountains as outlaws, this was not just one or two cases. County Captain Su was certain that Wei Tu could understand the implications. Thank you for the warning, Su Xiong. After a few moments, Wei Tu came back to his senses and cupped his hands in gratitude. He understood County Captain Su's message. The captain was advising him to cut ties with the Li family sooner rather than later, to avoid getting entangled in their affairs and ruining his own reputation. The Li family was kind to me. Once I have repaid that kindness, there will be no more ties between us. Wei Tu thought for a moment and responded calmly. Repaying the Li family's kindness was not as simple as returning a few taels of silver. The Li family did not lack money. What they sought was the favor owed to them for past debts. The moment they asked for repayment in a way that settled that favor, he would owe them nothing more. Earlier, County Captain Su had subtly raised the topic of the Li family, not only to urge him to sever ties and avoid unnecessary trouble, but also to ask, indirectly, whether Wei Tu intended to treat the Li family differently in future matters. For the second highest ranking official in Qingmu County, a few tenant farmers turning into outlaws was not a significant issue. So that's how it is. County Captain Su nodded slightly, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He smiled and said, "If the opportunity arises, I will assist Wei Xiong in settling this favor. If he helped Wei Tu clear his debt to the Li family, then in return, Wei Tu would owe him a favor. But unlike the Li family, this favor would not be significant. It would simply be mutual assistance between two officials of the same rank." After leaving County Captain Su's residence, Wei Tu did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way to see Wei Fei one last time to bid him farewell. However, upon hearing of Wei Tu's official appointment, Wei Fei did not offer congratulations. Instead, he frowned, clearly displeased. "Third brother, you've soared to success. Now you're heading to the prefectural city to serve as an 8th-rank military commandant, climbing the ranks of high officials. And here I am, left alone, stuck in this county, working as a lowly officer. What kind of brotherhood is this?" Wei Tu shook his head and chuckled. He understood that Wei Fei only spoke this way because of their close bond. If it had been someone else, someone not as familiar, like County Captain Su, that person would have carefully chosen every word before speaking. Because of this, Wei Tu didn't take Wei Fei's frustration to heart. On the contrary, he was somewhat glad. He patted Wei Fei on the shoulder and reassured him, "Whenever I have free time, I'll return to the county to drink with you. Fourth brother, Fu Zhizhou, will come along too." Hearing this, Wei Fei's face lit up with a grin. He clasped his hands together in congratulations and laughed heartily. "But, third brother, when you come back to drink with me, you don't have to bring Fu Zhizhou along. Just the two of us is fine." Wei Fei waved his hand dismissively. Among the four of them, he had never gotten along with Ko Liang or Fu Zhizhou. Now that Ko Liang was in a similar position to him, he didn't resent him. But Fu Zhizhou, that was different, especially after Wei Tu moved to the prefectural city and started working with Fu Zhizhou. There was a chance he might begin to distance himself from his struggling brothers. With all these factors at play, Wei Fei naturally didn't want Fu Zhizhou to be present when he and Wei Tu met. Wei Tu initially wanted to persuade Wei Fei to be more accepting of Fu Zhizhou, but after a moment of thought, he swallowed his words. Instead, he simply smiled and nodded in agreement. Forcing Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou to make peace wouldn't work. If anything, it might make Wei Fei feel even more alienated. Action spoke louder than words. Half a month later, Wei Tu took Xinghua with him and left Qingmu County, moving into their newly purchased residence in the prefectural city. The estate was worth 13 taels of silver, more than double the price of his previous home in the county. With the wealth he had accumulated over the past year, purchasing this estate was well within his means. Soon after, Wei Tu formally assumed his post as the defense officer of the prefectural city, Western Gate Defense Officer in Qingfeng Prefecture. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by, bringing them to the 32nd year of Qing'an. Every year, on the 13th of June, Wei Tu and his sworn brothers would gather at Xuana Tower, as per their agreement, to discuss their progress in immortal cultivation. However, without exception, all four of them had failed in cultivating immortal techniques. Not a single one had managed to achieve beginner proficiency in the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Aside from Wei Tu, the other three had begun to feel disheartened by the repeated failures. After all, how many 5-year periods could a person afford to waste in a lifetime? But, in July of that year, something unexpected happened. Fu Zhizhou still hadn't successfully cultivated the immortal technique, but he had managed to sense qi, generating a flow of internal energy within his meridians, officially stepping into the qi perception realm. That year, Fu Zhizhou was 26 years old. 10 days later, Fu Zhizhou sent a messenger to summon Wei Tu and the others to the third private room of Xuana Tower, saying that he had an important discovery to share. During the gathering, he explained, "I owe my success in sensing qi not only to the guidance Wei Tu gave me, but also to the cultivation manual itself. When I first sensed qi, I wasn't practicing my tiger and crane twin form fist or any other martial technique. Instead, I was fully focused on cultivating the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. I suspect that Xie Qing, who originally possessed this manual, never intended to master the immortal technique at all. Instead, he was using it as a stepping stone to awaken his qi perception and enter the qi perception realm." Fu Zhizhou made this logical deduction. The 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual could help external martial artists awaken qi perception and step into the qi perception realm. Hearing this, Ko Liang and Wei Fei exchanged glances. The frustration of failing to grasp immortal cultivation instantly faded, replaced by excitement. At this moment, among the four brothers, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, the youngest among them, had already entered the qi perception realm, generating internal energy within their meridians. They were now warriors who combined internal and external cultivation. Only the 2 elder brothers remained stuck outside this threshold, unable to break through. As the older ones, they couldn't help but feel discouraged, as if they had fallen behind Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. But now this sense of disparity was beginning to fade, because they too had a chance to step into the Qi perception realm. Even if the chance was slim, even if the hope was uncertain, it was still far better than before, when they had no hope at all. Furthermore, once they entered the Qi perception realm, their martial prowess would increase. Following Wei Tu's precedent, they could participate in the county-level preliminary examination and be granted an 8th-rank military commandant position. For them, this was an opportunity to rise to greatness in a single step. This proves one thing. You too must not neglect your cultivation in the immortal technique. Even if we fail to become true immortals, once we reach the Xiantian realm, our lifespan will extend to 200 years. After finishing his analysis, Fu Zhizhou paused and looked at Ko Liang and Wei Fei, urging them seriously. 5 years of training had yielded no progress in immortal cultivation. Before sensing Qi, he had even considered tearing up the cultivation manual and abandoning this futile pursuit. He could only imagine, if even he, with his strong-willed nature, had reached this level of frustration, then Wei Tu, Ko Liang, and Wei Fei must have felt the same. They had all reached the brink of despair. This was precisely why, the moment he made a breakthrough, he immediately sent a messenger to summon Wei Tu and the others to Xuana Tower. As for third brother, after advising Ko Liang and Wei Fei, Fu Zhizhou turned to look at Wei Tuesday. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. He could persuade Ko Liang and Wei Fei to train in immortal cultivation because they still had to awaken their Qi perception. But Wei Tu was different. He had already sensed Qi years ago and had been ahead of him in martial cultivation for 6 years. For Wei Tu, training in immortal cultivation, it seemed unnecessary. I seek immortality. A little time spent here and there means nothing to me. Seeing Fu Zhizhou's uncertain expression, Wei Tu, who had worked alongside him for years, immediately understood what he was thinking. He shook his head with a faint smile and responded. With the late bloomer destiny, he was destined to reach the Xiantian realm. By then, he would have at least 150 years of lifespan to pursue immortality. He had no reason to lose his ambition over temporary setbacks. That's good to hear. Fu Zhizhou let out a relieved smile. Only now did he recall. Despite Wei Tu's normally serious demeanor and his reluctance to engage in idle chatter, he had never once sought comfort in alcohol or pleasure houses. Clearly, he was not burdened by any frustrations. Thinking of pleasure houses, Fu Zhizhou glanced at Wei Fei and sighed. Over the past 5 years, he and Ko Liang had married, settled down, and started families. But Wei Fei had not. Even when Wei Tu urged him, Wei Fei refused, saying he didn't want to experience the pain of watching his wife and children grow old and die while he remained youthful from cultivating immortal techniques. Without a family to keep him grounded, and living alone in Qingmu County, Wei Fei gradually developed a habit of frequenting pleasure houses. His body had begun to show the toll of excessive indulgence. Second brother is still a man of discipline. Now that he has a chance to enter the Qi perception realm, he should be able to restrain himself and return to training. Fu Zhizhou thought to himself. The banquet at Xuana Tower had ended. By now, it was already afternoon. Seeing that the table full of food had barely been touched, Wei Tu didn't want it to go to waste. He asked the innkeeper to pack it up and carry the food box home. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, through the doors and windows, he could hear Xinghua softly singing a nursery rhyme, accompanied by the babbling of their daughter. 5 years had passed. Back in the 28th year of Qingyan, 4 years ago, after 7 years of marriage, Wei Tu and Xinghua finally had their first child, a boy. But unfortunately, he was frail and weak. He didn't survive past his first month and passed away. After more than a year of recovery, Xinghua conceived again. This time, she gave birth to a girl. When she safely passed her first year, as per tradition, Xinghua gave her a childhood name, Yin Yin. You're back. Inside the house, hearing the familiar footsteps, Xinghua stopped rocking the cradle, got up to greet him, and handed Wei Tu a hot towel to wipe his face. Wei Tu gave a simple response, taking the towel and wiping away the sweat from his body. After 11 years of marriage, the initial passion between them had long faded. What remained was a bond that was hard to sever, more like family than mere husband and wife. A single action, a simple glance, and they could understand each other without words. A few days ago, Xiao Fong came by again. She wants to arrange a betrothal for the children. That evening, as she wiped Wei Tu's back, Xinghua hesitated for a moment before sharing the private affairs between her and her in-laws. A betrothal? Wei Tu frowned slightly, deep in thought. Xiao Fong was the concubine that Dan Yin Gong had taken 7 or 8 years ago under the arrangement of Madame Dan Min. However, Xiao Fong had been fortunate. Not long after entering the Dan family stronghold, she gave birth to a son. At first, this child was highly favored by Dan Wu Ju and his wife, as they saw him as an heir to continue the family's lineage. But 2 years later, Dan Yin Gong's legitimate wife also gave birth to a son. The age-old struggle between legitimate and illegitimate sons began. Dan Wu Ju and his wife were pragmatic. Before long, their affection shifted toward their legitimate grandson, ignoring Xiao Fong's son. I don't mind forming a marriage alliance with the Dan family, but Xiao Fong's son? I won't agree to that. Before Wei Tu could respond, Xinghua snorted coldly, her voice filled with displeasure. Times had changed. With Wei Tu now holding the title of 8th-rank military commandant, the standing of their household had risen. If not for the existing connection between Wei Tu and Dan Wu Ju, the Dan family would be the ones marrying up if they wanted to wed into Wei Tu's household. Yet now, an illegitimate son of the Dan family had come forward with a proposal for their daughter. Naturally, Xinghua was unwilling. I suspect this was Madame Dan Min's doing. She deliberately sent Xiao Fong over. Her real intention is likely to arrange a betrothal between Yin Yin and her own son. Her son is 5, Yin Yin is 3. Their ages match perfectly. Wei Tu shook his head slightly, uncovering the hidden scheme behind it all. Then, Wei Guer, what do you think? Should we agree to this betrothal with Xianshou? Xinghua quickly asked. Xianshou, that was the name of Dan Yin Gong's second son. When he was born, it happened to be Dan Wu Ju's 70th birthday. So, as a gesture of respect, Dan Yin Gong named his son Xianshou, meaning offering longevity as a birthday tribute to his father. If it were anyone else, I could refuse. But if it's the Dan family making the proposal, even if I don't agree, I can't outright reject it. Wei Tu sighed. With the memories of his past life, he naturally wished for his daughter to marry freely, to pursue her own happiness. But unfortunately, the customs of this world would not allow it. If an ordinary family came asking for his daughter's hand, he could decline. But if it was the Dan family making the request, he couldn't refuse outright. I just hope Master and Yin Gong don't bring this up and put me in a difficult position. Wei Tu shook his head, pushing the matter to the back of his mind. Once Dan Wu Ju passed away, whether or not his daughter would marry, whether or not she would be betrothed, he would still take care of the Dan family descendants and offer them support. But he refused to let his daughter's entire future be dictated by his own debts of gratitude, leaving her no choice but to obey. That's easy to handle. Xinghua walked over to the cradle, pinching Yin Yin's soft cheeks with a smile. You just need to put up a notice at the front gate, saying that out of love for your daughter, you won't arrange her marriage before she reaches adulthood. Once the Dan family sees the notice, they won't want to offend you and will hold back from making the request. Besides, right now it's just Xiao Fong testing the waters. It's not as if Master, Madam, or Yin Gong have formally brought it up yet. That could work. Wei Tu nodded. As an 8th-rank military commandant, it was only natural that many people would try to establish ties with him through marriage. Posting a notice wouldn't seem like it was targeting the Dan family specifically. After discussing serious matters, Xinghua's cheeks turned slightly red as she blew out the candle and pulled Wei Tu into bed. Wei Ger, a few days ago, I went to the apothecary and got conception medicine. This year, we're definitely having another child. After giving birth to Wei Yin Yin, she had taken a year to recover before conceiving again. Unfortunately, the third pregnancy had ended in miscarriage. It wasn't until April this year that her body had fully recovered, making it possible to try for another child. This time, it has to be a boy. I can't let Wei Guer's bloodline end. After their lovemaking, Xinghua curled up, raising her pelvis, silently praying. Ever since Wei Tu married her, he had never taken a concubine. From beginning to end, she had remained his only wife. But now, she was already over 30. If she failed to bear a son within the next few years, even if she became pregnant later, childbirth at an older age would carry serious risks. She understood the dangers of pregnancy for older women. Just as Xinghua had predicted, after Wei Tu posted the notice at his residence, neither Xiao Fong nor the Dan family brought up the idea of a betrothal for Wei Yinyan again. 2 months later, through Wei Tu's diligent efforts, Xinghua finally got pregnant for the 4th time. This time, with past experience, she was much more cautious. To ensure the baby's health, she spent silver to rent a small courtyard near a medical clinic and moved in for a safer environment. During this period, Wei Tu also diverted a portion of his internal energy to help Xinghua nourish her body, ensuring she was in peak condition for childbirth. 10 months of pregnancy. The time finally arrived. When the baby was born, Xinghua, exhausted beyond measure, clutched Wei Tu tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Wei Gur, it's a boy. With those words, she lost consciousness in the birthing chamber. It wasn't uncommon for women to faint after childbirth. After checking her condition and confirming there were no major issues, Wei Tu finally turned his gaze to the newborn baby in the midwife's arms. Organs are developed well, breathing is stable. Looks like this child will grow strong and healthy. Wei Tu let out a long sigh of relief. His first child, born years ago, had been weak from birth. If he hadn't forced himself to transfer internal energy into the child, that baby wouldn't have even survived for 3 days, let alone until nearly a month before passing away. Now, this 4th child, though physically ordinary and still at risk, had a much stronger chance at survival. With his abilities, as long as the baby didn't contract a major illness, he was confident he could keep him healthy. Wei Tu's eldest son, or rather, the second son of the Wei family, soon celebrated his 1-month banquet and first birthday feast. At the first birthday ceremony, Wei Erlang reached out and grabbed a small calligraphy brush. Seeing this, Wei Tu named him Wei Xiuwen, signifying his hope that his son would one day achieve greatness in the literary arts. But just half a month after Wei Xiuwen's first birthday, tragic news arrived at the Wei residence. News that made Wei Tu's heart sink. My father. He won't last much longer. The messenger was Dan Yin Gong, who arrived dust-covered and weary, his face filled with sorrow. A few days ago, my father could still drink wine and eat meat, finishing 3 full bowls of rice in one meal. But yesterday at noon, his voice suddenly failed him, and his complexion darkened. Hearing this, Wei Tu wasted no time in asking further questions. Without hesitation, he strode out of the house, made his way to the stables, and mounted his horse, spurring it towards Sanyuan Township at full speed. Before departing, he instructed Xinghua, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, to go and find Fu Zhizhou, requesting that he submit a leave of absence on his behalf at the provincial administration office. As the defense officer of the prefectural city, Western Gate defense officer, his position was not one of great responsibility, but leaving without permission was still forbidden unless there was a special reason. If he abandoned his post without approval, the consequences would be severe. Half a day later, Wei Tu arrived at the Dan family stronghold in Sanyuan Township. Where is Master? As he reached the entrance of the inner courtyard, he spotted Madame Gao, who was pacing anxiously in the yard. Wei Tu frowned slightly, as if realizing something, and immediately asked, by logic, as the concubine who had accompanied Dan Wuju for nearly 20 years, Madame Gao should not have left his side in his final moments. Once Dan Wuju passed away, if Dan Yin Gong or Dan Fong were generous, they might still allow Madame Gao to stay and be provided for. But if they were heartless, they would cast her out, forcing her to return to her maiden family with nothing. For Madame Gao, It would make more sense to remain by Dan Wuju's bedside, ensuring she gained some favor before his passing. Why was she standing here instead? Mrs. returned. She brought her martial artist husband, and they've blocked the entrance to the living quarters, driving me out. Seeing that it was Wei Tu speaking, Madame Gao lowered her head and bit her lip, explaining softly. I see. Wei Tu nodded slightly, immediately understanding the situation. Given Dan Fong's domineering and aggressive nature, it was no surprise that she had done such a thing. At this moment, Wei Tu also noticed. A faint palm mark still lingered on Madame Gao's right cheek. It was barely visible, concealed by powder, but it was there. Wei Tu could easily guess that this slap had likely come from Dan Fong herself. Come with me. Without hesitation, Wei Tu strode toward the living quarters, throwing out a single command to Madame Gao. Under normal circumstances, he had no right to interfere in the Dan family's internal affairs. But not interfering didn't mean he would tolerate Dan Fong's arrogance, especially when she wouldn't even allow Madame Gao to enter the room. For more than 10 years, Madame Gao had cared for Dan Wuju with unwavering devotion. Wei Tu had witnessed it all. He knew how much Dan Wuju valued her. Thank you. Hearing his words, Madame Gao's sorrowful face lit up with a hint of joy. She quickly fell in behind Wei Tu, offering a half bow of gratitude, then followed him closely. In no time, Wei Tu led Madame Gao through the courtyard, arriving at the main living quarters, where Dan Wuju lay. You, blocking the door, do you intend to stop me from entering? Wei Tu stood before Qiao Tai, Dan Fong's husband, his eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed the burly man in embroidered robes. A chill spread across his expression. Qiao Tai remained silent, his massive frame standing like a wall in front of the wooden door, refusing to let them pass. Snap! The air crackled. Wei Tu let out a cold snort, no longer holding back. He drew the horsewhip from his belt and lashed it toward Qiao Tai with full force. Against Dan Fong, he would still show restraint, considering Dan Wuju's ties. But against Qiao Tai, this mere son-in-law of the Dan family, he had no reason to show mercy. As the horsewhip lashed toward his face, the burly man in embroidered robes, Qiao Tai, widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected it. The usually mild-tempered and accommodating Wei Tu, known for his patience within the Dan family stronghold, had, in an instant, struck with such ruthlessness. He had miscalculated. A sense of urgency surged within Qiao Tai's mind. He swallowed, forcing down his fear of Wei Tu. Pivoting his body, he extended his right hand, attempting to catch the whip's tip mid-air. He was a martial artist himself. Though he didn't consider himself Wei Tu's equal, he was confident that he could at least grasp the whip and avoid taking a direct hit. But, the very next moment, Qiao Tai's pupils shrank as he watched the whip's tip twist like a phantom, effortlessly bypassing his reaching hand and striking directly onto his right cheek. A sharp, searing pain spread instantly. A burning sensation overtook the side of his face, followed by a prickling itch as warm liquid began to seep from the torn skin. Then came a sound, the explosive snap of the whip cutting through the air, following only after the pain had already struck. But what terrified Qiao Tai even more, only his left ear heard the sound. His right ear was eerily silent. No, my ear isn't just ringing. The eardrum, it's been ruptured. A shiver ran down his spine. Qiao Tai hesitantly touched the outer rim of his aching right ear. When he pulled his hand back, his fingertips were streaked with blood. Horror flashed through his eyes as realization dawned upon him. Qiao Xiong, do you still intend to stand in my way? Wei Tu's gaze bore into him, his voice calm yet ice-cold. His previous whip strike had already inflicted a minor wound, but despite this, Qiao Tai showed no sign of moving aside. He still blocked the doorway firmly, as if determined to hold his ground. Seeing this, Wei Tu immediately understood. Dan Fong and Qiao Tai were certain that he wouldn't use his official authority or martial strength to truly harm them. After all, no matter how unfilial they may be, I owe my master a debt. I cannot abuse my power to suppress his daughter and son-in-law. That was their reasoning. This was their confidence, the reason why they dared to stand in the way of an 8th-rank military commandant. Because Wei Tu wasn't just a military officer. He was also Dan Wuju's disciple. Qiao Tai clutched his wounded cheek, remaining silent, refusing to answer. Master, likely has less than half a day left. At that moment, Madame Gao, who had been standing behind Wei Tu, stepped forward and softly reminded him. Wei Tu's expression darkened. He had already suspected as much. In fact, from the moment Qiao Tai had blocked the door, he had already guessed the intentions of Dan Fong and her husband. They were preventing anyone else from seeing Dan Wuju in his final hours. Why? For 2 reasons. First, they wanted exclusive access to their father in his dying moments, so they could slander other family members in front of him. This way, they could manipulate him into rewriting his will under false pretenses. Most elderly people, especially those on the brink of death, often had clouded judgment, making them easy to deceive. Second, even if Dan Wuju didn't change his will and remained clear-headed, the fact that he only saw them before his death would give them the perfect opportunity to claim. Father personally told us his last wishes. With no other witnesses, they could fabricate any final testament they desired. If that's how you want to play this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wei Tu's gaze turned frigid. He had hesitated before. He hadn't wanted to cause too much commotion before his master's passing. That was why, after striking Qiao Tai once, he had paused, giving him a chance to step aside on his own. At the same time, he had been waiting for Dan Yingong to arrive. Although Dan Yingong had set out from the prefectural city at the same time as him, Wei Tu's superior horsemanship allowed him to arrive at the Dan family stronghold ahead of him. As the eldest son of the Dan family, Dan Yingong had the authority to make decisions in his father's stead, especially matters that an outsider like Wei Tu was not suited to interfere in. If Yingong needed to inform me, he could have just sent a servant. Why bother coming himself and leaving an opening for Dan Fong and her husband to take advantage of? Wei Tu shook his head at the thought. Perhaps even Dan Yingong hadn't expected that his sister and her husband would act so shamelessly, driving Madame Gao away and blocking the entrance to the living quarters. At that moment, a cold chill ran down Qiao Tai's spine. Wei Tu's earlier whip strike had already left him deaf in one ear, turning him into a cripple. If Wei Tu hardened his heart further, even if he survived today, he would sustain even more serious injuries, perhaps becoming permanently disabled elsewhere. The more Qiao Tai thought about it, the more terrified he became. Setting aside the fact that he was technically Wei Tu's in-law, he was still just a son-in-law living in the Dan household. His status was low both within and outside the Dan family. If Wei Tu, an 8th-rank military commandant, killed him on the spot, the worst that would happen was that Wei Tu might lose his post and pay a fine. But jail time? Highly unlikely. Realizing this, Qiao Tai finally relented. Swallowing hard, he took a step aside, clearing the path to the door. If he were permanently crippled, given Dan Fong's nature, she would lose interest in him and likely find another man. Seeing this, the icy glint in Wei Tu's eyes faded slightly. He turned around and nodded toward Madame Gao, signaling for her to follow him inside. Qiao Tai instinctively moved as if to block her again. But after hesitating, he didn't dare take that step. Inside the living quarters, Wei Tu lifted the fabric curtain and caught sight of Dan Wuju lying in bed. The old man's face was ashen, his gaze vacant, his frail body emitting the distinct scent of aging and sickness. Shifting his gaze, Wei Tu's eyes landed on Dan Fong, who was seated by the bedside. Dan Fong sat upright on a stool, and the moment she sensed Wei Tu's gaze upon her, her body tensed. Her face turned pale. Just earlier, while listening to the commotion outside, she had already pieced together what had happened between Wei Tu and Qiao Tai. She knew now. Wei Tu wasn't the same man she had known. Should I take it out or not? Dan Fong's mind raced. Her right hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched tightly around a letter, its contents filled with freshly written text. With every passing moment, the letter grew damp from the sweat pooling in her palm. If she didn't take it out soon, the ink would smudge, rendering it useless. But just as she struggled with her decision, Wei Tu's voice suddenly cut through the silence. "How is Master?" His tone was gentle, vastly different from the harsh dominance he had displayed at the doorway moments ago. Dan Fong was stunned. She immediately understood. Wei Tu didn't want to cause a scene before his master's passing. He wanted to ensure that Dan Wuju's final moments were peaceful. "He's doing all right," Dan Fong forced a smile. But the moment the words left her lips, she realized how absurd they sounded. So she quickly added, "Father could still speak a little half an hour ago, but now he can't say a word. He's completely unresponsive, like he's fallen into dementia. I expect that he won't last much longer." Dan Fong sighed. As she spoke, her initial nervousness faded, and her expression softened into a look of sorrow. At this moment, she wasn't sure herself. Was this genuine grief? Or was she putting on an act for Wei Tu? After questioning Dan Fong, Wei Tu stepped closer to the sickbed and took Dan Wuju's pulse. Martial arts and medicine were deeply connected. Having practiced martial arts for so many years and personally tending to Xinghua's health during pregnancy, Wei Tu was not an expert in medicine, but he was at least a competent third-rate physician. Just as Yin Gong said, old age cannot be cured by medicine. Wei Tu sighed inwardly and began channeling his internal energy, stabilizing Dan Wuju's failing body. He had no power to extend his master's life, but with his internal energy, he could at least keep him alive a little longer, preventing him from passing away immediately. Time passed. A quarter of an hour later, Dan Yin Gong burst into the room, his expression full of rage upon seeing Dan Fong. However, he did not immediately lash out. Instead, he simply glared at her viciously before seating himself at the foot of the bed. The siblings sat on opposite ends, both silently watching Wei Tu's actions. After another moment of silence, Dan Yin Gong finally spoke. "Wei Guer, what exactly are you doing?" His brows furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Wei Tu, unable to understand why Wei Tu had been keeping his palm pressed against his father's chest for so long. "I'm using internal energy to stabilize Master's condition," Wei Tu replied calmly. By now, he was 30 years old. He held the rank of an 8th-rank military commandant, possessing both influence and strength within Qingfeng Prefecture's capital. A 30-year-old external martial artist who had awakened internal energy was considered a martial arts prodigy, though only within a single prefecture. Over the years, alongside Fu Zhizhou and the others, he had not only investigated tales of immortal cultivation, but also gathered information about Xiantian martial artists. Through these findings, he had learned a crucial fact. Many martial scholars who had obtained official martial ranks would typically find their qi perception and awaken internal energy around the ages of 30 to 40. Of course, this only applied to the top 20 martial scholars in each examination. When put into perspective, across Southern Mountain Dao, there were at least 100 external martial artists who had successfully awakened internal energy. And Wei Tu, he had ranked 7th in the 27th year of Qingyin's Dao-level martial examination. For him to awaken internal energy at the age of 30 was not unusual. It did not make him an outlier or an easy target for jealousy or schemes. Internal energy? Dan Yin Gong was momentarily stunned. As Dan Wuju's only son, he knew that his father's lifelong pursuit had been to achieve qi perception through external martial training, to step into the qi perception realm. Yet his father had never succeeded in this goal. And now, at only 30 years old, Wei Tu had already achieved it. No wonder Dan Yin Gong's expression turned complicated. He finally understood why his father had treated Wei Tu so well, almost as if he were his own son. Wei Tu had fulfilled the martial dream that Dan Wuju had never accomplished. The two most prized possessions of a martial artist, a fine warhorse and a crafted bow. Dan Wuju had given both to Wei Tu. Together, they were worth at least 300 or 400 silver taels. Meanwhile, hearing Wei Tu openly declare his martial achievements, Dan Fong was equally stunned. For a brief moment, she was grateful that she had not acted recklessly earlier. She may not have witnessed the power of internal energy, but through novels and rumors, she knew its capabilities. Though not capable of reviving the dead, it could still grant a dying person a final burst of energy, a final moment of clarity. Time continued to pass. After the duration of a single cup of tea, a weak cough broke the silence. Dan Yin Gong and Dan Fong shuddered, their eyes snapping back to Dan Wuju. At that moment, the expressions of the two siblings were polar opposites. Dan Yin Gong's eyes lit up with joy. Dan Fong's face grew pale, a trace of unease flashing in her gaze. Father. Dan Yin Gong immediately stood, stepping forward to support his father into a half-seated position, assisting Wei Tu. Thank you, Wei Tu. Dan Wuju sighed, expressing his gratitude before turning his gaze to his two children. Thanks to Wei Tu's help, I now have a final chance to speak. But even as he spoke, his expression dimmed with disappointment. Father, I was wrong. Dan Fong could no longer sit still. Lifting her skirt, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. I won't scold you. Dan Wuju took a few deep breaths, his chest rising and falling weakly. It was my failure as a father that led you astray. He took the blame upon himself. After that, he did not rebuke Dan Fong further. Instead, in front of everyone present, he began making arrangements for what would happen after his passing. The first matter he addressed was Wei Tu. He declared that when he had given the Qing Song horse, the golden-backed saber, and the 3 treasured bows to Wei Tu, it had been a name alone, but in reality, a gift. No one from the Dan family was to go to Wei Tu demanding their return. Hearing this, neither Dan Yin Gong nor Dan Fong objected. Silver and possessions were insignificant matters. The true favor Wei Tu owed to their family was the real treasure, one that could secure the Dan family's prosperity for decades to come. Both siblings understood this well. Besides, even if they had the audacity, neither of them would dare try to take from Wei Tu like snatching meat from a tiger's mouth. Next, Dan Wuju spoke about arrangements for Madame Gao, the woman who had cared for him for over 10 years. He gave her 2 choices. She could remarry and leave the family, and he would send her off with a generous sum. Or she could stay in the Dan household, and Dan Yin Gong would be responsible for ensuring she was cared for until her old age. Madame Gao hesitated for a moment before choosing the first option, to remarry and leave. Dan Wuju was not angered by this choice. Instead, he instructed Dan Yin Gong to find her a suitable match and to gift her 50 taels of silver upon her departure. Finally, Dan Wuju spoke about his estate and how it would be divided between his 2 children. Yin Gong, as the eldest son, you will inherit the family's lands and house. As for the silver, you will take 30%, and the rest will go to your sister. Ai Wu is a good child, he added. Hearing this division, Dan Yin Gong nodded. All right. He then turned toward Dan Fong, waiting for her response. For him, this arrangement was advantageous, so he had no reason to refuse. Dan Fong clenched the letter hidden in her palm, her tears falling. I agree. At this moment, Dan Wuju, remembering their father-daughter bond, had not harshly punished her. Instead, he had even left her 70% of the silver. Of course, she would not refuse. Good. Dan Wuju smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward Wei Tu. Wei Tu, now withdraw your internal energy. It is time for me to go. Living to 70 years old and dying of old age, this was a fortunate passing. There was nothing tragic about it. Yes, master. Wei Tu nodded and slowly withdrew his right hand from Dan Wuju's chest. The next moment, lying in bed, Dan Wuju's face instantly lost all color. His raised arm fell limply, his hand dropping onto the edge of the bed curtain. Father! A heart-wrenching wail filled the room. But the one crying was not Dan Yin Gong. It was Dan Fong, who had been kneeling on the ground. She scrambled forward, throwing herself onto Dan Wuju's body, clutching his lifeless arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Father, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please wake up. Even if you scold me, it would make me feel better. Just say something. Several days later, Dan Wuju was laid to rest, buried in the mountains of Sanyuan Township, alongside his late wife, Dan Min. Before leaving the Dan household, Wei Tu sought out Dan Yin Gong and requested two things: the ancestral spirit tablet of Shi Ming and the incense burner from the family altar. Dan Yin Gong agreed without hesitation. He had no reason to refuse. Upon returning to the prefectural capital, Wei Tu commissioned a carpenter to carve a spirit tablet for Dan Wuju. He then placed both tablets side by side on an offering table in the outer hall of his home, just as Dan Wuju had done during his lifetime. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years went by. And in those 2 years, one thing worth mentioning was, as the eldest of the 4 sworn brothers, Ko Yang had finally awakened his chi perception at the age of 36, stepping into the chi perception realm. Then, not long after the annual gathering at Xuanhe Tower, Wei Tu felt something change within himself. He sensed that his martial cultivation was about to break through once again. At 32 years old, Wei Tu had finally broken through from the chi perception realm to the true chi realm, marking his official entry as an internal energy martial artist. This progress is quite decent. With his inner vision, Wei Tu observed the changes within his body. Threads of white, true chi, as fine as silk, gradually converged in his meridians, intertwining, compressing, and condensing. A few moments later, among the pure white internal energy, a new strand of pale yellow energy emerged, denser, more resilient than before. So, this is the true chi of martial arts. Wei Tu muttered to himself. From external to internal, his path had led him to the chi perception realm, and according to the traditional external martial arts path, the next stage would be to stimulate his body using internal energy, tempering the marrow, and nurturing innate chi. Only then could he step into the Xiantian realm. However, things were not always so absolute. The external and internal martial paths were intertwined. Each contained aspects of the other. He had generated internal energy through external training, meaning he could now choose either of the two paths: the external method of tempering his body to reach Xiantian, or the internal method of cultivating true chi to ascend. Both roads were now open to him, and the transformation from internal energy to true chi officially placed him in the true chi realm, which belonged to the internal cultivation path. External cultivation path: chi perception, marrow tempering, Xiantian, grandmaster. Internal cultivation path: chi perception, true chi, Xiantian, grandmaster. Wei Tu had trained in the Marrow Refining Sutra for over a decade. Through the process of tempering his marrow, he had inadvertently refined his internal energy, ultimately leading to its transformation into true chi. Most true chi in martial artists is said to be pure white, just like internal energy. But mine, it's pale yellow. Could it be? Wei Tu's thoughts immediately turned to the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, the Immortal cultivation technique that required him to cultivate the Earth Yuan body. He speculated that the reason for his yellow-colored true chi was directly related to the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Aside from this technique, he couldn't think of any other reason for his true chi to change in appearance. This immortal technique, it must have been subtly altering my true chi attributes, just like how it helped Fu Zhizhou and Ko Yang sense their chi and step into chi perception realm. Wei Tu deduced. Moreover, he could feel that his pale yellow, true chi contained a trace of earth-like steadiness, a robust, weighty aura. This sensation gave him the distinct impression that his body had become stronger. The change was subtle, but as someone who had already reached perfection in external body training, he had complete control over every inch of his physique. Let's test this out. If this pale yellow, true chi really enhances my body, then it might actually accelerate my marrow tempering progress. Wei Tu's eyes flashed with excitement. Marrow tempering was a delicate and lengthy process. It couldn't be rushed. Even those who try to force rapid results would still take at least a decade to fully refine their marrow. Any reckless shortcuts might result in irreversible damage, rendering their cultivation efforts useless. Some unfortunate individuals, like his martial ancestor, Shi Ming, had even died from rushing the marrow tempering process. But if his physical resilience significantly improved, allowing his body to withstand more forceful marrow refinement. Then the time required for this process would naturally be reduced. Martial artists with exceptionally strong physiques could complete marrow tempering in just a few years, rather than the usual decades. With this thought in mind, Wei Tu immediately took action. He directed his pale yellow, true qi throughout his body, letting it flow through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. A moment later, Wei Tu noticed that every part of his body touched by this yellow true qi was visibly reinforced. His bones became denser, his organs tougher, his muscles sturdier. Even though the effect was faint, he clearly felt it. His speculation had been correct. This true qi was subtly enhancing his physical endurance. For the next half a month, Wei Tu remained focused entirely on this new discovery. Wei Tu continued to cultivate his pale yellow true qi, refining his body and enhancing his physical resilience with consistent practice. Then, he attempted marrow tempering once again. This time, he noticed a significant difference. The process had become at least 30% easier compared to before. Marrow Refining Sutra, 43 of 115 cycles per day, 30 years to completion. At that moment, Wei Tu focused his thoughts on his golden purple destiny, checking the progress of the Marrow Refining Sutra. From 41% half a month ago to 43% now. My guess was right. This pale yellow true qi does indeed accelerate my progress in cultivating the Marrow Refining Sutra. A hint of excitement flashed across Wei Tu's face. At the same time, he decided on a name for this pale yellow true qi. Earth Essence True Qi. The name was derived from the Earth Yuan body, the key aspect of the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. A few days later, Wei Tu sent out invitations, summoning Ko Liang, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei for a gathering at Shuana Tower. When they met again this time, both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou remained largely unchanged, calm, focused, and still dedicated to their pursuit of immortality. But the other two had gone through noticeable transformations. In just a few months, Ko Liang's demeanor had changed dramatically. His brows were raised, his posture confident. His entire presence was full of spirit and vigor. By contrast, Wei Fei seemed dejected, sitting in the corner drinking alone. A lingering scent of women's perfume clung to him, making it clear where he had been spending his time. Seeing this scene, Wei Tu furrowed his brows slightly and sighed. He still remembered how, during their last gathering a few months ago, Wei Fei had been full of energy and determination. 4 years ago, after learning that Fu Zhizhou had used the Immortal cultivation technique to sense qi, Wei Fei had sworn off indulgences, dedicating himself fully to martial training. But fate had played a cruel joke on him, just as he had been pushing himself toward a breakthrough. Ko Liang had beaten him to it. Now, Ko Liang had stepped into qi perception realm first, while Wei Fei remained stuck in place. In terms of age, Wei Fei was only 1 year older than Ko Liang. They were practically the same. Failure itself wasn't the issue. What hurt most was when someone just like you succeeded, while you remained behind. Wei Fei's will have been crushed. Fu Zhizhou glanced at Wei Tu, as if silently asking, "Should we still invite Wei Fei to future gatherings?" Wei Tu didn't answer. He withdrew his gaze from the group, fell in a momentary contemplation, and then spoke about his recent breakthrough into the true qi realm. Earth Essence True Qi. Fu Zhizhou was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. He eagerly pressed Wei Tu for more details on its properties and effects. This was, without a doubt, the best news they had received since starting their training in Immortal cultivation techniques over a decade ago. If Wei Tu had already manifested Earth Essence True Qi, then didn't that mean he was on the verge of fully condensing the Earth Yuan body? Immortality was no longer just a dream. Wei Tu carefully considered his words before explaining everything in detail. Fu Zhizhou had chosen to follow the internal martial path after sensing qi, focusing on nurturing his internal energy rather than external body training. And the next major breakthrough for an internal martial artist was precisely the true qi realm. As Wei Tu spoke, Fu Zhizhou took out a brush and paper, meticulously recording every detail. Since this concerned true qi, neither Ko Liang nor Wei Fei could add much to the conversation. But fortunately, Fu Zhizhou was thorough with his questions, covering everything they wanted to know as well. After the banquet, the group dispersed. Second brother, wait a moment. Wei Tu turned his horse and rode after Wei Fei, who was heading back to Qingmu County. Third brother, what is it? Wei Fei pulled the reins, glancing back at Wei Tu, his expression deliberately neutral. He knew why Wei Tu had stopped him. It was to offer him words of comfort. Having known Wei Tu for over a decade, Wei Fei understood his character better than most. It's just a shame. I can no longer walk the path of immortality. Wei Fei's eyes dimmed. He was the first among the four brothers to obtain the Immortal cultivation technique, yet he had now fallen the farthest behind. The gap between expectation and reality was unbearable. Moreover, he had been the most outspoken among them, boasting that he would only marry and have children once he achieved immortality. But in the end, he had achieved nothing. Not only had he fallen behind in cultivation, but at over 30 years old, he was still unmarried and without children, completely alone in the world. Second brother, give me your wine. Wei Tu dismounted his horse and reached out toward the wine gourd hanging from Wei Fei's waist. Wei Fei was momentarily stunned. Wasn't Wei Tu chasing after him to console him? Suppressing his thoughts, Wei Fei dismounted and handed the wine gourd over without hesitation. However, what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. Wei Tu accepted the wine gourd, but instead of drinking, he crushed it with a single grip. The gourd shattered, spilling wine everywhere, drenching both of them in the process. Second brother, you were the one who discovered this immortal technique first. Among the four of us, you are the most destined for immortality. Falling behind now is only temporary. At this point, Wei Tu paused deliberately, then added with a sly smirk. Or, do you not want to surpass fourth brother Fu Zhizhou? At the banquet earlier, he certainly did not hold you in high regard. Fourth brother, Wei Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Third brother, there's no need to provoke me like this. I know fourth brother's personality well. Even if he looked down on me, he wouldn't show it outright, let alone in front of you. It's not that I dislike fourth brother personally, but ever since we were children, his life has always been smooth sailing. I suppose I just find that unfair. After more than a decade of brotherhood, he knew not only Wei Tu's temperament, but also Fu Zhizhou's and Ko Liang's. None of them were bad people. Wei Tu fell silent. After a few moments, he sighed and said, I misunderstood you, second brother. But are you really giving up on the path of immortality? Maybe the problem isn't you, but rather that this particular cultivation technique isn't suited to you. If you could find the right technique, you might just succeed in sensing qi. The issue isn't the person, it's the technique. Wei Tu spoke with conviction. Had it not been for Wei Fei sharing the 5 yuan spirit body manual after the battle at Xiang Town, Wei Tu might never have had the chance to even touch an immortal cultivation method. For over 10 years, they had used their influence to search all over Southern Mountain Dao for other immortal techniques. Yet they had found nothing. That alone showed just how rare and valuable Wei Fei's discovery had been. The issue isn't the person, it's the technique. Wei Fei murmured the words to himself, and a faint light rekindled in his eyes. You're right. Maybe the Earth Yuan body isn't suitable for me, and that's why I haven't been able to sense qi. Wei Fei didn't want to worry Wei Tu or have him continue persuading him, so he forced a confident smile and nodded. When I get back to Qingmu County, I'll keep looking for another technique. Maybe I'll have some luck. After speaking, Wei Fei clasped his hands in farewell and rode away on horseback. Before long, the dust stirred up by his horse's hooves settled back onto the road. Wei Tu watched him go, but soon, Wei Fei's figure disappeared into the distance. Do what you can, and accept what comes. This phrase sounds simple, but how many people throughout history have actually been able to live by it? Wei Tu glanced at the golden-purple destiny hovering in his mind. If he hadn't possessed the late bloomer fate, could he have persisted in the martial path for over a decade without a single breakthrough? By sheer determination, Wei Fei had already surpassed more than 90% of the warriors in the world. After Wei Fei left, Wei Tu did not linger on the official road for long. He turned his horse around and returned to the prefectural city. At the western gate, just as he was about to resume his post, he found Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou waiting for him inside his office. Third brother, how is second brother? As he regained his resolve, Fu Zhizhou was the first to speak. Although he had not witnessed Wei Tu chasing after Wei Fei, he could easily guess what had happened. Given their brotherly bond, Wei Tu would undoubtedly have gone after Wei Fei to console him. It's hard to say. Wei Tu shook his head, walked to the tea table, poured himself a cup of cold tea, and continued. Second brother seems disheartened. I did my best to encourage him, but a few words from me can erase over a decade of disappointment and frustration. When he had pursued Wei Fei earlier, he had already been aware of the limitations of his own persuasion. 10 years of persistence without results. The accumulated sense of failure couldn't be undone by a few comforting words. All he could do was fulfill his duty as a brother. Doing something was always better than doing nothing. If we reach the Xiantian realm, we may be able to help second brother find his chi sense. If that doesn't work, then in the future, we should at least support his descendants. Fu Zhizhou sighed. That's all we can do. Wei Tu agreed. Xiantian martial scholars were known to possess extraordinary abilities. Among them, one of the most well-known was helping other martial artists awaken their chi sense. After this brief exchange, the room fell into silence. Back when they had made their 3 great O's at Xuana Tower, they had anticipated that one of them would eventually fall behind. But none of them had expected that the one to be left behind would be Wei Fei, the very person who had discovered the immortal cultivation technique. Half a year passed. It was once again time for their next gathering at Xuana Tower. Following tradition, Wei Tu sent an invitation to Wei Fei, inviting him to stay at the Wei residence and spar with him. He had expected no reply, assuming that Wei Fei would decline, considering how distant he had become since their last meeting. However, to Wei Tu's surprise, this time Wei Fei replied, and the contents of his letter were just as warm as before. Has second brother had a change of heart? Wei Tu wondered, feeling that perhaps Wei Fei had finally moved on. 10 days later, Wei Fei arrived at the Wei residence on horseback, greeted by the household servants. Second uncle, 6-year-old Wei Yin ran up excitedly as soon as she saw him, clinging to his leg and begging for sweet pastries. Yin, go play with your brother for now. I need to talk to your father. Wei Fei ruffled the little girl's braided hair and smiled. Then he strode forward, arriving at Wei Tu's study and knocking on the door. Third brother, I did it. I, Wei Fei, have finally succeeded in sensing qi. The moment he saw Wei Tu, he rushed forward and embraced him tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. A man does not cry easily, but after 10 years of effort, his moment of success had finally arrived. How could he not be overwhelmed? This was tears of joy. Second brother, you sensed qi? Wei Tu was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Wei Fei had given up on cultivation, but half a year later, he had not only persisted but had also broken through. However, Wei Tu quickly snapped out of it, clapping Wei Fei on the shoulder with a wide grin. Congratulations, second brother. After exchanging congratulations, Wei Tu naturally asked for details about how Wei Fei had awakened his qi sense. Sharing cultivation experiences was a core agreement among the 4 brothers. This time, I didn't use the 5 yuan spirit body manual to sense qi. Instead, I used another immortal cultivation technique. And I have to thank you, third brother. It was your words that made me realize maybe the issue wasn't with me, but with the technique itself. The problem wasn't the person, but the method. Wei Fei beamed with excitement. What? Another immortal technique? Hearing this, Wei Tu was utterly shocked. His entire body stiffened in disbelief. At the time, he had only casually suggested that perhaps Wei Fei needed a different cultivation method. He had never expected that Wei Fei would take it seriously and actually find a second immortal technique. Thinking back, Wei Tu couldn't help but wonder, does Wei Fei truly have a destiny for immortality? After all, out of the four of them, only Wei Fei had managed to discover not just one, but two immortal cultivation methods. Neither he, Fu Zhizhou, nor Ko Liang had been able to find even a trace of another technique. Yet Wei Fei had. Twice. Could this truly be coincidence? Wei Tu quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. Having immortal fate was possible, but thinking that way felt too far-fetched. Strictly speaking, 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual had not been something Wei Fei had personally discovered. He had merely been the first to seize it during the battle, snatching it from the lifeless body of Xie. Thus, from the very beginning, Wei Fei had only ever found one immortal technique. His fate with immortality was just a little better than that of Ko Liang, Fu Zhizhou, or himself. It was a coincidence at best. If anything, he was the one with the greatest immortal destiny among the four of them. After all, he had the late bloomer fate. At that moment, Wei Fei pulled a thin booklet from his robe and placed it on the desk before Wei Tu. The cover bore 4 bold characters: Little Eclipse Sun Technique. Without waiting for Wei Tu to ask, Wei Fei began recounting how he had found it. After parting ways with Wei Tu, he had not regained his confidence. Instead, he returned to Qingshan County, continuing his days of drinking and wandering through pleasure houses. Yet, despite his self-indulgence, he had not forgotten their oath at Shuana Tower. He still did his best to gather information about immortal legends. This time, the clue he found led him to Hejia Village, a remote settlement in Yuanxi Township of Qingshan County. As always, he had gone to investigate in person. But unlike before, this time, he got lucky. In the ancestral shrine of the He family, he found a hidden wooden box behind a plaque. Inside it was this very immortal technique. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded inwardly, further confirming his previous thoughts. If Wei Fei truly had immortal fate, he would have found a suitable cultivation technique years ago. Not only now, after over a decade of failures. The only reason he found this technique was sheer persistence, a rare moment where luck was finally on his side. The two finished their discussion. Wei Tu picked up the Little Eclipse Sun Technique and carefully flipped through its contents. Half an hour later, he closed the book and spoke. So, I was right. I told you before, it's not you that was wrong, it was the technique. But I didn't expect that our ability to cultivate immortality truly depends on our physical constitution. After thoroughly reading Little Eclipse Sun Technique, Wei Tu realized that its fundamental principles were very similar to 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Both techniques required the formation of a specific spirit body. The difference? Little Eclipse Sun Technique cultivated Eclipse Sun Body, an attribute of fire, whereas 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual cultivated Earth Yuan Body, an attribute of Earth. From this small detail, Wei Tu made a larger realization. If Wei Fei had been unable to cultivate 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual, then his natural constitution must be fire-aligned, meaning he lacked Earth-based aptitude for that technique. That explained why he had spent 10 years struggling without success. But now, with a fire-aligned technique, he had finally broken through. However, Wei Tu frowned slightly. This technique isn't as balanced and stable as 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. It's too aggressive. His gaze sharpened, and he looked directly at Wei Fei. There was something odd about Little Eclipse Sun Technique. Aside from the method to cultivate Eclipse Sun Body, there was an appendix, one that detailed an alchemical pill known as blood food pellet. The description claimed that this pill could aid in cultivating Little Eclipse Sun Technique and significantly reduce training time. Wei Tu wasn't foolish. He immediately suspected that blood food pellet had played a role in Wei Fei's sudden breakthrough. Wei Fei noticed Wei Tu's serious expression and nodded. In that wooden box, aside from Little Eclipse Sun Technique, I also found 3 dark red pills, probably the very blood food pellets mentioned in the text. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. This was no ordinary immortal technique. It was risky, and if he wasn't careful, Wei Fei could be walking into danger. Upon seeing the blood food pellet, Wei Fei had hesitated. He had wondered, should he take it? But compared to the pursuit of immortality, what were a few possible side effects? A bitter smile crossed Wei Fei's face. For the sake of this path, he had wasted over a decade, from youth to middle age, without family or home. Would he really give up now, just because of potential consequences? Hearing these words, Wei Tu remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. If he had been in Wei Fei's shoes, he probably would have made the same choice. Not taking the blood food pellet meant that all of Wei Fei's 10 years of effort would be for nothing. On the other hand, if he did take it, there was always the chance that he could later resolve any side effects. Or perhaps, as their knowledge broadened, they would discover that this technique wasn't as problematic as it seemed. Wei Fei continued, I only took one pill, which allowed me to break through to the chi perception realm. But I still have 2 remaining. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and placed a small silk box next to the Little Eclipse Sun Technique Manual. While I took the blood food pellet, my whole body immediately felt warm. This pill could also benefit you, third brother. But Wei Fei's expression grew complicated. At that moment, he stopped talking, but Wei Tu immediately understood. Wei Fei meant 2 things. First, the blood food pellet's origins were unclear, and it might harm the body. Since Wei Tu had a bright future, he should be cautious. Second, the 2 remaining pills were crucial to Wei Fei's future breakthroughs. He wanted to keep them for himself. After thinking for a moment, Wei Tu laughed softly and shook his head. Second brother, I've already committed to cultivating 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. My true chi has transformed into Earth Yuan true chi. If I take the blood food pellet, I'm afraid its attributes might clash and ruin my immortal path. Between the 2 of them, their brotherhood was deep. If Wei Tu had asked for a pill, Wei Fei would not have refused. Otherwise, Wei Fei wouldn't have come to tell him about Little Eclipse Sun Technique and the blood food pellets in the first place. However, Wei Tu truly had no interest in it. With late bloomer destiny, he knew that at most, within 20 years, he would break through to the Xiantian realm. He could afford to wait, relying on an uncertain alchemical pill for faster progress. If it damaged his path, it would not be worth it. Upon hearing Wei Tu's reply, Wei Fei visibly relaxed. A burden seemed to lift from his shoulders as he nodded and retrieved the silk box, placing it back into his robe. Once again, it was June 13th, the day of their annual gathering at Shuana Tower. As per tradition, the 4 of them took turns sharing their progress from the past year, starting with Ko Liang. Since it had only been half a year since their last meeting, Ko Liang had nothing new to report. The conversation quickly turned to Wei Fei. Without hesitation, Wei Fei fully disclosed his discovery of Little Eclipse Sun Technique at Hajia Village's ancestral shrine. However, unlike his previous generosity in sharing immortal techniques, this time, when it came to the blood food pellets, he was unwavering. These pills are crucial for my future breakthroughs. I can't afford to be careless. I hope my 3 brothers will understand and not hold it against me. He spoke firmly. As Wei Fei's words fell, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang exchanged glances, both momentarily at a loss. Hearing about the blood food pellet, they had indeed considered asking Wei Fei to share one. After all, the pill had allowed him to break through to the chi perception realm in just half a year. Even if they were wary of potential side effects, simply borrowing one for research was still an option. However, they had not expected Wei Fei to guard it so tightly, completely different from his usual demeanor. Seeing this, Wei Tu took a moment to think before stepping forward to mediate. Big brother, 4th brother, I believe 2nd brother's decision is not unreasonable. We 4 have sworn brotherhood and vowed to cultivate together. We even established 3 pacts to guide us. But when we first set these rules, we were new to the path of immortality, and our agreements were inevitably crude. These 3 blood food pellets are critical for 2nd brother's future breakthroughs. If we insist on asking for one, it could hinder his progress on the immortal path. And in the long run, that wouldn't benefit any of us. Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang were not fools. As martial officials, They were well-versed in handling interests and negotiations. So after hearing Wei Tu's frank words, both of them nodded. They recognized Wei Tu's reasoning and also felt a slight sense of guilt. One incense stick later, the four of them added a new clause to their original 3 sworn pacts. This new fourth agreement specifically addressed how to distribute rare items like the blood food pellet. They agreed that in the future, if any of them found a treasure that could not be shared, the discoverer had full rights to keep it, unless the other 3 offered something of equal value in exchange. Very quickly, the fourth pact was finalized. Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh. Compared to the first 3, which were made out of loyalty and shared aspirations, this fourth agreement was purely about interests and distribution of benefits. This was the first real test of their alliance. Even blood-related brothers argue over wealth, and their brotherhood was only a sworn pact. When such interests were involved, it was difficult to remain unchanged. We'll see how things play out. Wei Tu suppressed his thoughts. While this new agreement had drawbacks, it also had advantages. By making clearer rules, their immortal pact might actually last longer. The blood food pellet was just the beginning. Now, it was Wei Tu's turn to share his progress. After cultivating Earth Yuan True Qi, I've spent this time focusing on bone marrow refinement, but I haven't made much progress. Wei Tu shook his head. This outcome was expected, so the others quickly shifted their attention to Fu Zhizhou. As the youngest, Fu Zhizhou was second only to Wei Tu in martial talent. He had entered the Qi perception realm at the age of 26, and now 6 years had passed. With Wei Tu's guidance last year on cultivating martial true Qi, Fu Zhizhou should have made the greatest progress in their group. Moreover, unlike Wei Tu, who split his focus between external and internal martial arts, Fu Zhizhou specialized in pure internal cultivation. His advancement into true Qi realm should have been much faster than Wei Tu's. Indeed, in the past half-year, I have successfully refined my internal energy into Earth Yuan True Qi. At the far end of the table, Fu Zhizhou nodded. He reached out, picked up the wine cup on the table, and then activated his internal energy. In an instant, a faint layer of pale, yellow True Qi covered the white porcelain cup, exactly the same as Wei Tu's Earth Yuan True Qi. If he continues at this pace, fourth brother might surpass me in reaching the Xiantian realm. Seeing this scene, Wei Tu was inwardly shocked. He knew himself well. In terms of martial talent, he was far behind Fu Zhizhou, not stronger as Ko Liang and Wei Fei had assumed. Even though his aptitude had improved greatly under the nourishment of his late bloomer destiny, at most, it had only reached the level of Ko Liang and Wei Fei. It was still inferior to Fu Zhizhou, who had ranked in the top 20 of the provincial martial examination at the age of 18. But this isn't absolute. Wei Tu shook his head slightly. He only needed to wait another 20 years, and he would inevitably step into the Xiantian realm. On the other hand, Fu Zhizhou merely had the potential to reach the Xiantian realm. If fortune didn't favor him, he might never break through in his lifetime. After a short silence, the 3 of them gathered their thoughts. Ko Liang and Wei Fei suppressed their envy and congratulated Fu Zhizhou on his progress. Both of you will have this day too. Fu Zhizhou smiled. The words fell. Yet, Ko Liang and Wei Fei had different reactions. Ko Liang no longer carried the arrogance of last year. Though he no longer looked discouraged, he had an air of quiet melancholy about him. Wei Fei, however, was full of fighting spirit. With 2 blood food pellets remaining, he was certain that he would catch up to Fu Zhizhou soon. After exchanging insights, the 4 parted ways. 2 months later, Ko Liang and Wei Fei resigned from their official posts and enrolled in the martial provincial examination of the 2nd year of Jiyuan. Following Wei Tu's example, they both intentionally held back during the martial contest. Instead of competing for the top 3 ranks, they settled for 6th and 8th place, respectively. The following month, both men were appointed 8th-rank military officers. With the assistance of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, they were transferred to Qingfeng Prefecture's capital. Ko Liang took the same post as Fu Zhizhou, serving as a military adjutant. Wei Fei, on the other hand, was given command of a cavalry unit, receiving the title of Shaoqi Wei, cavalry commandant. For over a decade, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had focused solely on immortal cultivation, showing little interest in fame or fortune. As a result, despite so many years, they remained in their original positions. Beyond this, since all four now resided in the same city, their families became close. Their wives and children frequently visited each other, strengthening their bonds. It was worth mentioning, perhaps because Wei Fei had discovered the second immortal technique, the group's luck seemed to change. In the following years, good fortune came one after another. The second year, Wei Tu came across a rumor about an immortal artifact and went to investigate. Though he didn't find the artifact, he stumbled upon a fragmented Introduction to Talisman Tao, a manual detailing 3 immortal talismans. Unlike the meaningless scribbles of Jianghu fortune tellers, these immortal talismans were precise and structured. However, unfortunately, none of them possessed immortal spiritual power, rendering them unable to craft the talismans. The book was left untouched, stored away for future use. The 5th year, Fu Zhizhou uncovered a new immortal legend. According to rumors, there were traces of immortals in the Danqiu Mountains of Luonan. Danqiu Mountain was perpetually shrouded in mist. Locals who entered often lost their way, wandering for days before escaping. Fu Zhizhou wanted to investigate. If the traces of immortals are real, do you truly think an immortal would grant us their teachings just because we seek them? If it were that easy, why would immortal cultivation techniques be so scarce? Hearing of Fu Zhizhou's plan, Wei Tu stopped him, offering a word of caution. In the past, haven't we also investigated similar rumors of immortals? Fu Zhizhou frowned slightly. For nearly 20 years, the four of them had searched tirelessly for traces of immortal cultivation, never once slacking. Why was Wei Tu suddenly trying to stop him now? This time is different. The traces of immortals in Danqiu Mountain are highly credible. That's precisely why I need to stop you. Wei Tu carefully chose his words and explained. Most of the immortal traces they had investigated in the past had been nothing more than hearsay. They had always known, even before setting off, that those rumors were unreliable. But the situation with Danqiu Mountain was different. The credibility of this lead was far higher than anything they had encountered before. Otherwise, Fu Zhizhou wouldn't have insisted on traveling thousands of miles to Luonan to investigate. A single journey would take 1 to 2 months, not including the time spent gathering information. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou first looked surprised, then carefully reconsidered Wei Tu's reasoning before nodding in agreement. What you say makes sense. The closer we are to success, the more cautious we must be. We cannot afford to be reckless. He had been too eager in his pursuit of immortality, and it had clouded his judgment. Now that he had calmed down, he realized his own impatience. However, standing here, knowing that the immortal land is within reach, yet choosing not to explore it, it's difficult to accept. Fu Zhizhou sighed. By now, they had been seeking immortality for nearly 20 years, and still, they had not even met a single immortal. Yet, how many 20 years could a person afford to wait in a lifetime? At that moment, Wei Tu fully understood. Fu Zhizhou was running out of patience. It wasn't that he was unaware of the dangers, but rather, he had chosen to ignore them. Fourth brother is still only 37 years old. With his talent and youth, he already feels this anxious. If that's the case, then what about big brother Ko Liang and second brother Wei Fei? Wei Tu thought to himself, 20 years might not seem like much in a person's lifetime, but these past 20 years had been their prime years, a time when they could have accomplished so much more. Letting these golden years slip away without results, how could anyone remain at peace? Fu Zhizhou's impatience. He might be able to suppress it for now, but not forever. If they still found no progress in immortal cultivation in a few years, Fu Zhizhou would inevitably set off for Danqiu Mountain on his own. This kind of reckless action was no different from Wei Fei taking the blood food pellet. They were both unwilling to see their years of effort go to waste. At this thought, Wei Tu decided to reveal his current martial progress to reassure everyone. After 5 years of training, with the assistance of Earth Yuan True Qi, Wei Tu had finally completed the stage of bone marrow refinement, the final step before a martial artist could break through to the Xiantian realm. Now, he only needed to nurture a single strand of Xiantian Qi in his Dantian, and he would be able to step into the Xiantian realm, becoming a legendary Xiantian martial artist. If things go smoothly, I have a 60% chance of breaking through in 5 years. In 7 years, my chances will increase to 80%. Wei Tu spoke solemnly. He was not exaggerating. When he first began cultivating the Marrow Refining Sutra, his golden purple destiny had estimated that he would need 30 years to master it and reach the Xiantian realm. However, after obtaining an immortal cultivation technique, his internal energy transformed into Earth Yuan True Qi, which greatly accelerated his progress. As soon as I break through to Xiantian, we will go together to investigate Danxia Mountain. Wei Tu continued. Xiantian, Fu Zhizhou was stunned. Cultivating Xiantian Qi was as difficult as finding Qi sensation. It required both immense effort and a great stroke of luck. Fu Zhizhou was silent. Like Wei Tu, he was also at the True Qi realm, but unlike Wei Tu, he did not have the same confidence that he could break through to Xiantian within a set number of years. Realizing this, Fu Zhizhou quickly asked if Wei Tu had discovered some new cultivation insights, which gave him such certainty about reaching Xiantian within 5 years. Wei Tu shook his head. He explained that he had no special insights, but rather a sudden instinct, an unshakable belief that he would break through within 5 years. He had said all he needed to say. If Fu Zhizhou still insisted on going to Danxia Mountain before Wei Tu reached Xiantian, then there was nothing more he could do. They were all adults. Each had their own reasoning and judgment. One warning was enough. An instinct. Fu Zhizhou fell into deep thought. There were many recorded cases of martial artists having sudden epiphanies, leading them to breakthroughs, or even creating new martial arts techniques. Perhaps Wei Tu was one of the lucky few. I will wait 5 more years. Fu Zhizhou finally nodded firmly. By then, he would be 42 years old, the same age Ko Liang was now. It was far from the age where qi and blood decline. He could afford to wait. Time passed swiftly. That day, Wei Tu had just finished teaching Wei Erlang the stance training for Tiger and Crane Twin Form Fist, when suddenly, he felt a warm surge of energy in his Dantian, spreading throughout his entire body. He closed his eyes. The external, spiritual energy that had always been undetectable when cultivating immortal arts suddenly became tangible. This spiritual energy came in 5 colors, drifting within the qi of the world. However, it was extremely sparse. Throughout his entire household, Wei Tu only saw a dozen wisps of spiritual energy floating around. At that moment, he understood. He had finally stepped into the Xiantian realm. So, only martial artists who reach Xiantian can truly cultivate immortal techniques. No wonder Wei Fu spent 20 years cultivating immortal techniques without making any progress. Inside his secluded chamber, Wei Tu sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation of immortal arts. This time, the Earth Yuan True Qi in his Dantian began to draw on the 5-colored spiritual energy from the outside world, merging it into his body. However, to Wei Tu's regret, once the spiritual energy entered his Dantian, only the Earth Yellow spiritual energy, identical to his Earth Yuan True Qi, remained. The other elemental energies dissipated entirely during his breathing cycle. At the same time, Wei Tu sensed that his golden purple destiny had gained a new line of text. 5 Yuan spirit body, Earth Yuan body, 1/108 cycles per day, 40 years to completion. 40 years. Only 10 years longer than mastering the Marrow Refining Sutra. This means that completing the Earth Yuan body must not be a particularly high-level realm in the immortal path. Wei Tu shook his head. Having carried the late bloomer destiny for so long, he had developed a clear understanding of its patterns. The higher the realm, the longer the cultivation time required. Breaking through to Xiantian extends my lifespan to 200 years. Danxia Mountain can wait. Wei Tu pondered for a moment and then retrieved the damaged copy of Fundamentals of Talisman Tao that he had acquired 7 years ago. Now that he had Xiantian true qi, he could finally draw spiritual energy into his body. He should be able to create the immortal talismans recorded in the book. Before setting out to explore Danxiu Mountain, he needed to prepare some trump cards for survival. Ordinary martial techniques were unlikely to pose a threat to true immortals. He needed something more. Xiantian realm. With his current strength, Wei Tu was confident that even if he didn't possess the skill to take an enemy general's head amidst 1,000 troops, he could still stand against an entire battalion on his own with ease. Wei Tu did not believe that other Xiantian martial artists, who had trained longer than he had, or even those so-called immortals, would be weaker than him or possess fewer techniques. The so-called immortals of Danxiu Mountain, are they righteous or evil? It's still unclear. If they turn out to be nothing but heretics and demons, rushing in blindly would be no different from throwing myself into a death trap. The most reasonable approach is to first consult the Xiantian martial artists in the government and gather some information. His mind turned over these thoughts while flipping open the introduction to Talisman Tao. Following the instructions on the immortal talismans, he channeled his Xiantian true qi, guiding the surrounding spiritual energy to begin drawing talismans. The introduction to Talisman Tao was only a fragment of a book containing records of just 3 types of immortal talismans. These were Water Flow Talisman, Earth Spike Talisman, and Calm Mind Talisman. The Water Flow Talisman required water attribute spiritual energy to craft, which Wei Tu lacked, so he turned his attention to the other 2. The Earth Spike Talisman aligned with his attributes, as it required earth attribute spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the Calm Mind Talisman could be drawn using any spiritual energy attribute. After a moment's thought, Wei Tu attempted to draw the Earth Spike Talisman, carefully replicating the strokes described in the book. Having memorized the patterns over the past few years, he had already practiced them countless times. However, something unexpected happened. As soon as he completed the talisman, it spontaneously combusted, igniting in a flash of light. Seeing this, Wei Tu remained unfazed and continued his attempts to draw the Earth Spike Talisman. But the results were the same. Half a month passed. By then, he had already drawn nearly 70 talismans, but every single one burned to ash the moment it was completed. Is it an issue with the talisman paper, vermilion ink, or brush? Or is my technique flawed? Wei Tu stroked his chin, pondering the root of his failures. His best guess was that the talisman paper couldn't withstand the pressure of spiritual energy, which caused it to ignite. When cultivating his immortal technique, he had sensed how powerful and forceful spiritual energy was. Without the protection of Xiantian true qi, he would have likely suffered crippling injuries to his meridians. And that was with his externally tempered Xiantian body. His meridians had already undergone years of refinement. The same principle applied here. Spiritual energy was something ordinary martial artists couldn't handle, so it was only natural that ordinary talisman paper couldn't withstand it either. As for his talisman drawing technique, he was quite confident there were no significant issues. Wei Tu focused his consciousness, gazing at the golden brilliance of his late bloomer destiny within his mind. At that moment, a new line of text appeared on his destiny inscription. Earth Spike Talisman, 32 out of 105 practices per day, mastery in 7 years. 32% progress. This is already the minor accomplishment stage. At this level, I should at least be able to successfully complete a few talismans. After half a month of attempts, not a single one worked. This must be a materials issue. Wei Tu shook his head. A few days later, another gathering at Shuana Tower. Just as Wei Tu was about to announce his breakthrough into the Xiantian realm, Fu Zhizhou spoke first, revealing his own advancement. Wei Tu was momentarily stunned, but quickly swallowed his words, waiting for Fu Zhizhou to explain. Previously, he had believed that Fu Zhizhou might surpass him in breaking through to Xiantian, but that was 9 years ago. Just 4 months ago, during their martial exchange, Fu Zhizhou had openly admitted that his martial true qi was still accumulating. He estimated that he needed at least 1 to 2 more years to fully gather it before he could begin nurturing Xiantian true qi. Yet now, in just 4 months, his martial true qi hadn't even finished accumulating. How could he possibly have broken through to Xiantian? Under Wei Tu's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Zhizhou explained, "I managed to break through because I obtained a blood food pellet from second brother. With the help of that pellet, I reached the Xiantian realm." Blood food pellet. Wei Tu furrowed his brows slightly, but remained silent. Everyone had their own choices to make. The concerns he had about the blood food pellet might not be significant in Fu Zhizhou's eyes. After all, Fu Zhizhou wasn't like him. If Fu Zhizhou was unlucky, he might never reach Xiantian, not in a few years, not even in his lifetime. From that perspective, obtaining the blood food pellet and using it to break through is the right choice for him. When compared to extending one's lifespan and securing future immortal encounters, the potential side effects of the blood food pellet were insignificant. Congratulations, fourth brother. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Wei Tu smiled and cupped his hands in congratulation. The moment he spoke, Cole Yang and Wei Fei also snapped back to reality, following suit and offering their congratulations. When I received the blood food pellet, I promised second brother that once I broke through to Xiantian, I would help him achieve the same if the opportunity arose. I need to make this clear to all of you now. Otherwise, if resentment festers between us in the future, it will not end well. Fu Zhizhou's voice was calm but firm. Hearing this, Wei Tu was slightly surprised. He had not expected Fu Zhizhou to make such a promise to Wei Fei when he accepted the blood food pellet. But after his initial surprise, Wei Tu's gaze subtly shifted to observe Cole Yang and Wei Fei. Fu Zhizhou knew about his martial cultivation, so when he spoke about resentment, it wasn't directed at him. It was clearly aimed at Cole Yang, the most stagnant and least contributing of the four. Among the four of them, Wei Fei had provided 2 immortal cultivation manuals, giving them the chance to even pursue the path of immortality in the first place. Wei Tu himself had the strongest martial foundation, frequently sharing his cultivation insights, which shortened the others' training time significantly. Even the idea of sharing their cultivation techniques had originally come from him. Fu Zhizhou, with his powerful family background and exceptional talent, had provided them with access to key connections. It was thanks to him that the other 3 had managed to secure official positions as 8th-rank military officers in the prefectural city. But Cole Yang had neither talent nor connections. He contributed nothing to the group. He was the only one who had gained everything without giving anything in return. Under Wei Tu's gaze, Cole Yang's expression darkened, his head slightly lowered, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Wei Fei was different. Even though he tried to suppress his emotions, the joy in his heart was evident for all to see. After all, this was the promise of a Xiantian realm martial artist helping him break through. His chances of reaching Xiantian had significantly increased. Seeing this unfold, Wei Tu hesitated. Should he step in and salvage their alliance before it fractured? Among the 4 of them, 3 had contributed. 1 had reaped the benefits for free. Under such circumstances, their alliance was bound to fall apart eventually. But then, Wei Tu recalled what Fu Zhizhou had done years ago. When Fu Zhizhou became an 8th-rank officer ahead of the rest, he hadn't abandoned them. Instead, he had provided them with key intelligence, allowing them to train in secret, prepare their armor, and get ready for future conflicts. Cole Yang had taken advantage of them, yes, but not out of malice. It was simply how things had turned out. If today, they chose to abandon Cole Yang, who will be next? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Tu made up his mind. At this crucial moment, he decided to pull Cole Yang up instead of letting him fall behind. First, he would uphold the oath they made when they became sworn brothers and avoid setting a precedent for abandoning one's allies. Second, he would honor the brotherhood they had built over the past 20 years. If, even after this, Cole Yang still couldn't keep up with them, then they could discuss whether to part ways later. But to be so ruthless as to not even give him a single chance? That was too cold-blooded. Besides, who could say for sure? Perhaps the one falling behind today might surpass the rest tomorrow. With this thought, Wei Tu's expression grew solemn. Sweeping his gaze over his three sworn brothers, he declared, "Since fourth brother has reached Xiantian and decided to help second brother, then as someone who has also stepped into Xiantian, I, too, cannot just stand idly by. If there is an opportunity, and if it is within my power, I will do my best to help our eldest brother also reach Xiantian." The road to immortality is long. It was inevitable that some would be left behind, but Wei Tu didn't want those who had advanced further to simply kick the others away without even trying. They had spent 20 years supporting each other. Even if some of them fell behind in cultivation, at least when they faced challenges, they would still have trustworthy allies and not become isolated. As soon as he spoke, a heavy silence fell over the private booth. The air became so still that even the faintest pin drop could be heard. Everyone was surprised, not just by the fact that Wei Tu had reached Xiantian, but by the fact that he was willing to help Ko Liang. It was widely known among them that, among the four of them, there were varying levels of closeness. Ko Liang was closest to Fu Zhizhou, followed by Wei Fei, with Wei Tu being the most distant from him. Now, Fu Zhizhou was openly considering leaving Ko Liang behind, yet Wei Tu was doing the exact opposite, offering him a hand. This was completely unexpected. Even Ko Liang himself had not anticipated this. "Thank you, third brother." Ko Liang's expression was a mix of conflicted emotions. It took him a long while before he was able to muster a response. After a brief pause, he added, "If third brother helps me, I will not forget this kindness. I swear I will repay you someday." With that, the tense moment passed. Under the hopeful gazes of the others, Wei Tu shared his insights on breaking through to Xiantian, as well as his discovery of the presence of heaven and earth spiritual energy. A quarter hour later, as the meeting drew to a close, Fu Zhizhou hesitated briefly before revealing another piece of important news. "Recently, I have heard reports that the bandits in Guangyuan Prefecture have become increasingly aggressive. They have repeatedly defeated government troops, and there is a real possibility that they could soon advance on Qingfeng Prefecture. For the sake of safety, we should relocate our families as soon as possible. If the prefectural city is besieged, we, with our martial skills, will be able to escape unharmed. But our families will not be so lucky." Guangyuan Prefecture bandits? Hearing this familiar term, Wei Tu's expression darkened. Guangyuan Prefecture bordered Qingfeng Prefecture, and both were under the jurisdiction of Southern Mountain Dao. For the past 6 months, like Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu had heard many rumors about Guangyuan's rebels, or rather, Guangyuan's uprising forces. However, he had never imagined that the situation had deteriorated to the point where evacuating their families was necessary. During his 20-plus years as an official, Wei Tu had heard countless reports of bandit raids and peasant uprisings. At the very least, he had heard about 30 to 50 such incidents. But without exception, every single one of those rebellions was swiftly crushed by government forces before they could become a real threat. Now, however, a full-scale rebellion that had overtaken an entire prefecture was unprecedented. With mere peasant strength alone, an uprising of this scale should be impossible. Any single Xiantian martial artist could infiltrate their army and assassinate their leader, ending the rebellion before it grew this large. Which means, Wei Tu's eyes gleamed sharply as he turned to Fu Zhizhou, waiting for his explanation. If his suspicions were correct, then this rebellion in Guangyuan Prefecture might be an opportunity for both him and Fu Zhizhou. An opportunity to come into contact with the immortal cultivation world, as well as the Xiantian martial artists of the imperial court. "Third brother, it seems you've already figured it out." Fu Zhizhou spoke at the right moment. "This rebellion in Guangyuan Prefecture, led by King Shaoshan, Wu Yishan, is being supported by a force that does not belong to the imperial court. And within this force, there is at least one Xiantian martial artist, maybe even an immortal sect. Because of this, we must prepare in advance and plan our next moves carefully. Relocating their family members was a matter of utmost urgency. After the meeting at Xuanhe Tower, Wei Tu returned home and immediately ordered Xinhua to begin packing their valuables, preparing for evacuation at the right moment. All four of them were government officials and held military ranks, meaning their families had long been monitored by imperial spies. Their daily comings and goings would not raise suspicion. But if they suddenly relocated their entire households, the imperial court would surely take notice and question their motives. Several days later, the four of them finalized their evacuation plan. On the night of the seventh day, at the first quarter of the hour of the tiger, the three families would depart through the western gate, escorted by Fu Zhizhou. The official reason? Traveling to Xiaoyi Prefecture to pay respects to their elders. Once settled in Xiaoyi Prefecture, the dust would settle. As long as they kept a low profile during this time, the imperial court, following the principle of fewer problems, better stability, would not deliberately make things difficult for them. After all, they were not the only officials in Qingfeng Prefecture who had caught wind of the danger and begun moving their families out. However, Wei Tu had never expected that on the fifth night of preparations, an elderly woman, dressed in tattered clothes with graying hair, would suddenly appear at the back gate of the Wei household. First Madam Xinhua recognized the old woman immediately. After she was led inside by a servant, she gasped in shock and called out in astonishment, "I will fetch Master Wei right away." Xinhua quickly composed herself. She did not immediately question how Li Tongshi had ended up in such a dire state, nor did she pry into what calamity had befallen the Li family. Instead, she calmly ordered the maidservants to serve tea before promptly leaving the hall to find Wei Tu. Under Wei Tu's protection, it was almost impossible for the Li family to have ended up in such ruin. Clearly, the Li family must have suffered some great misfortune, forcing Li Tongshi to seek out Wei Tu in desperation. Shortly after, Wei Tu entered the main hall, where he found Li Tongshi seated anxiously in a guest seat, hands gripping her teacup tightly. "First, madam, what brings you to my residence?" Wei Tu did not bother with pleasantries. He simply cast a calm gaze at Li Tongshi before asking directly. It had been nearly 30 years, and whatever favors he owed to the Li family, he had long since repaid in full through County Captain Su. If anything, he had done far more than necessary. 3 years ago, had he not stepped in, the Li family would have already fallen into ruin. Hearing his words, Li Tongshi lowered her head, holding her teacup tightly. She spoke in a subdued voice. "It's about Xingye. 2 months ago, Xingye left home and pledged allegiance to Ming Province King as an advisor under his command. When the imperial court learned of this, they immediately arrested all 13 members of the Li family, detaining, interrogating, and torturing us day and night. If not for an old acquaintance of yours in the county office, I would have never escaped. I would have never made it here to beg for your help." After speaking, Li Tongshi cautiously lifted her head, trying to gauge Wei Tu's reaction. The so-called king of Mingzhou was not a noble recognized by the Zheng Kingdom's imperial court, but one of the 32 rebel warlords in Guangyuan Prefecture. Her son, Li Xingye, had pledged allegiance to Ming Province King and taken a position as his advisor, an act of treason. According to the laws of the Zheng Kingdom, such a crime warranted the execution of 9 generations of his family. Most people, upon hearing this, would immediately consider it a disaster, not only refusing to help but likely turning her over to the authorities for punishment. Treason was not something one could be remotely connected to without dire consequences. Even officials of the imperial court were not exempt from suspicion if found guilty by association. However, to Li Tongshi's surprise, Wei Tu neither showed shock nor anger upon hearing the news. Instead, his expression remained calm and indifferent. "See her out." Wei Tu sipped his tea, then turned to the servant girl beside him and gave a brief command. Whatever debts he owed the Li family had been fully repaid over the past 30 years. If the Li family had come to ask for a small favor, he might have helped out of old sentiment. But this was treason, a matter that could consume entire families in ruin. Even if he had the ability to help, he was not about to risk himself. The moment his words fell, With a thud, Li Tongshi dropped to her knees, her face filled with desperation and pleading. Master Wei, I did not come here today expecting you to rescue my entire family. I only beg you to save just one grandson, just one. Please, don't let my family line be completely wiped out. As if realizing the weight of her plea, she quickly added, My grandson is not the child of that unfilial beast Xingye. He belongs to my second son's line. A single grandson? Wei Tu's eyebrows lifted slightly, but he did not immediately refuse. For Li Tongshi to escape from the county jail, it was not due to her own ability, but because someone within the local government had helped her. This meant that the situation was not yet beyond salvation. Treason was a grave crime, but the ones handling the matter were local officials, and corruption within the system was still a reality. There was room to negotiate, but only if the right person intervened. Otherwise, Li Tongshi never would have escaped. That also meant there was another possibility. Someone in the local government might be setting up a trap, using this as bait to entangle him. One grandson alone. With my network, I could indeed have him freed. But doing so would mean owing a favor to the county officials. And that favor wouldn't be some small one. It would be a favor concerning a case of treason. I can't take this lightly. If I were to resort to force, Wei Tu's thoughts deepened. With his current martial strength, breaking into the county jail and rescuing a single child would be no difficult feat. But he had no intention of taking such a direct risk. For a long moment, the hall remained silent. Then, Wei Tu shook his head. He had made his decision. Raising his hand, he instructed Xinghua to bring out 2 silver ingots as travel expenses for Li Tongshi, offering them to her. Then, he turned back to the servant girl and said, See her out. Li Xingye himself had abandoned his family to pursue his own ambitions. Why should an outsider like Wei Tu care about the fate of his bloodline? A single grandson might be easy to save, but what came after? Arranging his future? Protecting him from further accusations? It would all carry too much risk. Wei Tu had a family of his own to protect. He could not risk them over such a matter. Master Wei, Lord Wei, is there truly no other way? At the back gate of the Wei household, the gray-haired Li Tongshi stepped forward, crossing the threshold. Yet, even as she left, she hesitated, turning back one last time, her lips trembling with unspoken words. For nearly 30 years, whenever the Li family had needed help, Wei Tu had always answered. That was why she had pinned all her hopes on him. She never imagined he would refuse so decisively, with no room for compromise. Hearing this, Wei Tu remained silent for a few moments before finally speaking. If 20 years ago you had come to me with this request, I might have hesitated due to the risks, but I would have still helped your family survive this crisis. But now, things are different. A favor, once repaid, does not last forever. Even as he said this, Wei Tu knew deep down. Even if this had happened 20 years ago, he still would not have taken this risk for the Li family. No matter how much one values gratitude, putting his own head on the chopping block for another family's mistakes was too much to ask, especially when his history with the Li family was far from pleasant. If he hadn't secured his freedom early on, he and the Li family might have already become enemies by now. A favor can be exhausted. Hearing these words, Li Tongshi muttered to herself, sighing several times. The Li family claimed to have once saved Wei Tu's life, but in truth, they were merely buying up cheap labor during a famine year when human lives were worth next to nothing. 3 years ago, when her son Li Xingye was arrested for writing seditious poetry in a tea house, the entire family was thrown into prison. It was only through Wei Tu's connections that they escaped execution, though not without paying a heavy price. A life for a life. If anything, the Li family owed Wei Tu a debt, not the other way around. I will take my leave. Li Tongshi gave a half-bow, then turned and left through the back gate of the Wei residence. Within a few breaths, she had disappeared into the shadows of the street alleys. As Li Tongshi left the Wei residence, Wei Tu did not immediately let down his guard. Once the rear courtyard gates were securely shut, his figure blurred, and in the next moment, he was already on the rooftops, quietly tailing her movements. Kindness given by the handful is repaid with gratitude, but too much kindness only breeds resentment. Now that he had refused to help, there was always the possibility that Li Tongshi would resent him, that she might march straight to the county yamen and accuse him of treason out of spite. And if that happened, he would be in grave danger. But soon, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed. I'm not the only one following her. In the shadows, about 50 paces behind Li Tongshi, another figure moved cautiously. A lean middle-aged man. His gait, the way he positioned himself in the darkness. Everything suggested training and experience. A county yamen enforcer? Wei Tu immediately deduced that this man had likely been sent by the local authorities, for the same reason he was here, to ensure Li Tongshi did not say anything she shouldn't. If she had sought his help, she could seek others. If he refused to save her family, she could seek revenge. To the local officials, both outcomes had to be contained. Half an incense stick later, Li Tongshi arrived near the county yamen. Wei Tu's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, a leaf appeared between his fingers. A fresh green leaf, casually plucked from a tree during his silent pursuit. If Li Tongshi took even one step through that yamen gate, he would not hesitate to act. A single leaf in the hands of a Xiantian martial artist could kill as surely as a blade. A flick of his fingers, and it would sever the spine, silence her in an instant. His gaze swept sideways toward the lean middle-aged man, still lurking in the shadows. Their eyes met. Both of them had drawn weapons. Both of them had come to the same decision. If Li Tongshi spoke, she would die. At the yamen steps, Li Tongshi hesitated. She climbed a few steps, her feet wavering, then stepped down again. She repeated this several times. In the end, she turned away. As she disappeared into the distance, Wei Tu finally exhaled. He would not have to kill her today. Even for a Xiantian warrior, even when necessary, killing a person he once knew was not something he would take lightly. That was a line he did not wish to cross. Still, he continued following at a distance. Not long after, he saw county yamen enforcers approach Li Tongshi and take her away. Clearly, the local authorities had decided not to take any chances. She would not be getting another opportunity to talk. As the scene unfolded, Wei Tu silently retrieved the silver ingots he had given her earlier. Then, without a sound, he withdrew into the night. 3 days later, on the second day after evacuating his family from Qingfeng Prefecture, Wei Tu heard news from the city. The entire Li family, 13 members, had been locked in wooden cages of the market square in Qingmu County and left to die standing. Hearing this, Wei Tu sighed but felt no remorse. However, he still wrote down the rise and fall of the Li family, compiling it into a letter and having it sent to his children, Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen. A lesson to be learned. For over 100 years, the Li family had risen from mere traveling merchants to wealthy landowners, building up a grand legacy of prosperity. Yet, because of one foolish descendant, Li Xingye, the entire foundation crumbled overnight. Decades of effort, generations of accumulation, all gone in an instant, nearly wiped from existence. A perfect cautionary tale. Wei Tu did not wish for his own descendants to become like Li Xingye. Of course, he knew this was difficult to prevent. Wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations was not just empty words. But if he could at least ensure that his children did not become such failures, he would be content. The letters he sent to Xiaoyi Prefecture soon received replies. His 16-year-old daughter, Wei Yin, wrote back, "I will remember Father's teachings and remain steadfast in guarding our family's legacy." Wei Tu had expected this. Raised under Xinghua's discipline, his eldest daughter had become the model of a proper and noble woman, graceful and well-mannered in all things. After setting Wei Yan's letter aside, he opened a reply from his second son, Wei Xiaowen. Compared to Wei Yan's rigid and formal response, Wei Xiaowen's letter was much more interesting. Li Xingye's mistake was not in serving a rebel king, but in failing to act with caution. I will remember Father's teachings, to be meticulous in my actions and leave no room for future disaster. Upon reading this, Wei Tu's brows furrowed. Instead of praising his son's words, he felt deep concern. Li Xingye was no fool. As a government-sponsored scholar, he must have understood the importance of caution. Yet he still ended up dead. Wei Tu did not believe this was because of carelessness, but rather because he overestimated himself. Eyes set too high, hands reaching too low. The arrogance of someone who lacks true ability. Wei Shouwen's words made Wei Tu feel that his son was dangerously close to repeating the same fatal mistakes as Li Xingye. Thus, Wei Tu picked up his brush again, writing an entirely new letter. This time, it was several pages long, filled with warnings and guidance, urging his son, do not reach for things beyond your grasp. Walk one step at a time. Build your foundation first, before dreaming of great ambitions. But this time, 7 days passed. No reply came. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed. As a seasoned military officer, he immediately understood. The city's communication routes had been cut, which could only mean one thing. The very next day, as defense officer of the Western Gate, Wei Tu received urgent military orders. The governor's office had issued commands. Prepare defenses. Stockpile rolling logs and boulders. Mobilize the common folk. Hold the Western Gate at all costs. Not a single rebel must be allowed to enter the city. At the same time, a new officer was sent from the governor's office to take command. A 5th-rank military officer, Deng Jijun, would serve as the commander of the Western Gate. Wei Tu, now the vice commander, would be his second in command. The next morning, standing atop the Western Gate Tower, Wei Tu gazed into the distance. 5 miles away, a sea of rebel banners covered the horizon, stretching endlessly toward the city walls. His gaze swept over the battlefield and landed on the foremost banners, a large blue standard emblazoned with the character Qing. His expression darkened. The commander of this assault, it's Qinghu King Lin Quansheng, one of the 32 rebel warlords. A fierce, battle-hardened veteran. A true threat. But even worse, just beside the main war banner, Wei Tu spotted another secondary flag. A yellow banner with a single character. Ming, the Ming province king. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. He clearly remembered Li Xingye had defected to the Ming province king, serving as a strategist under him. And now, the Ming province king was here, leading forces alongside Qinghu King Lin Quansheng, directly attacking the western gate of the city. Coincidence? Unlikely. Of all 32 rebel warlords, why was this the one who ended up in his defensive sector? Could it be that Li Xingye had something to do with this? Standing atop the city walls, Wei Tu's gaze sharpened. As he observed the rebel forces below, he saw something unexpected. The enemy troops were following flag signals, moving in orderly formations, responding to command banners without hesitation. It was nothing like a disorganized mob of peasants. Instead, a true army, a force that had been trained, disciplined, and battle-hardened. Wei Tu's expression darkened. The rebel warlords have truly become a force to be reckoned with. Moments later, Wei Tu returned to the command tent to discuss the enemy's formations with Deng Jijun, the newly appointed commander of the Western Gate. Together, they devised a detailed defensive strategy, assigning different sections of the wall to various officers and ensuring all units knew their roles. Deng Jijun did not suppress Wei Tu's suggestions. Instead, he listened carefully, nodding in agreement, even praising Wei Tu's tactical insight. You have a keen military mind, Deng Jijun remarked. By midday, the rebel army launched its first attack, a probing assault meant to test the city's defenses. But it ended in disaster for them. Wei Tu's defensive arrangements had been meticulous. Before the rebels could even reach the walls, they were bombarded with boulders, rolling logs, and flaming arrows. Hundreds died, and not a single one made it past the foot of the walls. These rebels are nothing but a joke. In the command tent, Deng Jijun laughed heartily, watching the retreating rebel forces. A bunch of undisciplined thugs, nothing compared to the elite troops of the Imperial Army. Hearing his words, the other officers visibly relaxed, confidence surging through the ranks. For many of them, This was their first real battle. Zheng Kingdom had been at peace for centuries. Aside from the occasional local uprisings, there hadn't been a full-scale siege like this in decades. Seated nearby, Wei Tu also smiled, appearing as relaxed as the others. But deep down, he felt uneasy. Something wasn't right. This battle isn't as simple as it seems. He and Fu Zhizhou had long suspected that the true battle wouldn't be decided by soldiers, but by the hidden forces behind both sides. This war would be determined by Xiantian martial masters, or worse, by immortals. The next day, the rebels attacked again, but this time, they came prepared. Unlike the previous hasty skirmish, this was a full-scale siege operation. Massive siege towers, battering rams, and cloud ladders were wheeled into place, and the attack was far more coordinated. Within moments, their relentless assaults nearly overwhelmed the city's defenses. The defenders fought desperately, struggling to hold the walls. For the first time, the rebels reached the battlements. A section of the wall was breached, and the first wave of rebels climbed over the walls, engaging the Imperial soldiers in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Most officers stayed far behind the battle lines, giving orders. But Wei Tu did the opposite. Standing behind a squad of elite guards, he quietly drew his bow. He did not waste arrows. He did not fire at random soldiers. He aimed only at the enemy commanders. Every time his bowstring twanged, an enemy officer fell dead. Without leadership, the attacking rebel units lost cohesion. They hesitated, and in war, hesitation meant death. Wave after wave of rebels fell, and soon, the city's defenders began to push back. After firing 7 or 8 arrows, Wei Tu lowered his bow. He did not intend to attract attention. Carefully, he wrapped his hand in a bandage, feigning an injury, and withdrew from the front lines. I learned my lesson in Xiang Town. Years ago, when he had exposed his archery skills, it had led to dangerous consequences. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. As the battle raged, one thought settled in Wei Tu's mind. This is only the beginning. Qingfeng Prefecture is not like Guanyuan Prefecture. This is the capital of Southern Mountain Dao. The imperial court will not allow it to fall. And soon, there would be reinforcements. And among them, there would be Xiantian masters. The real battle was yet to begin. My role is simply to hold the western gate until the time comes. Once the situation shifts, I'll decide whether to stay or leave. Wei Tu pondered silently. If Qingfeng Prefecture fell, it wouldn't just be a single city lost. It would mean the entire Southern Mountain Dao had collapsed. And when that happened, the remaining counties and towns wouldn't even consider resisting anymore. With one single decree, the rebel warlords would claim the entire region without a fight. And to the imperial court, this was unacceptable. A warlord occupying a single province was just a bandit king. But a warlord controlling an entire Dao had the right to claim a new dynasty. Even if the imperial court eventually retaliated, relying on its supernatural forces to crush the rebellion, it wouldn't matter, because by then, the people's faith in the dynasty would have already crumbled. After all, the common people did not know that the court had Xiantian martial masters. They had never even heard of immortals. Dusk. Wei Tu was in his tent when Deng Jijun arrived, his face shadowed with complex emotions. After exchanging a few hushed words, Deng Jijun led Wei Tu toward the provincial governor's mansion in the heart of the city. Upon entering, Wei Tu immediately noticed something unusual. There were many other military officers gathered, and most of them were around his age. Wei Tu's brow furrowed slightly. This scene, it felt eerily familiar. Suppressing his thoughts, he followed Deng Jijun into the main hall. Inside the guest chamber, the one seated at the head of the room was not Governor Liu, the man officially in charge of Southern Mountain Dao. Instead, it was a lean, elderly man in a blue robe, his eyes sharp and filled with vitality. What was even more surprising, Governor Liu was personally serving this man tea, speaking with a tone of deference, almost flattering. This alone confirmed everything Wei Tu needed to know. This must be the imperial court's response to the crisis. A Xiantian martial master. Please take a seat, Captain Wei. Deng Jijun gestured to a chair, placing Wei Tu at the lower ranks of the assembly. Over the next quarter hour, more and more officers arrived. Among them, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. As their gazes met, they exchanged a silent understanding, then took separate seats, pretending not to know each other well. Their alliance had never been publicly acknowledged. Aside from their families and closest confidants, few knew just how deep their bond ran. Once everyone was present, Governor Liu finally stood, clearing his throat. "Gentlemen," he began, sweeping his gaze across the room, his voice measured and formal. "I have called you all here for one reason." A murmur rippled through the crowd. An officer in the front row stepped forward. "Governor, please instruct us." Governor Liu nodded in satisfaction. But then, he smiled. "It is not I who will be giving orders today. Rather, it is Master Wu, our esteemed envoy." As he spoke, Governor Liu turned toward the elderly man in blue robes. The entire room fell into silence. "Master Wu, an envoy." Hearing this, many officers visibly stiffened. Even those who had already suspected this old man was important had not expected this. An immortal sect envoy. Even Wei Tu's calm exterior cracked slightly. He had thought this man was simply a Xiantian martial master. But in reality, he was something far more. He was one of the cultivators they had spent 30 years trying to find. It makes sense. When the court dealt with the martial luck pavilion, they dispatched 3 Xiantian masters. But now, with Qingfeng Prefecture under siege, it's not just an ordinary crisis anymore. The dynasty could not allow an entire Dao to fall. For this, they had sent someone far above the level of a Xiantian warrior. Realizing this, Wei Tu let go of his doubts. Under the intense gaze of everyone in the hall, the elderly man in blue robes, the so-called Immortal Master Wu, finally put down his teacup. His lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. "With me here, the siege of Qingfeng Prefecture will be lifted within 3 days. However," he paused, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "However, the rebel forces of Guangyuan Prefecture are not without their own support from the immortal sections. With just myself, along with the 2 Xiantian martial masters the court has dispatched, handling their cultivators will be simple. But if the rebels attack in full force alongside their immortal allies, things become less certain." His gaze swept across the assembled officers. "That is why I require you all to accompany me outside the city, to serve as my protectors. Mortal soldiers may not pose a threat to immortals like us, but their interference is troublesome." The hall fell into silence. To the others, this seemed like a simple enough explanation. But Wei Tu wasn't convinced. If this immortal Master Wu was truly beyond the reach of mortals, why would he bother asking military officers to protect him? Clearly, his position within the immortal sects wasn't all that high. If he were truly powerful, the imperial court wouldn't be able to summon him so easily. A mere errand runner for the dynasty. A bold, dangerous thought suddenly formed in Wei Tu's mind. What if he and Fu Zhizhou took advantage of the battle? What if they captured an injured cultivator and forced him to reveal the secrets of the immortal sects? The moment this thought surfaced, Wei Tu snapped back to reality. He immediately crushed the idea, burying it deep within his heart. This was not the time for reckless ambition. The methods of the immortals were unpredictable. Even if they were injured, they might still possess the ability to kill a Xiantian martial master in a single strike. After Immortal Master Wu finished speaking, Governor Liu straightened his expression and spoke in a solemn tone. "Master Wu's orders are military commands. All of you receive salaries from the imperial court. It is your duty to serve the dynasty. If anyone dares retreat or abandon their post, the punishment is extermination of 3 generations." A wave of unease spread through the hall. The room grew suffocatingly tense. "So we have no choice but to comply." Wei Tu sighed inwardly. This was different from the mission at Martial Luck Pavilion years ago. Back then, they were mere martial scholars, not official officers. They could refuse orders without consequences. But now, They were military officers of the imperial court. They had ranks, salaries, and official positions. They could not refuse a direct order, no matter how suicidal it seemed, even if this mission led straight to death. At least my family has already been sent away. Even if things go terribly wrong, I might still have a chance to escape amidst the chaos. This mission is both dangerous and an opportunity. Wei Tu lowered his head slightly, deliberately hiding his expression. Xiantian martial masters had extraordinary perception. They could read the subtlest of facial expressions to detect fear, hesitation, or deception. And as for an immortal cultivator, Wei Tu had no idea if they had even more terrifying abilities. It was best not to take any risks. To avoid delays, we will move out tonight. Master Wu stood up and patted the small white cloth pouch at his waist. A green lotus leaf the size of his palm suddenly appeared in his hand. As he muttered an incomprehensible incantation, the small leaf began to glow with a radiant, multicolored light, and expanded rapidly. Within just a few seconds, the tiny leaf had grown into a massive platform several meters wide. Step aboard. Master Wu held a pale green jade stone in his palm, his smile calm and composed. Seeing this bizarre display, the officers who had been hesitant suddenly gained confidence. One by one, they leaped onto the floating lotus leaf. Wei Tu followed suit. The moment his feet landed on the massive leaf, he crouched down and ran his fingers along its surface. It felt soft yet firm, as if it were truly a natural leaf, and not some kind of metal or crafted artifact. Half a quarter hour later, once the armed officers standing on the giant green lotus leaf had received their issued weapons, Immortal Master Wu flicked his robe, stepped onto the tip of the leaf, and began chanting an incantation. The massive lotus leaf immediately started flying forward. However, much to the disappointment of those present, the speed of the flight was remarkably slow, slower even than their normal running pace, making it feel as sluggish as a crawling turtle. After traveling for nearly half an hour, they had barely managed to pass beyond the city walls. Not long after, perhaps sensing the unspoken disdain in the hearts of those present, Immortal Master Wu's face turned slightly red as he explained, "If I were traveling alone, I could arrive in an instant. However, since I am carrying you mere mortals, it has inevitably slowed me down." Upon hearing this, the officers felt reassured. Some of the more blindly loyal officers even felt ashamed, believing that their presence had been a burden to Immortal Master Wu. Wei Tu did not buy this excuse. While Immortal Master Wu was speaking, Wei Tu discreetly observed the two Xiantian martial masters standing beside him, paying close attention to their expressions. Most skilled liars can fool themselves, but rarely can they deceive those closest to them. Although the two Xiantian martial masters remained composed, Wei Tu noticed a subtle twitch at the corners of their mouths after hearing Immortal Master Wu's words. Seeing this, Wei Tu immediately made a judgment. Immortal Master Wu was not as powerful as he made himself out to be. Just as he had initially suspected, Immortal Master Wu seemed to be of low status among immortal cultivators, with neither high-ranking authority nor extraordinary strength. As long as this mission is completed, those of you who perform well may earn my favor. If I am pleased, I may take you in as my servants and impart the teachings of the immortal Tao to you. While traveling, Immortal Master Wu noticed that the morale of the officers was low. After thinking for a moment, he spoke these words as an incentive. Upon hearing this, the officers' eyes immediately lit up, their spirits rejuvenated. The dull and heavy atmosphere from before quickly dissipated. Serving a high-ranking official was already an aspiration for many of them. To serve an immortal master was an even greater honor. Becoming the servant of an immortal master was not humiliating. After all, even the lowest-ranking court officials held significant influence in the capital. Becoming a servant of an immortal master might offer them the opportunity to become Xiantian martial masters themselves and extend their lifespans. Wei Tu remained silent. He seized an opportunity to exchange a glance with Fu Zhizhou and subtly shook his head. Fu Zhizhou understood the signal and discreetly relayed Wei Tu's warning to Ko Liang. Having been close friends for many years, the three of them had yet to develop complete unspoken communication, but they could still roughly understand each other's intentions through simple eye contact. Soon, the three of them reached a consensus. They would not believe Immortal Master Wu's lies. When they reached the battlefield, their top priority would be survival. 1 hour later, Immortal Master Wu descended with the enormous lotus leaf, placing the group of officers at a valley outside the city. This place is about 6 miles from the main camp of the rebel leader Wu Shan. The terrain is defensible and difficult to attack. Once I lure out the enemy's Immortal Master, your job will be to hold this valley and keep the rebel forces from interfering in my battle, he instructed. Hearing this, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and gazed toward the distant rebel encampment. It had been more than 20 years since the battle at Xiang Town, and he was no longer a low-ranking officer unfamiliar with military tactics. He had gained a strong understanding of battlefield formations and topography. After a quick assessment, Wei Tu developed a certain level of trust in Immortal Master Wu's strategy. The valley he had chosen for their ambush had a narrow entrance that could only accommodate a dozen people at a time. It was a classic example of a natural choke point, where a single man could hold off an entire army. With this terrain, even though they were only 30 in number, as long as they relied on individual strength, they could likely hold back 10,000 rebels for several hours. But if Immortal Master Wu loses the battle, he can escape, while we, the officers, will be left behind, surrounded and slaughtered by the rebel forces. With this thought, Wei Tu shook his head. He would not place his survival in the hands of Immortal Master Wu's supposed certainty. Even in the best-case scenario, where Immortal Master Wu emerged victorious, there was no guarantee that he would have the ability or the intention to take them away safely when surrounded by enemy forces. Wei Tu scanned the terrain and began planning potential escape routes. For an ordinary person, being trapped in this valley would mean certain death. However, he was different. As a Xiantian martial master, he could not fly, but scaling the cliffs and maneuvering through the rocky landscape for a swift escape would not be an issue. After about 15 minutes, Wei Tu identified 2 viable escape routes. He summarized his findings and discreetly used his Xiantian True Qi to carve them onto 2 small stones hidden within his sleeves. When the opportunity arose, he passed the stones to Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou. At this moment, Immortal Master Wu had completed his preparations in the valley. With a pained expression, he retrieved 2 yellow talisman papers from his sleeve and handed them to the 2 Xiantian martial masters. These 2 thick armor talismans are for you. You must hold your ground against the rebels. After giving his brief instructions, Immortal Master Wu once again activated the green lotus leaf, flying out of the valley toward the main camp of King Shaoshan, Wu Yishan. This time, unlike before, his speed was as swift as a galloping horse, and the green lotus leaf under his feet had shrunk to the size of a millstone. After a short time, about as long as it takes to drink a cup of tea, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the rebel camp. In an instant, flames spread across the battlefield, turning the entire area into a blazing inferno. Pu Xinghai, you old fool! Instead of waiting to rot away in your immortal refuge, you came all the way to southern Mountain Dao to ruin my Jia clan's great enterprise? You're asking for death. A furious voice rang through the night. Hiding in the valley, Wei Tu and the others instinctively looked up. In the sky, 2 glowing orbs, one yellow and one green, had appeared at some point, each the size of a lantern. The yellow orb relentlessly pursued the green one, with angry shouts echoing from within it. Wei Tu focused his gaze and saw that the green orb was none other than Immortal Master Wu, while the yellow orb contained a scar-faced, middle-aged man wielding a saber. Before long, during the pursuit, the scar-faced man was lured toward the valley where Immortal Master Wu had set up his ambush. At that moment, Immortal Master Wu stopped fleeing, let out a light chuckle, and pulled out a small gray banner from his sleeve, shaking it forcefully. The surface of the banner instantly emitted a dazzling gray light. At the same time, a massive, semi-transparent gray jade bowl appeared over the valley, inverting itself over the two combatants, trapping them inside. Small spirit-suppressing formation. The scar-faced man's expression darkened as he recognized the formation. Although the small spirit-suppressing formation was not a particularly powerful array, it could significantly restrict spiritual energy, greatly weakening the combat strength of its target. Moreover, this formation also had a sealing effect. Escaping would require a tremendous effort to shatter the array's protective barrier. But if you think this is enough to deal with me, Pu Xinghai, you're not qualified, the scar-faced man roared in anger. He chanted a few incantations, and a faint yellow protective aura enveloped him. At the same time, he pulled the long saber from his back. The saber was over 7 feet long and completely blood-red. As it absorbed his spiritual energy, a massive blood-colored tiger head phantom emerged from it, standing over 10 feet tall, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Seeing this, Wei Tu immediately withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the battle between the two immortals. Instead, he shifted his focus toward the valley entrance. About 2 miles away, the rebels of King Shaoshan, carrying torches, formed a line stretching over several miles, slowly pouring into the valley like an endless fire serpent. Before long, battle was upon them. Under the command of the two Xiantian martial masters, Wei Tu and the others defended the pass, engaging in fierce combat with the hastily mobilized elite troops of the rebels. In no time, the narrow pathway of the valley was piled with nearly 100 corpses of the enemy. Wei Tu seized the opportunity, stealthily stripping a fallen rebel soldier of his armor, tucking it under his arm. He exchanged a glance with Fu Zhizhou before quietly signaling Ko Liang to retreat deeper into the valley with him. The darkness worked in their favor. The other officers fighting alongside them merely assumed Wei Tu and his companions were exhausted from the battle and had retreated for a short rest. None of them suspected, nor could they have imagined, that Wei Tu and the others had already made up their minds to abandon the battlefield and escape, despite the grave risk of being branded traitors and having their entire families executed. Right now, Immortal Master Wu and the two Xiantian martial masters are preoccupied. This is the perfect moment for us to slip away, Wei Tu whispered. There's no time to waste. If we delay any longer, once the enemy's other Xiantian martial masters arrive, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Wei Tu briefly instructed them before tossing the stolen armor to Ko Liang. With his martial prowess, Wei Tu could protect himself. Once they escaped the valley, blending into the rebel ranks and finding another set of armor wouldn't be difficult. Right now, Ko Liang needed the disguise more than he did. Ko Liang, upon receiving the armor, looked at Wei Tu with gratitude and quickly put it on. Next, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou wasted no time. They led Ko Liang, following the predetermined escape route, carefully scaling the steep valley walls. Half an hour later, the three of them had successfully changed into the uniforms of King Xiaoshan's personal guards, blending into the rebel forces outside the valley. Big brother, third brother, wait. Just as the three were about to leave and secure their escape, Fu Zhizhou suddenly called out, Fourth brother, what is it? Wei Tu was slightly surprised. They had less than an hour before dawn. This was their best window to flee. Once daylight broke, their disguise among the rebel troops could easily be exposed. Furthermore, this act of defection carried significant risks. Their top priority was to head for Shaoyi Prefecture to retrieve their families before escaping further. There was no time to waste. But Wei Tu trusted Fu Zhizhou. If he had stopped them now, there had to be a good reason. I recognized the man standing next to King Shaoshan. Fu Zhizhou's voice was serious. He's someone I've seen before, in Martial Luck Pavilion. Wei Tu's expression shifted slightly. Who is he? His name is Xie Yuanshan. He's a direct relative of Xie Qing, the vice master of Martial Luck Pavilion. Following Fu Zhizhou's gaze, Wei Tu also spotted an elderly man standing 500 steps away from them, right beside King Shaoshan, Wu Yishan. The elderly man, dressed in a gray robe with a long white beard and a slightly hunched back, stood just half a step behind King Xiaoshan, Wu Yishan. From his posture and position, it was clear he held considerable status within the rebel ranks. We can't deal with those two immortal masters, but Xie Yuanshan. With our strength, capturing him and forcing him to reveal what he knows about the immortal Tao shouldn't be difficult. Fu Zhizhou's eyes gleamed with sharp determination, a ruthless glint flashing across them. This was their best chance to interact with an immortal master, but due to their cautious nature, they had been forced to watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. However, fate had presented them with another path. Now that Xie Yuanshan, one of the surviving members of Martial Luck Pavilion, had appeared, they had another chance to uncover the secrets of the immortal Tao. All right, let's do as fourth brother suggests. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. They were no match for Immortal Master Wu or that mysterious Jia clan immortal, but taking down Xie Yuanshan, a mere survivor of Martial Luck Pavilion, was well within their capabilities. Furthermore, after killing Xie Qing and seizing the Xie clan's immortal techniques, Wei Tu and Wei Fei had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Xie Yuanshan. If they could eliminate this hidden threat now, it would be a significant advantage. With their target confirmed, the three of them didn't act recklessly. First, they moved away from the main force of the rebel army. Then, they captured a lieutenant under King Xiaoshan's command, interrogating him for information on Xie Yuanshan. Beneath the crescent moon, hidden within the dense, shadowed thickets, the chirping of insects filled the air. Fu Zhizhou placed 2 fingers against the captive's forehead, using a specialized Xiantian technique to extract information. Since reaching the Xiantian realm, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou hadn't had the chance to exchange techniques with other Xiantian warriors, but through their own cultivation, they had gradually unlocked various abilities, one of which was the mental probing method feared by many. This so-called mental interrogation was not supernatural. It was merely an application of Xiantian true qi, stimulating key acupoints in the forehead to induce a state of trance. Under Fu Zhizhou's influence, the captured officer slowly divulged all the information he knew about Xie Yuanshan. He's just a lieutenant, so his knowledge is limited. But what he's told us is more than enough, Fu Zhizhou smirked. Earlier that night, they had been dragged into a battle between immortals, nearly used as cannon fodder. Even though they had managed to escape, they would inevitably become wanted men. In just one night, their lives had taken a drastic turn, plunging them into uncertainty. But if they could capture Xie Yuanshan and pry out the secrets of the immortal Tao, then everything would be worth it. A few moments later, the three of them devised a plan based on the intelligence they had gathered. "Let's move," Wei Tu said, glancing at the night sky and estimating the time. Then, with a single slash, he slit the captive's throat. In an instant, the three of them disappeared into the ranks of King Xiaoshan's rebel army. "Master, the young lord is requesting your presence." Half an hour later, a soldier dressed as a bodyguard approached Xie Yuanshan and whispered the message. "Jibai is looking for me." Xie Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face before him with a hint of suspicion. But he didn't dwell on it for long. After all, King Xiaoshan's forces had expanded rapidly, and it was only natural that there were many subordinates he had yet to meet. "The young lord said he has fulfilled your orders and successfully sensed qi." The soldier lowered his head and added. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanshan immediately dismissed his doubts. A bright smile spread across his face as he repeated the word "good" 3 times, then hurried off towards his private tent. A quarter of an hour later, on a ridge far from King Xiaoshan's encampment, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Ko Liang stood overlooking the valley where the battle between the immortals raged on. At their feet lay 2 unconscious figures, bound tightly with rope. One was an elderly man, Xie Yuanshan, the very person they had just lured away. Regardless of who wins between Immortal Master Wu and the Jia clan immortal, we've already defected from the battlefield. No matter the outcome of their duel, we should avoid exposing ourselves for now, Wei Tu said seriously, glancing at Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. Neither result would benefit them. If Immortal Master Wu won, then the people of Qingfeng Prefecture would be spared from the slaughter of the rebel forces. But if the rebels conquered the city, it would mean the start of a massacre. Third brother, you decide, Fu Zhizhou said quickly, throwing a glance at Ko Liang before looking to Wei Tu. Originally, when they had first formed the Brotherhood of Righteousness, Ko Liang, being the eldest, was their leader, and they followed his every decision. However, as time passed, Ko Liang's limitations in martial arts became more apparent. Over time, the role of leader within their group had gradually shifted from Ko Liang to Wei Tu. Third brother, you decide, I'll listen, Ko Liang said, slightly uncomfortable but accepting of the decision. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded and carefully planned their next moves based on their current situation. We'll split into two groups. Big brother and fourth brother will take Xie Yuanshan and his grandson to Xiaoyi Prefecture. Fourth brother will be responsible for guarding them, while big brother will ride ahead to Xiaoyi Prefecture and evacuate our families to a secure location. After completing this, big brother will wait at Qingliang Post Station for news. Fourth brother will also rendezvous with him there. As for me, Wei Tu hesitated momentarily before saying, I will return to the city and get second brother out. Afterward, I'll meet up with you both. No, returning to the city is too dangerous. Fu Zhizhou shook his head. Although he respected Wei Tu's loyalty to his sworn brothers, heading back to the city was an incredibly risky move. In just a short while, dawn would break, and the battle between the two immortal masters would come to a conclusion. Attempting to sneak into the city at that time to rescue Wei Fei was bound to be met with obstacles and dangers they could not fully predict. I purchased an abandoned private residence within the city. I dug out a deep underground cellar inside. It can be used to hide our movements, Wei Tu stated concisely. Rescuing Wei Fei was undoubtedly risky, but it was a risk he believed he could manage. Furthermore, as the defense officer of the Western Gate, he had a thorough understanding of the city's defenses and troop placements. He knew the city's strengths and weaknesses. For him, escorting Wei Fei out of the city wasn't an impossible task. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou did not press the issue further. 10 days from now, if I don't see you at Qingliang Post Station, I'll go into the city to look for you, Fu Zhizhou declared firmly. If anything happens, I swear on my life that I will take care of your family. His last words carried an unwavering determination. I will do the same, Ko Liang solemnly agreed. At first, they had come together for mutual benefit, calling each other brothers. But after enduring this battle together, they realized they had truly become bonded by life and death. After leaving the ridge, Wei Tu rushed toward the western gate of the city at full speed, determined to reach it before dawn. With his Xintian-level martial arts, he moved faster than a galloping horse. Within a single incense stick's time, he had traveled from King Xiaoshan's southern encampment to the territory controlled by King Qinghu and the Ming province king near the western gate. His movements were fluid as he dashed across the rooftops of tents, his figure a mere blur in the darkness. Unlike King Xiaoshan's strictly managed military camp, King Qinghu and the Ming province king's forces, perhaps due to their recent merger, were sloppily organized, with gaps in their security everywhere. Because of this, despite moving openly, he encountered no resistance or detection. However, as Wei Tu passed over a particularly large and well-lit tent, a familiar voice reached his ears. Li Xingya. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed in surprise. He swiftly landed in the shadow of the tent, pressing close to eavesdrop. Although the voices inside were hushed, his heightened Xintian-level hearing allowed him to capture every word clearly. At the same time, he quietly pierced a small hole in the tent's fabric, peering inside. Inside the tent, aside from Li Xingya, there were two other men. One was a tall, broad-shouldered warrior with a thick beard, clad in gleaming silver armor, a gray cloak draped over his shoulders. The other, dressed in scholar's robes like Li Xingya, had a scholarly appearance but exuded an air of arrogance. Ming province king. While King Xiaoshan is locked in battle with the government's military officers, the city's defenses are at their weakest. Now is the perfect opportunity to launch an assault on the western gate and seize glory for yourself. I urge you to make a swift decision, Li Xingye said, bowing deeply in respect toward the burly warrior. Xingye, what's the rush? The battle between King Shaoshan and the court's forces isn't over yet. If we storm the Western Gate now, at best, we'll be stealing credit from King Shaoshan. At worst, we'll be slapping him in the face. The scholar scoffed sarcastically. Miao Dashi, don't get ahead of yourself. You're nothing more than a failed scholar who couldn't even pass the county-level examination. What gave you the right to speak so arrogantly before me? Li Xingye snapped, his face darkening with frustration. Then, turning back to the Ming province king, he continued, Your Highness, while this action may appear as stealing credit, it would, in fact, allow you to consolidate power. In time, you could surpass King Shaoshan and seize the position of supreme leader of the allied forces. If we hesitate too long, King Shaoshan's forces will absorb all the troops and resources, leaving your army at a disadvantage. If we refuse to act, we may be forced to submit to King Shaoshan in the future. But Your Highness, do you truly wish to serve under another? He let his words hang in the air. That is a compelling argument. The Ming province king's expression shifted, and he gave Li Xingye a thoughtful glance before nodding slightly. Your Highness mustn't listen to him. The scholar, Miao Dashi, protested angrily. Have you already forgotten what happened to Xingye's family half a month ago? Right now, Xingye is desperate for you to attack the Western Gate, not for military gains, but for revenge. He wants to use your army to kill that defense officer, Wei Tu. Using the Ming province king's army? Seeking revenge? Outside the tent, after listening to everything, Wei Tu narrowed his eyes, a sharp killing intent flickering within them. He knew full well that the defense officer Wei, Miao Dashi mentioned, could be no one else but himself. In the entire city, there was only one person holding the title of Western Gate Defense Officer with the surname Wei him. He hadn't expected the downfall of the Li family to have any connection with the Ming province king. And merely because he had refused to save the Li family, he had now become Li Xingye's sworn enemy. The Ming province king's involvement must have been to use the Li family as leverage to drag me into their scheme, to force me, the defense officer of the Western Gate, to open the gates for the rebels. With a single thought, Wei Tu understood the reasoning behind it. After all, his only official position was guarding the Western Gate, so there was no other reason for the Ming province king to target him. But the Ming province king, Li Xingye, and Miao Dashi are truly delusional. Without an immortal master or Xiantian martial artist supporting them, where do they get the confidence to plot such things? Wei Tu silently mourned their ignorance. In terms of strategy, Li Xingye and Miao Dashi were not lacking. Unfortunately, in this world, supernatural power dictated fate. Their schemes would not only fail, but would lead them to their own demise. Now that they had become enemies, Wei Tu would not hold back. He reached for the throwing knives tucked at his waist and, with a flick of his wrist, sent them flying toward the rebel guards outside the tent. A few dull thuds followed. The guards outside collapsed silently. Wei Tu stepped into the tent, his eyes scanning the Ming province king. Before the man could react, Wei Tu struck without hesitation, swiftly eliminating the so-called grassroots hero who had risen amidst the chaos. With the Ming province king dead, Li Xingye and Miao Dashi, who had initially wanted to call for reinforcements, abruptly swallowed their words. The king was dead. No matter how they pleaded, they wouldn't be spared. Wei Tu had little interest in Miao Dashi. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife embedded itself into Miao Dashi's forehead, silencing him forever. His gaze then shifted to Li Xingye, who had collapsed under the table, his body trembling in fear, a damp stain spreading beneath him. I had originally planned to spare you, since the Li family has no heirs left. But I never expected you to plot against me. Wei Tu sighed, shaking his head. With those words, he ended Li Xingye's life. Had it not been for Miao Dashi's earlier words, he might have shown some leniency, at least for the sake of their past acquaintance. But now, with Li Xingye bearing a grudge against him, Wei Tu saw no reason to let him live. Li Xingye wasn't a threat to him, but his family could be. Without further delay, Wei Tu strode out of the tent, leaving the scene without a second glance, continuing swiftly toward the western gate of the city. From a moment he overheard Li Xingye and the Ming province king's conspiracy to the time he executed them. Not even half a tea's time had passed. Everything proceeded smoothly. Before dawn, Wei Tu successfully infiltrated the city and found Wei Fei, hiding him in the underground cellar of the abandoned private residence he had purchased years ago. The two remained in hiding, waiting for the right moment to escape. It seems the imperial forces have lost this battle, Wei Tu remarked 2 days later, hearing the chaotic sounds of battle outside the cellar. He shook his head and sighed. He had never cared about whether the court or the rebel kings won. Back in the valley battle, he had slain at least 40 to 50 elite enemy soldiers, more than enough to repay the court for the years of salary they had given him as an 8th-rank military officer. However, with the rebel victory, the city would inevitably fall into chaos, something he had hoped to avoid. 4 days later, after ensuring that the city's turmoil had somewhat subsided, Wei Tu and Wei Fei emerged from their hiding place under the cover of night and stealthily made their way out of the city. Along the way, they witnessed the devastation within the city. Rotting corpses piled up in the streets, buildings burned to the ground, and from within some homes, the sounds of women being violated by the rebel soldiers echoed through the night. Corrupt officials are bad, but these so-called righteous rebels are no better, Wei Fei remarked bitterly. Even so, Wei Fei knew better than to let sympathy cloud his judgment. He didn't recklessly storm into houses to fight the rebels. His survival mattered more. Once outside the city, Wei Tu and Wei Fei galloped toward Shaoyi Prefecture's Qingliang Post Station, where they planned to reunite with Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. 5 days later, at Qingliang Post Station, the forsworn brothers were finally reunited. This time, after interrogating Xie Yuanshan and his grandson, we finally uncovered some secrets about the Immortal Masters. Fu Zhizhou met Wei Tu's gaze, nodding with a satisfied smile. This time, they had faced a life-and-death crisis, falling from the ranks of imperial officials to fugitives on the run. The shift in their fate was nothing short of dramatic. But after obtaining secrets of the Immortal Masters, these hardships became bearable. Before Wei Tu and the others could even ask, Fu Zhizhou took the initiative and revealed the results of his interrogation of Xie Yuanshan. There are 4 key discoveries. First, Xie Yuanshan possesses a complete copy of the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual. Second, Xie Yuanshan has been to Danxiu Mountain and has some knowledge of it. I have written down the details and will share them with you all shortly. Third, regarding the true cause behind the Guangyuan Prefecture uprising, Xie Yuanshan disclosed that it was a power struggle between the Qisong Jia clan and the Qiyue Zhao clan over mortal authority. These 2 families are among Zheng Kingdom's 7 great immortal clans, and the Qiyue Zhao clan happens to be the royal family of Zheng Kingdom itself. The Xie family's ancestors once served as vassals to the Qisong Jia clan, and the establishment of Martial Luck Pavilion was meant to provide secular power for the Jia clan. Fourth, Martial Luck Pavilion has hidden away a stash of spirit stones in Tonghu Mountain. After Fu Zhizhou finished speaking, both Wei Tu and Wei Fei, who had only just arrived at Qingliang Post, found their breathing slightly heated. Just from these revelations alone, they could already feel as if a corner of the mystical immortal world had finally been unveiled before them. As he spoke, Fu Zhizhou handed a sheet of paper to Wei Tu. Danxiu Mountain Marketplace, one of Zheng Kingdom's gathering places for rogue cultivators. Spiritual roots, Xiantian martial artists. Realm classifications, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core. Wei Tu carefully examined the contents on the paper, pondering over their implications. Although these notes only contained basic knowledge of the immortal world, they still captivated him entirely. Just the fact that golden core cultivators could live for 1,000 years left him utterly astonished. After all, even in his previous life, civilizations lasted only a few thousand years at best, yet an individual cultivator could potentially rival an entire civilization in longevity. It was beyond comprehension. If I reach the golden core stage and gain a 1,000-year lifespan, what kind of power would my late bloomer destiny hold by then? Wei Tu secretly looked forward to it. Once he finished reading, he passed the paper to Wei Fei and began contemplating their next course of action. According to the information, a Xiantian martial artist was roughly equivalent to a Qi refinement second-layer cultivator. The moment one condensed a spiritual body, they would become a Qi refinement practitioner and gain access to mystical techniques. Upon condensing a spiritual body, Xiantian martial artists could skip the bottleneck of the third layer and directly advance to Qi refinement fourth-layer cultivators. The reason they had all failed to cultivate immortal techniques previously was due to their poor spiritual affinity. Their spiritual roots were classified as low-grade. But in truth, everyone possessed spiritual roots. The difference lay in quality. 99% of people had low-grade spiritual roots, while only a select few were born with mid-grade, high-grade, or even a legendary supreme-grade spiritual roots and innate spirit bodies. Spiritual roots also had elemental affinities. For example, Wei Fei's previous difficulty in cultivating the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual was due to his poor affinity with Earth's spiritual energy. Regardless of whether they chose to continue cultivating the Earth Yuan body or head to Danqiu Mountain Marketplace, without spirit stones, they would not be able to progress at all. The spirit stones hidden in Tonghu Mountain were limited, with only around 100 pieces, barely enough for one person to condense a spiritual body. The question now was, how should they divide them? This time, it was you and fourth brother who captured Xie Yuanshan and helped us escape the battlefield. Second brother, and I won't take any of the spirit stones, Ko Liang stated firmly. He understood his own limitations. If not for Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, he would have died in the Immortal Master Battle at the Valley 10 days ago. Hearing this, Wei Fei nodded without objection. Last time, when it came to the blood food pellet, he had refused to share and stood his ground. This time, he wasn't shameless enough to demand a portion of the spirit stones from Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. In that case, we will split the spirit stones between the two of us, Wei Tu proposed, looking at Fu Zhizhou. All right. Fu Zhizhou hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had initially considered offering his share to Wei Tu, but after thinking it through, he decided against it. Spirit stones were invaluable. If he gave his share to Wei Tu, he might never get another chance to step onto the immortal path himself. However, if possible, I hope you two can buy some spirit root testing talismans to check the qualifications of our family members, Ko Liang added after a brief pause. Over a month ago, Ko Liang had still believed that his talent was merely lacking temporarily. He had thought that once he set foot on the immortal path, his aptitude might not necessarily be inferior to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. But now, after learning the truth about immortal cultivation, he immediately gave up on that dream and instead pinned his hopes on his descendants. This is a given, Wei Tu nodded, agreeing readily. According to Xie Yuanshan's confession, Danqiu Mountain Marketplace had a basic immortal talisman called a spirit root testing talisman, which could determine a mortal's aptitude for cultivation. These talismans were not expensive. One spirit stone could be exchanged for 3 talismans. Wei Fei had no offspring. Ko Liang had 2 sons and 3 daughters. This meant that only 2 extra spirit stones were needed to test Ko Liang's entire family. Just 1 spirit stone. Wei Tu was not stingy to that degree. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived at a mountain cave in Tonghu Mountain, where they retrieved the hidden spirit stones of Martial Luck Pavilion and split them equally. On their way to Xiaoyi Prefecture, they accidentally overheard some news from retreating government troops. On the day of the battle in the valley, Immortal Master Wu had been defeated, losing an arm to the Jia clan's Immortal Master, and had fled in disgrace. The 30-plus military officers who had remained behind to aid in the battle were completely wiped out by King Xiaoshan's army. Hearing this, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, feeling a lingering sense of fortune. Had they hesitated back then, even as Xiantian martial artists, they too might have become corpses in the valley. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou finally arrived at Danqiu Mountain in Luonan Dao. Standing at the foot of the mountain, They focused their Xiantian true qi into their eye meridians, allowing them to see through the thick mist ahead. Soon, the fog cleared from their vision, revealing a path leading up the mountain. However, the scene before them completely overturned their expectations. The mountaintop was covered in lush greenery, dotted with white jade foundations and golden wooden beams, resembling the legendary immortal abodes described in ancient texts. Yet when Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou lowered their gaze, what they saw shattered their illusions. On the side of the path, there were vast fields of farmland, with piles of excrement scattered around. Some human, some animal, indistinguishable. A bit further, about 100 paces away, they saw a slum-like settlement filled with makeshift wooden huts. Near a small creek, a group of women cultivators were washing clothes, using wooden rods to beat the fabric. They were fair-skinned, with delicate features, and their figures were well-proportioned. Noticing Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou staring, one of them let out a soft chuckle. "Newcomers." She grinned, her voice teasing. "You two want some fun?" As she spoke, she stretched lazily, deliberately accentuating her curves. Her chest rose, and her slender waist arched slightly. She then tilted her head, exposing a section of her snow-white neck. This one sentence completely shattered Wei Tu's expectations of the immortal world. He had never imagined that the first thing he would encounter in Danqiu Mountain Marketplace would be an immortal prostitute offering her services. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. You're new here. Go register with Deacon Lu first. Once you've settled in, you can come back and take care of our business," the woman smirked. With that, she stepped closer, looking them up and down, before motioning for them to follow. "What are you standing around for? Come with me." The woman swayed her hips, leading the way. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. For now, they decided to follow her and find out what this Deacon Lu was all about. Their knowledge of the immortal world came only from Xie Yuanshan, and his understanding of Danqiu Mountain was outdated. Only cultivators or Xiantian martial artists were allowed to enter Danqiu Mountain. Decades ago, Xie Yuanshan had entered the marketplace as a servant of a qi refinement cultivator, but that was over 30 years ago. By now, his memories were vague, and he couldn't provide accurate details about the place. Wei Tu learned the woman's name. Her name was Hu Yao, and she had been living in Danqiu Mountain Marketplace for over 40 years. She was at the third level of qi refinement, a step above them in terms of cultivation. After passing through the slums, Hu Yao led them to a cleaner, well-maintained street. She stopped in front of a building with a wooden plaque that read Taishan Mountain. Seeing the sign, Wei Tu felt a little relieved. According to his knowledge, Taishan Mountain was the immortal sect that controlled Danqiu Mountain Marketplace. If Hu Yao had brought them here, she likely harbored no ill intentions and was simply being helpful. "It seems that in the future, I shouldn't judge people based solely on their professions," Wei Tu mused. Stepping into the Taishan sect pavilion, Hu Yao walked straight to a counter. Upon seeing an elderly man in a hemp robe seated behind it, her eyes lit up, and she immediately wrapped her arms around his. "Deacon Lu, you've been ignoring me for the past few months. I've been learning new dual cultivation techniques, but I haven't had anyone to practice with," Hu Yao pouted coyly. "Huh, good, good, good." Deacon Lu, who had initially looked somewhat impatient, instantly brightened up as his face turned a shade redder. He chuckled, repeating the word "good" 3 times. "Then, should I wait for you at your private residence?" Hu Yao's almond-shaped eyes gleamed, her voice tentative yet playful. Deacon Lu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, go wait there for me." "Many thanks, Deacon Lu." Hu Yao smiled sweetly. Only then did she have the leisure to introduce Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to him. "These two are new arrivals. Deacon Lu, please arrange a decent place for them." She spoke with a charming tone. "Newcomers." Deacon Lu stroked his beard, his gaze shifting toward Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. With a gentle smile, he explained, "Those entering Danqiu Mountain as wandering cultivators have 2 options. First, you can rent a cave residence under the Taishan sect, but judging by your appearance, I doubt you can afford it. Even the cheapest cave residence requires a rental fee of 1 spirit stone every 3 years. The second option is to settle in a shanty town on the outskirts of Dancho Mountain. The shanty town has no rent, but you are required to cultivate 1 mu of spirit farmland per year in service to the Taishan sect. Are you two willing? Wei Tu nodded without revealing his immense fortune of over 50 spirit stones. His plan was to first settle down in the shanty town before deciding later whether to rent a proper cave residence. Seeing this, Fu Zhizhou also followed Wei Tu's lead and nodded in agreement. Since Dao's friend who has personally asked me to take care of you too, I suppose I can't completely neglect you. After officially registering them as residents of the shanty town, Deacon Liu pondered for a moment before pulling out a small jade token from his sleeve. This is a spirit farmland lease token, granting permission to rent 10 mu of farmland. You two can divide it among yourselves. Take it. With that, he tossed the token to Wei Tu. Hu Yao, going the extra mile, took Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to the second floor of the Taishan sect's administrative office. Using her personal connections, she helped them secure a plot of spirit farmland that was conveniently located near their residence. Even the lowest-grade cave residence in the Taishan sect has a spirit-rich environment that is far superior to the shanty town. You two had better make something of yourselves soon. Just invite me over for a visit once you've moved up. As they left the pavilion, Hu Yao bid them farewell with a playful smile. Wei Tu had settled down in the shanty town. Through his conversations with Hu Yao, he learned that it wasn't impossible to bring mortal family members into Dancho Mountain. However, there was a mandatory fee requiring a certain amount of spirit stones annually, used as a body cleansing and bone refining fee. The spirit-rich environment of Dancho Mountain could extend the lifespan of ordinary mortals. For martial artists who had yet to break into the Xiantian realm, the benefits were even greater. As if seeing through Wei Tu's thoughts, Hu Yao casually mentioned a certain immortal talisman called the Ice Profound Soul Sealing Talisman. This unique talisman could freeze a mortal for a century, ensuring they did not age, deteriorate, or perish during this time. Once unsealed, the soul remained completely intact. However, each Ice Profound Soul Sealing Talisman was incredibly expensive, costing at least 100 spirit stones per piece. Moreover, they were extremely rare, often impossible to purchase even with money. Upon hearing about this talisman, Wei Tu immediately made up his mind. If he ever gained enough power and resources, he would do everything he could to acquire one for Xinghua and his 2 children, ensuring they would never have to face the fate of mortality before he could help them achieve immortality. Sitting cross-legged, Wei Tu stared at the golden purple markings on his fate-bound destiny script, deep in thought. Condensing the Earth Yuan body will take 40 years, but if I cultivate in a spirit-rich environment, I should be able to shorten that time frame significantly. The golden purple script read, 5 Yuan spirit body, Earth Yuan body, practiced 8 times daily, achieved in 40 years. As if seeing through Wei Tu's thoughts, Hu Yao casually mentioned a certain immortal talisman called the Ice Profound Soul Sealing Talisman. This unique talisman could freeze a mortal for a century, ensuring they did not age, deteriorate, or perish during this time. Once unsealed, the soul remained completely intact. However, each Ice Profound Soul Sealing Talisman was incredibly expensive, costing at least 100 spirit stones per piece. Moreover, they were extremely rare, often impossible to purchase even with money. Upon hearing about this talisman, Wei Tu immediately made up his mind. If he ever gained enough power and resources, he would do everything he could to acquire one for Xinghua and his 2 children, ensuring they would never have to face the fate of mortality before he could help them achieve immortality. Sitting cross-legged, Wei Tu stared at the golden purple markings on his fate-bound destiny script, deep in thought. Condensing the Earth Yuan body will take 40 years, but if I cultivate in a spirit-rich environment, I should be able to shorten that time frame significantly. The golden purple script read, 5 Yuan spirit body, Earth Yuan body, practiced 8 times daily, achieved in 40 years. Wei Tu's brows furrowed slightly. However, to reach the foundation establishment stage, the optimal breakthrough period is 2 full cycles of 60 years, a total of 120 years. I've spent too much time in the mortal world. Reading this, Wei Tu sighed deeply. He had once believed that with his late bloomer destiny, once he entered the immortal world, he would rise rapidly, eventually achieving immortality and divine power. But unexpectedly, compared to martial cultivation, his progress in immortal cultivation was exceedingly slow as a turtle crawling. By the time he reached 80 years old, he would barely be at the 4th level of chi refinement, only slightly better than an average low-grade spirit root cultivator. Nothing extraordinary at all. With only 120 years of lifespan left, even reaching foundation establishment was uncertain. From another perspective, his issue wasn't lack of aptitude, but rather a lack of lifespan to support his slow but steady progression toward higher cultivation realms. However, Wei Tu's gaze shifted toward another line of golden-purple text. Earth Spike Talisman, 37 out of 100 practiced 5 times daily, mastered in 7 years. It seems I have some talent in the Tao of Talismans. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Just as long as he could develop his talent in talisman crafting, master a unique skill, and use it to earn spirit stones, he could compensate for his lack of innate aptitude in cultivation. Besides that, Wei Tu knew that the immortal cultivation world had methods to extend lifespan, including specialized cultivation techniques and elixirs that could prolong one's years. The path forward is clear. A sense of confidence surged in Wei Tu's heart. At that moment, the door of the shantytown house was knocked upon. "Third brother." Outside, it was Fu Zhizhou's voice. Wei Tu rose to his feet, stepped forward, and opened the door. "I bought the testing spirit talismans." Fu Zhizhou took out a stack of yellow talisman papers and grinned. The testing spirit talisman could determine a mortal's spirit root aptitude. Even after settling in Danxiu Mountain, Fu Zhizhou had not forgotten his family who remained in the mortal world. "Good. Let's head down the mountain immediately." Wei Tu nodded. He quickly packed a few belongings, locked his shantytown house with a brass padlock, and left with Fu Zhizhou, heading toward the outskirts of Danxiu Mountain. The two quickly left the mountain gates. Outside Danxiu Mountain, they rented 2 swift horses and began their journey toward Yulong Prefecture, the capital of Luonan Dao. Months ago, the entire southern mountain Dao had been occupied by the rebels of Shaoshan King. Because of this, their families, who had originally taken refuge in Xiaoyi Prefecture, had been moved again to Yulong Prefecture to avoid the ongoing war. After 5 days of travel, they arrived at a courtyard residence in Yulong Prefecture. Inside a quiet guest room. This is the condensing moon pill from the immortal marketplace. Wei Tu retrieved a delicate silk box from his robe and handed it to Ko Liang. After consuming it, it will enhance the transformation of your inner energy. It is also a crucial elixir for martial artists attempting to break through into the Xiantian realm. The condensing moon pill was not cheap in Danxiu Mountain's alchemy shops. Each pill cost 7 spirit stones. Had it not been for the unexpected wealth from Martial Luck Pavilion, he would have needed at least 4 to 5 years of farming spirit fields just to afford one. Low-level chi refinement cultivators mostly relied on spirit sand for cultivation rather than spirit stones. Hearing this, Ko Yang's hands trembled slightly. "Thank you, third brother." His expression was filled with gratitude, and his voice choked up slightly. Although he never doubted Wei Tu's promise from before, seeing it fulfilled now still stirred deep emotions within him. Nearby, Wei Fei couldn't help but feel envious at the sight. "Second brother." Before he could speak, Fu Zhizhou chuckled and pulled out another silk box, placing it in front of Wei Fei. "This one's for you." Years ago, Fu Zhizhou had accepted the blood-nourishing pill from Wei Fei. In return, he had promised to help Wei Fei reach the Xiantian realm. Unlike Wei Tu, who only gave Ko Liang a single condensing moon pill, Fu Zhizhou's box contained not only a condensing moon pill, but also a lesser qi gathering pill. Of course, This was something he did not bother explaining to Ko Liang. After all, his exchange with Wei Fei was a direct repayment, whereas Wei Tu's assistance to Ko Liang was purely an act of goodwill. Aside from that, these are the testing spirit talismans that third brother and I bought. Big brother, second brother, take some and use them on your family members. Fu Zhizhou placed a stack of yellow talismans on the table. I don't need any. I don't have any family. Wei Fei shook his head. Many thanks, third brother, fourth brother. Ko Liang expressed his gratitude before taking 5 talismans. His wife had passed away early, and although he had taken concubines, he had no real emotional attachment to them. The 5 talismans were meant for his 2 sons and 3 daughters. After dividing up the testing spirit talismans, Wei Tu did not linger in the guest hall. He took 3 talismans and made his way toward the courtyard where his own family was staying. Shortly after, 3 testing spirit talismans were placed on the foreheads of Xinghua, Wei Yin, and Wei Shouwen. The talisman papers glowed faintly. Xinghua's talisman emitted a faint green light, about the size of a thumbprint. Wei Yin's talisman glowed with 2 colors, light green and deep blue, expanding to half the size of a fist. Wei Shouwen's talisman shone with a golden hue, also half the size of a fist. All of them are lower-grade spirit roots. Wei Tu sighed. The sliver of hope he had held onto during the journey was completely shattered as the light from the talismans flickered. Spirit root aptitude was largely based on fate, but parental bloodline also played a crucial role. If both parents had strong spirit roots, their offspring were far more likely to inherit better aptitude. Half an hour later, the forsworn brothers gathered once again. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou wore expressions of disappointment, shaking their heads with a sigh. Since Wei Fei had no children, he was unaffected. However, Ko Liang's reaction was completely different. Third brother, fourth brother, Hong Ying. Hong Ying has a mid-grade spirit root. His face was filled with joy as he delivered the exciting news. What? A mid-grade spirit root? Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou looked at each other in astonishment. In Danxiu Mountain, most cultivators were wandering practitioners, and the vast majority only had low-grade spirit roots. This meant someone with a mid-grade spirit root had the qualification to join an immortal sect and didn't have to remain a mere rogue cultivator. Congratulations, big brother. Wei Tu clasped his hands together, offering his congratulations to Ko Liang, though he couldn't help but sigh internally. Why couldn't one of my own children have mid-grade aptitude? Ko Liang's daughter, Hong Ying, was someone Wei Tu had met before. She was the second daughter of the Ku family and was only 14 years old. Judging by both her aptitude and age, Ko Hong Ying was highly suitable for stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation. The sooner one embarks on this path, the more time they have for cultivation, and the further they can go. I have low spiritual root aptitude, and my future in cultivation will be limited. As the congratulatory voices faded, Ko Liang, seated on a wooden stool, restrained his smile. Looking at Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei, he said solemnly, "Now, my only wish is to see Hong Ying enter a sect and make a name for herself. If she succeeds, then I can let go of my lifelong pursuit of immortal cultivation." Hearing this, Wei Tu and the others exchanged glances, not understanding Ko Liang's deeper meaning. Then, Ko Liang finally revealed his true intention. "I want Hong Ying to join our sworn brotherhood, or at least become part of this cultivation alliance, so that we can support one another. Hong Ying has a middle-grade spiritual root. She won't be a burden to the 3 of you." Ko Liang's voice was firm. By now, he had already learned some of the basic knowledge of the cultivation world and understood the immense difficulty of achieving the foundation establishment stage with his low-grade spiritual root. For him, achieving the chi refining late stage before the end of his lifespan would already be considered good fortune. If he lacked the right opportunities, he might forever be stuck in the mid-stage or even early stage of chi refining. Rather than struggling in vain, he had decided to pour all his hopes into his daughter, who had a true chance at reaching the foundation establishment stage. After Ko Liang finished speaking, The room fell silent. Wei Tu frowned, clearly not inclined to accept Ko Hong Ing into their alliance. The four of them had become sworn brothers years ago by chance, forming the Yi Society. Later, because Wei Fei obtained an immortal cultivation technique, their bond evolved into a cultivation alliance. Having been friends for over 20 years, and having experienced life and death trials together, they had built a solid foundation of trust. While they had watched Ko Hong Ing grow up and were familiar with her character, knowing someone and trusting them were two different matters. Moreover, Ko Hong Ing was still young. If she were to start cultivating, she would inevitably require support from the three of them. If, in the future, she was able to return what she borrowed, they would be more than happy to invest in a promising younger generation. But the problem was, Ko Hong Ing was not Ko Liang. She had never experienced life and death trials with them, nor had she built the same level of trust. How could they simply hand over their precious cultivation resources to a young girl to use for her own growth? Wei Tu and the others exchanged looks again, silently communicating their thoughts. After a brief pause, Wei Fei, who had the weakest connection with Ko Liang, stepped forward to play the villain. Big brother, we understand Hong Ying's temperament, but having her join the alliance might not be appropriate. Besides, since you're already part of the alliance, does it make a difference if Hong Ying joins or not? If you truly want Hong Ying to become a member, then at the very least, we need time to assess her character before making a decision. Wei Fei's first two sentences were tactful, but his last remark was blunt. His meaning was clear. Ko Liang's request was premature. See, that was my mistake. I didn't consider everything properly. Ko Liang hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Since Ko Liang had brought up the alliance, Wei Tu and the others also began to reflect on whether it was still necessary to maintain it. At the beginning, they formed the three great packs and established their cultivation alliance because opportunities to enter the cultivation world were rare and working together gave them a better chance of success. But now things had changed. Times were different. They had already entered a proper cultivation society, and their original goal had been fulfilled. Did they still need to maintain this cultivation alliance? After all, they were now walking the immortal path. In the world of cultivation, friendships and alliances were fleeting. Once people's goals and interests changed, their paths inevitably diverged. Besides, their yearly gathering place, the Shuana Tower, where they met every June 13th, had already been burned to the ground by the rebel army. 1 hour later, after a long discussion, the four of them decided to continue their cultivation alliance and support one another. After all, working together was still better than fighting alone. However, they also revised their original three great packs, adjusting them to fit their current circumstances. Pact 1. Every 10 years, the four of them would gather at a designated location to exchange insights about their cultivation progress. This included, but was not limited to, immortal cultivation techniques. Pact 2. If one of them had the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the others must do their best to support them. Once successful, the newly established foundation establishment cultivator would, in turn, assist the remaining three. Pact 3. If any of them were to die unexpectedly, the survivors would take care of their descendants. Furthermore, if any of their descendants were suitable candidates, they could be admitted into their alliance. With these newly revised three great packs, the four of them no longer focused on merely seeking out the traces of immortals. Instead, they had set their sights on reaching the foundation establishment stage. After spending half a month in Yulong Prefecture, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou didn't linger any longer. They left their families with appropriate cultivation techniques before heading back to Danqiu Mountain. Neither of them brought their children along to train in Danqiu Mountain. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. Currently, they were at the lowest rung of the cultivation world. Logically speaking, even sustaining their own cultivation was already difficult. Where would they find the spare spirit stones to bring their children into Danqiu Mountain? Besides, it was still possible to train in inner martial arts, become a Xiantian warrior, and then transition into a qi refining cultivator. It wasn't necessary to enter Danxiu Mountain to cultivate. Upon returning to Danxiu Mountain, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou went to the Taishan sect's office and handed in their descent permits to Lu Zhishi. For scattered cultivators residing in Danxiu Mountain, a descent permit was required to leave the mountain. Without one, any unauthorized ascent would be punished. If caught, they would be taken away by the law enforcement squad and imprisoned. For severe infractions, such as causing trouble in the mortal world, the Taishan sect's law enforcement team could even execute offenders on the spot. This was precisely why cultivators like Hu Yao, despite being qi refining immortal masters, still live in the slums instead of leaving the mountain to enjoy the mortal world's riches. Registration and residency records were a means of controlling population movement. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage would cultivators gain the right to freely move and migrate without being bound by these rules. For those at the bottom of the cultivation world, immortal freedom was nothing but a distant dream. Lu Zhishi took the descent permits and stored them in his sleeve. Looking at Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, he calculated the dates before smiling. You two only spent 21 days in the mortal world before returning. It seems your determination in pursuing the Tao is quite strong. Thank you for your praise, sir. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou politely responded. Before they had left Danxiu Mountain, Hu Yao had warned them not to waste their descent permits recklessly. Otherwise, if their families ever encountered emergencies and they had no remaining permits or spirit stones, they would find themselves helpless. By the way, if the law enforcement squad doesn't come looking for you within a month, it means you didn't cause any trouble in the mortal world. During this time, you might be under surveillance. Don't let it bother you. Lu Zhishi gave them a subtle warning. Back at the slums, Wei Tu set down his cloth bag and emptied its contents onto the table. Clatter. A pile of pale white, prism-shaped spirit stones, over 20 in total, tumbled onto the table, along with some cosmetics and miscellaneous items. Last time they entered Danxiu Mountain, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had only carried around a dozen spirit stones, keeping the rest buried in a hidden mountain ravine as a precaution. Now that they had returned, they had dug up the remaining spirit stones and brought them back to Danxiu Mountain. As for the cosmetics and other miscellaneous items, these were specially requested by Hu Yao and the others. For low-level cultivators like Hu Yao, a descent permit wasn't exactly extremely rare, but they certainly wouldn't waste it on something as trivial as buying makeup and accessories. While such items were sold within Danxiu Mountain, they were ridiculously overpriced. If I had a storage pouch, I could easily do trade between the mortal world and Danxiu Mountain, turning a profit. Wei Tu couldn't help but yearn for a storage pouch, an immortal artifact capable of storing items in a separate spatial dimension. Storage pouches were usually reserved for late-stage qi refining cultivators. They were extremely valuable, costing at least a few hundred spirit stones. The poorer you are, the fewer ways you have to make money. But the wealthier you become, the more opportunities arise. Wei Tu sighed as he picked up the cosmetics and other items, stuffing them back into his cloth bag. Then, he slung the bag over his shoulder and headed toward Hu Yao's residence. Upon seeing him arrive, Hu Yao immediately scanned behind him, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly when she noticed that Fu Zhizhou wasn't with him. "Where's Taoist Fu?" she asked casually. Women love beauty. The reason she initially helped Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou wasn't just out of goodwill. Fu Zhizhou's handsome looks played a part in her decision. Brother Fu had other matters to attend to. This time, he left Danxiu Mountain and had no time to visit the mortal shops to bring anything back for Taoist Tu. Wei Tu shook his head as he spoke. Fu Zhizhou, coming from a prestigious military family in Xiaoyi Prefecture, was naturally proud. Though he remained polite to Hu Yao on the surface, treating her with proper courtesy, in truth, he looked down on people like her, those who relied on easy money to survive. This time, Wei Tu had helped Fu Zhizhou buy and bring back the requested items for Hu Yao. But such a charade wouldn't last forever. Hu Yao was someone who had seen much of the world, and with her background, it was impossible to fool her indefinitely. Hearing Wei Tu's words, Hu Yao forced a smile, though a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Being looked down upon was never a pleasant feeling. She invited Wei Tu inside, set the table, and personally cooked a few dishes, treating him to a small feast. The two exchanged a few words of casual conversation. In 2 months, the small market in the slums will open. By then, all the scattered cultivators will set up stalls to sell their spiritual goods. Taoist Wei should prepare in advance. Hu Yao smiled as she spoke. A small market? Wei Tu was intrigued. He quickly asked about the origin of this small market. Hu Yao explained, Taoist Wei should know that for people like us, living in the slums of Danxiu Mountain, we are not allowed to linger in the main marketplace without permission. Wei Tu silently nodded. He recalled how, last time, Hu Yao had tried to tempt Lu Zhisher into letting her stay longer in the marketplace. It wasn't just for pleasure. It was also for her to absorb more spiritual energy and enhance her cultivation. Moreover, the prices in the main marketplace are exorbitant. They buy resources from us at a low price and then sell them back to us at ridiculously high rates. Hu Yao paused before continuing. Over time, the scattered cultivators in the slums began organizing their own private market. This way, we can trade our spiritual goods amongst ourselves, avoiding further exploitation from the main marketplace. The small market happens once every 6 months. It's different from the larger market officially run by the sect. She added. Wei Tu thought for a moment before asking, I wish to refine my skills in talisman crafting. Do you know if any cultivators at the small market sell talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brushes? If so, I'd appreciate it if Taoist who could help me make some connections. As he spoke, Wei Tu flicked his sleeve, letting a handful of spirit sand fall onto the table. A single spirit stone could be exchanged for about 30 grains of spirit sand. Though Wei Tu possessed considerable wealth, a dozen grains of spirit sand was enough to satisfy Hu Yao without making her greedy. If he offered too much, it wouldn't be gratitude. It would be an invitation for trouble. Hearing this, Hu Yao's eyes flickered in surprise as she stared at Wei Tu. Talisman crafting? Among the many paths of cultivation, talisman crafting was not as difficult as alchemy, formations, or artifact refining, but that didn't mean it was easy to learn. Many cultivators spent hundreds of spirit stones practicing, yet even after years of effort, they failed to draw a single usable talisman. Hu Yao herself had once attempted to study talisman crafting. However, after burning through a dozen spirit stones without success, she had no choice but to give up. That was how she had ended up as a slum courtesan, selling her body to fund her cultivation. If she had relied solely on farming spiritual fields, she would have never been able to afford the resources needed to reach the foundation establishment stage. For scattered cultivators, those who reached the foundation establishment stage all had a unique skill to sustain themselves. Very well, I will help Taoist Wei with this. But in return, once you succeed in talisman crafting, you must sell your talismans to me at a 10% discount. Hu Yao smiled sweetly, but her eyes held a sharp glint. Wei Tu hesitated for a moment, then smiled slightly and responded, If Taoist who can truly procure talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brushes at prices significantly lower than those in the main marketplace, then we can talk about discounts later. If he could get materials cheaply, it meant Hu Yao was investing in him. If she took the risk to back him, then it was reasonable for him to give something in return. Hearing this, Hu Yao clapped her hands in delight. Deal. Even if I have to front the cost, I'll make sure you get all your materials at a 40% discount. 40% off? Hearing this generous offer, Wei Tu nodded, agreeing to the deal. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to believe Hu Yao's claim of fronting the cost. She was clearly still making a good profit from this. But that didn't concern him. Money is endless. If he could pay a small price for a greater return, he wouldn't be petty about it. After the meal, Hu Yao stepped out of her hut, walked to her vegetable garden, and picked a few fresh spiritual melons. Placing them into a bamboo basket, she handed the basket to Wei Tu, her expression softening slightly. These spirit melons are homegrown, not worth much. Consider them my thanks for bringing me those things from the mortal world," she said with a smile. Back at the shantytown hut, Wei Tu took out the talisman brush, spiritual ink, and a dozen talisman papers he had bought from the market shop a few days ago. Now that he had a stable source through Hu Yao to acquire materials at a lower price after the small marketplace, he needed to use up his previous purchases quickly to recycle his funds. Moreover, he planned to make Earth Spike talismans his personal spiritual product for trade in the small marketplace. This way, first, by displaying his talent appropriately, he could improve his status in the shantytown and deter petty troublemakers. Talisman masters, alchemists, and formation masters all held high prestige within the immortal cultivation world. And among low-level cultivators, their status was even more respected. Second, he could use the small marketplace to establish a good sales channel for the talismans he created. Wei Tu spread out the talisman paper, dipped the brush into the spiritual ink, and carefully began drawing the Earth Spike talisman. More than 1 hour passed before the runes were fully outlined on the blank talisman paper. For a moment, the glow of the talisman characters dimmed, but unlike when he used to draw talismans in the mortal world, it did not instantly ignite and burn to ashes. His progress with Earth Spike talismans had reached 37%, approximately the minor accomplishment stage in talisman crafting. At this stage, his success rate for drawing Earth Spike talismans was around 40%. This meant that as long as he was careful, out of every 10 talisman papers, he could successfully produce 4 Earth Spike talismans, which was a rather promising rate. Of course, among these 4 talismans, 1 or 2 would be defective due to his lack of refined technique. Defective talismans were still usable, but in terms of power and value, they were significantly weaker compared to a properly drawn Earth Spike talisman. Drawing an Earth Spike talisman successfully in one go would at least require the skill level of a first-rank talisman master. I should take it slow and avoid wasting materials. Wei Tu remained patient, maintaining a steady pace while crafting the talismans. After 1.5 months, he finally used up all the materials he had previously purchased, converting them into saleable Earth Spike talismans. Earth Spike talisman, 42 out of 105 practices per day, mastery in 7 years. My progress increased by 5%. If I keep going at this pace, I won't even need 7 years. At most, in another 2 to 3 years, I should be able to fully master Earth Spike talismans. Wei Tu's face showed satisfaction. Being able to proficiently craft a basic talisman meant he had the potential to produce high-quality versions of that talisman. A high-quality Earth Spike talisman could be sold at a price comparable to a first-rank talisman. First-rank talismans were mostly used by mid-stage and late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. If he could craft high-quality versions of basic talismans, it meant he would have the ability to trade with mid- and late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, turning them into his high-end clients and earning spirit stones from them. Besides that, Wei Tu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a testing spirit talisman from his hut and placed it on his forehead. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the bronze mirror on the table. In the mirror, 2 colors gradually appeared on Wei Tu's forehead, pale green and earthy yellow, roughly the size of half a fist. Earth, and with dual spiritual roots. They're slightly larger than before. Looks like my earlier guess was right. The late bloomer destiny is still gradually improving my aptitude. Wei Tu silently reflected. Back in the mortal world, when he practiced turtle breath energy cultivation, the faint warm current from his golden purple destiny slowly altered his martial foundation, eventually turning him into a martial genius in the eyes of Dan Wuju. Now that he had entered the immortal world, he believed that his golden purple destiny would continue to improve his aptitude. For that reason, every once in a while, he used a testing spirit talisman to check his aptitude. And just as he expected, after more than a year, his spiritual roots had indeed improved. At this rate, in another 100 years, my aptitude might reach the level of mid-grade spiritual roots. Wei Tu mused himself. According to his original plan, he would barely reach the foundation establishment stage by the end of his lifespan, and would have no hope of advancing further. But with the gradual improvement in his aptitude, even if he could only gain an extra 10 years to prepare for foundation establishment, it would still be a significant advantage for him. Half a month later, the biannual small marketplace in the shanty town finally arrived. Since the small marketplace was not officially recognized by the market authorities, the low-level cultivators did not set up stalls in the streets of the shanty town. Instead, they gathered inside several adjacent huts. At the entrances of these huts, small wooden plaques were hung, labeled Pill Hut, Tool Hut, Beast Hut, Herb Hut, and so on. Wei Tu called Fu Zhizhou to accompany him, and the two headed toward the marketplace area together. The prices here are about 20% lower than in market shops, but they're still a bit expensive. Wei Tu walked into the talisman hut and saw a stall selling talisman paper and spiritual ink. After comparing the prices, he shook his head. Market shops were more expensive for a reason. Their products were of significantly better quality than those found at roadside stalls. A 20% markup was actually quite reasonable. But if I can get a 40% discount, then the quality issue wouldn't matter much. Wei Tu thought to himself, there is no such thing as an unsuitable item, only an unsuitable price. How many spirit stones for a dozen talisman papers? Wei Tu approached the vendor and started negotiating. The vendor was a thin old man. Hearing Wei Tu's question, he lifted his head, glanced at him, and seeing that he was an unfamiliar face, responded coldly. The price is marked right there. 1 spirit stone for a dozen talisman papers. Lower the price. How about 20 grains of spirit sand? Wei Tu bargained, cutting the price by 1/3 immediately. The old man lowered his eyelids and ignored Wei Tu, turning his attention to other potential customers instead. 23 grains of spirit sand, then? How about it? Wei Tu slightly raised his offer, not selling for anything less than 27 grains of spirit sand. The old man frowned and replied casually, already feeling certain this deal would go through. If someone was willing to increase their offer, it meant they were genuinely interested in buying. However, the next moment the old man was stunned. Wei Tu, upon hearing the new price, didn't continue negotiating. Instead, he turned and walked away from the stall without hesitation, heading straight toward another vendor to start a fresh round of bargaining. After 15 minutes, Wei Tu had a general understanding of the pricing for talisman materials in the small marketplace. Compared to the price Hu Yao had offered him, the cost here was significantly higher. At best, he could haggle down to 75% of the original price. Anything below 70%, and the vendor's reluctance became obvious. Some money can only be earned by certain people. Wei Tu sighed internally, then left the talisman stall and made his way toward the yin house, where Hu Yao and the others were staying, intending to ask her for an introduction to better connections. The yin house was a semi-private establishment where Hu Yao and other underground courtesans conducted their business. As Wei Tu stepped out of the talisman stall, he spotted Fu Zhizhou, who had split up with him earlier, now walking into the beast hut and striking up a conversation with a vendor at the entrance. The two of them seemed to be chatting enthusiastically. The beast hut was where spirit beast cubs and spirit beast meat were sold. Wei Tu drew closer and listened for a moment. It turned out that Fu Zhizhou was inquiring about methods of entering and exiting the Demon Wolf Mountain range, as well as precautions for hunting demon beasts. So fourth brother can't sit still in the shanty town either. He doesn't want to spend his whole life in mediocrity. Wei Tu immediately understood Fu Zhizhou's thoughts. For rogue cultivators in the Danshu Mountains, there were generally 3 main paths to foundation establishment. First, possessing a specialized skill and excelling in one of the 100 arts of cultivation, steadily accumulating spirit stones, improving one's realm, and purchasing foundation establishment resources. This was the path Wei Tu had chosen as a talisman master, the safest option. Second, having an immortal fate, obtaining rare spiritual medicines, magical treasures, or secret manuals, and exchanging them at Tai Xian sect for a chance to advance to foundation establishment. Third, becoming a blade for hire, forsaking the safety of the shanty town to take on dangerous assignments from the market, braving life and death battles outside, becoming a war cultivator. Everyone makes their own choices. I have the late bloomer destiny, so choosing the path of a talisman master is the safest bet. But fourth brother is different. If he wants to reach foundation establishment, he has no choice but to become a blade for hire. Wei Tu stopped his tracks and quietly left without interrupting Fu Zhizhou's conversation with the beast vendor. Everyone had their own aspirations. He still needed to help his mortal family step onto the path of cultivation. He had no spare energy to assist Fu Zhizhou, his sworn brother. To Wei Tu, family always came first. Even though his wife, Xinghua, and their 2 children had low aptitude and would struggle to achieve much in cultivation, that was no reason for him to abandon them. Simply put, he would do his best and leave the rest to fate. Just like his approach to Ko Liang, he couldn't be so harsh as to deny his wife and children even a single opportunity to cultivate. Before long, Wei Tu arrived at the Yin house, which was situated slightly farther from the small marketplace. Just as he approached, he happened to see a scholar in long robes staggering out of the hut marked with a wooden sign. The man was rubbing his waist as he walked. When he looked up and saw Wei Tu, he was momentarily distracted. His legs gave way slightly, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Wei Taoist. The scholar, recognizing Wei Tu, forced an awkward laugh and greeted him. Please, don't tell my wife about this. You know how fierce that tigress is. As he spoke, he pulled a few grains of spirit sand from his pocket and shoved them into Wei Tu's hand before hurriedly leaving. Wei Tu watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected to gain something extra from this trip to the Yin house. The scholar's surname was Wang, and he was a well-known alchemist in this part of the shantytown. Although he only knew how to refine 3 or 4 basic cultivation pills, he was still a highly sought-after figure in the area. Last time, when Wei Tu was looking to buy a condensing moon pill, he had approached this alchemist Wang, but out of caution, he ultimately decided not to buy from him and instead went to a proper market shop. But that encounter had left him with some knowledge about alchemist Wang and his fearsome wife. Could it be that Hu Yao has been leveraging these male cultivators' secrets? Is that how she's able to confidently offer me talisman paper and spiritual ink at a 40% discount? Wei Tu considered the possibility. He shook his head, pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, and continued walking toward the hut with the Hu sign. Just as he arrived, Hu Yao happened to step out. It seemed she had just finished her business, as she was only wearing a thin, semi-transparent robe that barely covered her figure. Her curves were faintly visible through the fabric, and with each step, the slight sway of her body made her appearance even more enticing. Carrying a wooden basin, she emptied out the dirty water before turning back to greet Wei Tu with a smile, inviting him into her room. Then, she shut the door behind them, slid the bolt into place, and turned around. With a rustling sound, she began slipping off her robe. Halfway through undressing, she suddenly realized that her guest was Wei Tu. Only then did she hastily pull the robe back over her shoulders, offering a small apology with a teasing smile. I'm already used to it, Wei Taoist. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. No need for formalities, Taoist Hu. Wei Tu smiled and shook his head, signaling Hu Yao not to take it to heart. At the same time, he circulated his technique to suppress the discomfort caused by his body's natural urges. He was in his prime years and had advanced through the external cultivation path, making him a Xiantian realm martial artist. His blood vigor was far stronger than that of qi refinement cultivators or internal energy practitioners of the same level. By now, Hu Yao had already dressed herself properly. She had added a light red outer robe, making her appearance much more modest than before. After tying her belt, she instinctively glanced at Wei Tu, then teased, "What, Taoist Wei? Are you rejecting me?" The hut next door has a new female cultivator, untouched with outstanding beauty. Nothing of the sort. Wei Tu responded with polite indifference. Having spent a lot of time around Hu Yao, he understood that courtesans like her considered their profession shameful. They often sought reassurance from acquaintances, craving a sense of acceptance. The two of them walked out of the room one after another. Hu Yao locked the door, then rested her left hand on her waist and pointed toward the hut next door, which bore a small wooden plaque with the character Gong written on it. With a slightly sour tone, she said, "Taoist way, that's where the pure one stays. If you're interested, I can act as the matchmaker." Hearing this, Wei Tu responded casually, continuing the pretense. Even from 7 or 8 steps away, he could sense the jealousy in Hu Yao's words. He wouldn't be foolish enough to argue with her about it. Perhaps because Hu Yao's words had been too sharp, the door to the Gong hut suddenly opened from the inside. A stunning female cultivator stepped out, looking in their direction with a slight frown. No wonder Taoist who is targeting her. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Wei Tu immediately understood. Beneath the moonlight, the female cultivator wore a light veil under her hat, and her long dress draped elegantly to her shoes. Just by her aura alone, she was leagues ahead of Hu Yao, who had spent years surviving in the shantytown. Her face was delicate, her features well-defined, and there was a single teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, adding an extra layer of charm to her beauty. As soon as the woman looked over, both Wei Tu and Hu Yao knew they couldn't linger. They quickly changed the subject and briskly walked away. On the road, Hu Yao glanced at Wei Tu and smirked. "What's the matter? Taoist Wei, are you interested? I wasn't joking earlier. If you really want her, I can be the middleman." She probed further. "Taoist who you overthink things." This time, instead of brushing it off like before, Wei Tu responded seriously. "A woman like her isn't someone a low-level cultivator like me should even think about. If she ended up in a place like this, there must be a reason for it. I'd rather stay far away. Desire is a blade that cuts both ways. Without sufficient strength, getting involved with such beauties would be like walking into a death trap. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive." Women of her caliber were only meant for the strong. Wei Tu had understood this truth even during his mortal days. For rogue cultivators in the Danxiu Mountains, there was an unspoken fourth path to foundation establishment aside from the usual 3, becoming a bandit cultivator. Because of this, although the Danxiu Mountains seemed peaceful on the surface, hidden beneath was a world of treachery and bloodshed. For the sake of securing his future on the immortal path, he had to avoid all uncontrollable risks, including women like her, to prevent unnecessary disasters. Taoist Wei is cautious. Hearing his words, Hu Yao withdrew her playful tone and nodded seriously. From that point on, she remained silent, leading the way toward a secluded hut some distance away from the small marketplace. "Taoist Wei, be patient. Just wait here for a while." Inside the hut, Hu Yao sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. Her entire demeanor changed. She no longer resembled a courtesan, but instead appeared like a dedicated cultivator in deep meditation. Seeing this, Wei Tu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Hu Yao to have this hidden side. After meditating for half a day, cultivators gradually began arriving at the hut. Among them, Wei Tu recognized a familiar face, the thin old man who had been selling talismans at the talisman hut. After an hour, the hut was packed with over a dozen people. "This is Taoist Wei." Hu Yao introduced him to the gathered cultivators. "Taoist Wei has a clean background. I've already assessed his character, potential, and temperament. He can be trusted to join our inner market." Inner market? Hearing this term and considering the composition of the people in the hut, Wei Tu had a realization. The inner market was likely a private trading circle among the stronger stall owners in the small marketplace. It was similar to the cultivator alliance he had formed with Ko Liang and the others. People naturally sought advantages and avoided dangers. Even cultivators were no exception. What qualifications does Taoist Wei have to join the inner market? The thin old man from the talisman hut recognized Wei Tu and let out a cold snort. His tone carried a hint of hostility. To him, a cultivator like Wei Tu, who had bargained and outmaneuvered him earlier, was not uncommon. But someone who first toyed with him at the marketplace and then joined the inner market afterward, Wei Tu was the first. Taoist Wei is already capable of crafting basic talismans, earth spike talismans. Moreover, his success rate is around 40%. Hu Yao smiled as she revealed Wei Tu's progress in talisman crafting. Initially, She had no intention of bringing Wei Tu into the inner market. She had simply planned to act as a broker, connecting both sides, earning favors, and making a bit of spirit stone profit in the process. However, she hadn't expected that Wei Tu's talisman skills would be far beyond her expectations. He was already successfully crafting Earth Spike talismans. Even though Earth Spike talismans were just basic talismans, in the shanty town, Wei Tu could already be considered a talisman master, holding the same level of status as Alchemist Wang. So that's why Hu Yao brought me into the inner market. Hearing this, Wei Tu understood. Before the small marketplace started, he had asked Hu Yao whether he could use Earth Spike talismans as collateral to purchase talisman paper and spiritual ink. His reason for asking was to see if she could find him a buyer for his talismans. Yet unexpectedly, this became the opportunity for Hu Yao to introduce him into the inner market of the shanty town. "You're actually a talisman master?" Upon hearing Hu Yao's explanation, the thin old man gave Wei Tu a surprised look. "I'm Che Chulong. If Wei Talisman Master ever needs to purchase supplies in the future, I'll offer a 30% discount on everything." Che Chulong took the initiative to lower his prices, far more enthusiastic than when Wei Tu had encountered him at the Talisman Hut earlier. 30% off? Thank you, Taoist Che. If I need anything, I'll come to you and support your business. With Hu Yao's 40% discount as his baseline, Wei Tu didn't immediately take Che Chulong's offer. He simply smiled and replied casually. In the inner market, relationships varied in closeness. The 40% discount Hu Yao could get didn't necessarily apply to him. Therefore, when purchasing talisman paper and spiritual ink, he wasn't about to abandon Hu Yao as a supplier just yet. "This kid is sharp." Che Chulong smacked his lips and thought to himself, "What a pity." Talisman masters weren't casual buyers. They were repeat customers who could bring steady business. But he had already offered the same 30% discount to the other two talisman masters in the inner market. He couldn't afford to make an exception just for Wei Tu. Thinking this, he shifted his gaze toward two cultivators seated in the corner of the hut. One was a gray-robed male cultivator, the other a red-clothed female cultivator. The red-clothed female cultivator, upon hearing that Wei Tu was also a talisman master, immediately stood up and raised her voice. "Taoist Wei, what kind of spiritual roots do you have? When we sell talismans in the future, we should differentiate our products so we don't end up as competitors." Talisman crafting was closely tied to one's spiritual root attributes and cultivation techniques. Lower-level talisman masters generally found it difficult to craft talismans that did not match their spiritual root attributes. For example, a talisman master with water spiritual roots, practicing a water-based cultivation technique, would find it 10 or even 100 times harder to draw fire attribute talismans than someone with fire spiritual roots. We could discuss this after the inner market gathering. Please be patient, Taoist. Wei Tu thought for a moment before responding. Spiritual root attributes were private information for a cultivator. He naturally didn't want to reveal them openly in front of so many people. Hearing this, the red-clothed female cultivator realized she had misspoken. She quickly apologized and sat back down. After this brief interruption, the gathered cultivators began trading, seeking out familiar contacts to exchange for the spiritual items and materials they needed. Before long, the inner market gathering came to an end. Wei Tu met with the other two talisman masters. After a brief discussion, they agreed on their respective business focuses moving forward. "This is my batch of Earth Spike talismans. Taoist Tu, I'd appreciate your help in exchanging them for talisman paper and spiritual ink." Outside the hut, Wei Tu handed over all the Earth Spike talismans he had accumulated to Hu Yao. If he later felt that Hu Yao's channel wasn't working out, he could switch suppliers. But for this first transaction, he couldn't bypass Hu Yao. That was a matter of principle. "I didn't misjudge you, Taoist Wei." Hu Yao accepted the talismans with a smile, praising Wei Tu. A few days later, the small marketplace ended. Inside Wei Tu's hut, he now had 10 fewer Earth Spike talismans, but in exchange, he had gained 24 talisman papers and 4 tails of spiritual ink. Earth Spike talismans sell at a market rate of 5 per 1 spirit stone. A dozen talisman papers contain 20 sheets. At a 40% success rate, I can produce 8 talismans per dozen, not accounting for the cost of the talisman brush and spiritual ink. Each time I use up 1 dozen talisman papers, I make a net gain of 3 talismans. If I ignore the impact of crafting talismans on my cultivation progress, I can go through 2 dozen sheets per month, which means a monthly income of 1 spirit stone. This is far more profitable than farming spiritual fields. After calculating his earnings, Wei Tu felt a slight rush of excitement. To accelerate the condensation of his earth yuan body, cultivation alone wasn't enough. There were other methods. The simplest of these methods was purchasing alchemical pills. In the market, there was a pill known as the Earth Essence pill, which could assist in condensing the Earth yuan body. But Earth Essence pills were expensive. Each pill cost 32 spirit stones. In a few more years, once my reputation as a talisman master spreads, I'll consider buying that pill. Wei Tu made his decision. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time and resumed crafting talismans, aiming to perfect his Earth Spike talisman technique as soon as possible. Unlike other talismans, Earth Spike talismans had no risk of oversaturation in the market. They were essential for spiritual field farming in the Danxiu Mountain marketplace. Because of this, Wei Tu didn't need to consider switching to other immortal talismans just to make money. Most talisman masters, in order to maintain high success rates, typically specialized in crafting only a few types of talismans, or at most a dozen. For the next 6 months, Wei Tu's talisman crafting steadily improved. His Earth Spike talisman progress increased from 42% to 51%. During his practice, there were a few moments of enlightenment, allowing him to craft high-quality talismans. However, to avoid drawing attention, Wei Tu kept this secret. He planned to reveal his improved talisman mastery only after reaching mid-stage qi refinement, so it would appear as a natural progression. Third brother. One day, Fu Zhizhou knocked on his door again. But unlike before, Fu Zhizhou wasn't alone this time. Another male cultivator stood beside him. This man was named Helian Xiao. Wei Tu recognized him. He was the beast hut vendor whom Fu Zhizhou had conversed with at the last small marketplace. Fourth brother, you made up your mind? You're really going to become a blade for hire? Hearing Fu Zhizhou's farewell, Wei Tu wasn't surprised. He sighed softly and looked at Fu Zhizhou seriously. Becoming a blade for hire wasn't necessarily a certain death sentence, but it wasn't far from it. One who constantly walks by the river cannot avoid getting their feet wet. It was only a matter of time before misfortune struck, and when it did, it would mean the end of the road. My mind is made up. Fu Zhizhou didn't hesitate. His gaze was firm as he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Unlike you, third brother, I don't have a talent for talisman Dao. I can't cultivate steadily in Danxiu Mountain, hoping to reach foundation establishment one day. If I don't take a risk and step outside, I will never have a chance at foundation establishment. I'll just grow old and die in Danxiu Mountain. If that's the case, I'd rather go out and fight with Taoist Helian and die outside." Unlike many of the low-level cultivators in Shantytown who were content with mediocrity, Fu Zhizhou came from a martial background and viewed life and death lightly. Hearing this, Wei Tu no longer tried to dissuade him. Back at the small marketplace, he had already guessed what Fu Zhizhou's decision for his cultivation path would be. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu stood up, clasped his hands toward Helian Xiong, and said, "Taoist Helian, I must trouble you to step outside for a moment. I have a few words to say to my fourth brother in private." Fu Zhizhou's chosen path was not something Wei Tu could interfere with, nor did he have the ability to do so. However, as a sworn brother, there were still things he could do to help. This, Helian Xiong looked surprised for a moment, but after a slight pause, he cupped his hands in return and awkwardly stepped out of the room. A few moments later, Wei Tu heard the sound of footsteps stopping outside. He paused, walked to the window, and opened a small crack in the lattice to take a peek. Only when he saw that Helian Xiong had already walked far away did he return to his seat. These are 2 high-quality Earth Spike talismans. Their power is comparable to that of a first-rank talisman. Take them with you to protect yourself. Wei Tu retrieved 2 talismans from his sleeve and handed them to Fu Zhizhou. After knowing Fu Zhizhou for over 20 years, Wei Tu understood that his sworn brother was not an ungrateful person. His actions regarding the blood food pellet had already proved that. Third brother, this gift is too much. When Fu Zhizhou saw the 2 high-quality earth spike talismans before him, he was first shocked by Wei Tu's skill in talisman Dao. Then, as he came to his senses, he quickly tried to refuse. Having lived in Danqiu Mountain for 2 years, he now understood how difficult it was to earn spirit stones. Though his youthful ambition hadn't been completely worn away, he no longer dared to accept gifts that were too valuable. He feared he might never be able to repay them. In the past, when he accepted help from his brothers, it was because he was confident he could pay them back in the future. Now, he no longer had that confidence. The beast hides from Demon Wolf Mountain can be used to craft first-rank talisman paper. If you get the chance to hunt beasts in the future, save me some hides. That way, we both benefit. Wei Tu saw through Fu Zhizhou's hesitation at a glance and smiled. The talisman paper that Che Chulong and the others sold at the small marketplace was mostly made from bloodvine grass, a crop grown in spiritual fields and processed into sheets. These were only suitable for crafting basic talismans. For first-rank, immortal talismans, they required higher-grade materials. And refined beast hides are the most commonly used talisman paper in the cultivation world. Thank you, third brother. I'll do my best to bring you beast hides from Demon Wolf Mountain. Fu Zhizhou no longer refused. He nodded solemnly and took the 2 high-quality earth spike talismans from Wei Tu's hands. After that, Wei Tu didn't stop him any longer. He watched silently as Fu Zhizhou left Danqiu Mountain. I hope this won't be the last time I see fourth brother. Wei Tu sighed. 1 month after Fu Zhizhou's departure. That day, Wei Tu was working in the spiritual fields. Between his fingers, he held an earth spike talisman and chanted a brief incantation. Immediately, the hardened soil of the spiritual field began to loosen and turn over on its own. Once the talisman burned out, half an acre of land had been completely tilled and prepared. Then, he picked up a hoe and began planting this year's spiritual rice. After Fu Zhizhou left and abandoned his identity as a spiritual farmer, the marketplace did not immediately reclaim the land that had been allocated to him. The lease for spiritual fields lasted 5 years. Only after 5 years would the marketplace reclaim the land and redistribute it. However, while privately owned fields could be left unattended, the public fields leased from the marketplace still had to be farmed. It was considered a tax paid to the marketplace. Of course, this was actually good news for Wei Tu. He now controlled 5 additional acres of spiritual farmland. Even if he didn't carefully tend to them, after 5 years, he could still earn 6 or 7 extra spirit stones. Third brother. Suddenly, a booming voice called out behind him. Second brother? Wei Tu turned around to see Hu Yao leading Wei Fei toward him. For a moment, he was stunned. Then, he quickly understood. Wei Fei must have used the condensing moon pill and lesser qi gathering pill that Fu Zhizhou had given him and successfully broken through to the Xiantian realm, allowing him to enter Danqiu Mountain. Taoist Wei, I was doing laundry when I overheard this Wei Taoist arriving, saying he was looking for you and Taoist Fu. So I brought him here. I hope you don't mind. Hu Yao smiled. After finishing her words, she gave a small bow and casually found an excuse to leave the spiritual fields. Come, let's go back to my place first. Wei Tu slung his hoe over his shoulder and led Wei Fei back to his hut. 15 minutes later, as Wei Fei stepped into the hut, his eyes widened in shock at the crude furnishings. The rickety table, the rough wooden stools, and the simple straw bed all left him dumbfounded. Third brother, your living conditions are terrible. This is even worse than in the mortal world. No wonder when you came back to the mortal world last time, I asked you how you were living here, and you barely said anything, just kept saying, it's all right, it's all right. Back in the provincial capital, Wei Tu had carriages, servants, and maids attending to him. His meals were prepared by top chefs from the finest restaurants. His lifestyle had been luxurious and refined. Who could have imagined that after entering the cultivation world, Wei Tu was living like a poor farmer? For a moment, Wei Fei was at a loss for words. Seeing that Wei Tu remained silent, only furrowing his brow slightly, Wei Fei realized his mistake. With an awkward chuckle, he quickly shut his mouth. The shanty town in Danxiu Mountain was intentionally created to house low-level cultivators. The longer you stay in the cultivation world, the more you'll understand why. Wei Tu explained. The cultivation world had a strict hierarchical structure, far more rigid than in the mortal world. Cultivators like them, those at the bottom, might have the ability to transform the shanty town into a palace-like luxury estate, but that was strictly forbidden by the marketplace's regulations. First, because social order must be maintained. Second, if the shanty town was turned into a lavish palace with spiritual gathering arrays and other cultivation formations, then who would rent the marketplace's cave residences? These points, Wei Tu had gradually understood them in his first few months after arriving in Danxiu Mountain. This is a letter from eldest brother. After chatting for a while, Wei Fei took a letter from his robe and handed it to Wei Tu. A letter from eldest brother? Wei Tu was surprised. He quickly opened it and read its contents. Ko Yang wrote that after their last meeting, he had taken the condensing moon pill gifted by Wei Tu and broken through to the Xiantian realm. Afterward, he took his second daughter, Ko Hongying, to another marketplace in Zheng Kingdom, Baishe Lake Marketplace. After much effort, Ko Hongying had successfully joined the leading sect of Baishe Lake Marketplace, Jingshui Pavilion, becoming an outer disciple. Her master was Daoist Qin, a foundation establishment cultivator from Jingshui Pavilion. At the end of the letter, Ko Yang mentioned that Daoist Qin had rewarded Ko Hongying with a generous amount of spirit stones. He had used some of them to buy a Earth Essence pill for Wei Tu, hoping he would accept it. Earth Essence pill. Wei Tu was both shocked and overjoyed. He had originally planned to wait a few years, build his reputation, and purchase one himself to aid his cultivation. But unexpectedly, Ko Yang had bought one for him in advance. A family that accumulates good deeds will always have blessings. Wei Tu set down the letter and sighed with emotion. If he had abandoned Ko Yang back then, believing his aptitude was too poor to be worth helping, then today, when Ko Yang had prospered, he wouldn't have thought of him at all. Both he and Fu Zhizhou had trained to cultivate the Earth Yuan body, so they both needed the Earth Essence pill. But Ko Yang had only sent one to him and didn't mention Fu Zhizhou at all. That alone said everything. Jingshui Pavilion is one of the three major sects in Zheng Kingdom, being accepted by a foundation establishment cultivator as a disciple. Ko Hongying has essentially skipped ahead in the cultivation world. Wei Tu glanced at the letter again, feeling a bit envious of Ko Hongying's fortune. Although becoming a disciple of a foundation establishment cultivator didn't guarantee reaching foundation establishment, compared to them, mere rogue cultivators, she would encounter far fewer obstacles. This is what eldest brother entrusted me to deliver to you. Seeing that Wei Tu had finished reading the letter, Wei Fei took out a jade bottle and placed it in Wei Tu's hands. Afterward, he glanced around and asked curiously, "It's been a while, and I still haven't seen fourth brother. Where is he?" Wei Tu carefully stored away the Earth Essence pill, then let out a soft sigh before explaining Fu Zhizhou's situation to Wei Fei. At the same time, he shared some common knowledge about the cultivation world. What? Fourth brother became a blade for hire? Hearing this, Wei Fei was shocked. Back when they had sworn brotherhood, Fu Zhizhou had been the youngest, the most talented, and from a prestigious family in Xiaoyi Prefecture. In terms of strength, background, and status, he had once stood above the rest of them. Yet now, time had changed everything. Eldest brother Ko Yang had a talented daughter who had entered Jingshui Pavilion under a foundation establishment master. He would naturally benefit from this connection in the future. Third brother Wei Tu, while not as fortunate as Ko Yang, had a strong foundation in Talisman Dao. He was steadily progressing in Danxiu Mountain with a realistic chance of reaching foundation establishment. But Fu Zhizhou, lacking any specialized skill, He had no choice but to take the most dangerous path, gambling with his life for a cultivation opportunity. Second brother, we're done talking for now. Let's go meet Deacon Liu to register your residency. Wei Tu reminded him. Danxiu Mountain's marketplace rules stated that visiting rogue cultivators could only enter Danxiu Mountain twice per month and could not stay for more than a day at a time. Violators would receive a warning the first time, would be expelled the second time, would be executed on sight the third time. No, third brother. Hearing this, Wei Fei shook his head without hesitation. I don't plan to stay in Danxiu Mountain. You mean? Wei Tu furrowed his brows, confused. As a rogue cultivator, Wei Fei had the option to settle in Danxiu Mountain or another marketplace like Baisher Lake. However, by all logic, Danxiu Mountain was the best choice for him. After all, among the four sworn brothers, Wei Fei had the closest relationship with him. He was his most trusted confidant. Third brother, you misunderstand. Seeing Wei Tu's thoughts, Wei Fei smiled bitterly and said, I won't be joining any marketplace for now. I want to experience life as a true rogue cultivator. Before coming to Danxiu Mountain, he had been eager to enter the cultivation world. But after witnessing Fu Zhizhou's struggles, his determination wavered. He wasn't sure if he wanted to walk this harsh path, spending his days like a wandering monk, chasing after an uncertain dream of immortality. Compared to Danxiu Mountain, I think the mortal world suits me better right now. Wei Fei added. The mortal world. Hearing this, Wei Tu was momentarily stunned. With his late bloomer destiny, he had the patience to endure hardship and persist through struggles. But Wei Fei was different. If he saw no future in cultivation, then returning to enjoy the mortal world was probably the best choice for him. After a brief silence, Wei Tu nodded in agreement. I'll escort second brother to the gates of Danxiu Mountain then. He said, Hold on, third brother. Just as Wei Tu stepped out to lead the way, Wei Fei stopped him. Second brother, what is it? Wei Tu was puzzled. That Taoist who from earlier. She was very gracious and courteous in leading me here. I truly appreciate it. I'd like to visit her residence before I leave. Wei Fei patted Wei Tu's shoulder as he spoke. Gracious and courteous? Truly appreciative? Wei Tu's mouth twitched at Wei Fei's words. Having known Wei Fei for so many years, how could he not understand what this scoundrel was thinking? It was obvious. He was lusting after Hu Yao. But Wei Tu wasn't surprised. Back in Immortal world, Wei Fei frequently indulged in brothels. Now, encountering a female cultivator who was far superior in temperament, beauty, and figure compared to ordinary women, how could he possibly resist? Besides, seeking pleasure wasn't against the law in this world. However, Taoists who won't do. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Tu said, She and I are somewhat familiar. If you go to her, it will make things awkward for me later. Hu Yao might not care about such things, but Wei Tu didn't have her level of emotional detachment. If he could avoid unnecessary awkwardness, he would. I'll introduce you to someone else. Wei Tu sighed helplessly. Having lived in Danxiu Mountain for so long, he knew that Hu Yao wasn't the only one. There were plenty of other hidden courtesans in the shantytown. Ah, third brother, you truly understand me. Wei Fei grinned shamelessly, scratching his head. Even though indulging on his first day in the cultivation world didn't seem ideal, opportunities like this were rare. Once he returned to the mortal world, finding a female cultivator like Hu Yao would be nearly impossible. With Wei Tu leading the way, Wei Fei entered a small hut, full of anticipation. Half an hour later, he emerged with a tired expression, rubbing his sore waist, his posture slightly hunched. This Taoist Yao, she's like a bone-melting succubus. I feel like she drained some of my internal energy. Wei Fei took a few shaky steps toward Wei Tu, his legs weak, nearly stumbling. However, he didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he smacked his lips, relishing the experience. These female cultivators all practice dual cultivation techniques that absorb yang energy. If you're not strong enough, not only do you waste spirit stones, but even your own spiritual energy gets siphoned away. Wei Tu glanced at Wei Fei indifferently and stated the harsh reality. The Taoist Yao he had introduced was at least reputable among the shantytown courtesans and knew how to hold back. Had Wei Fei gone to a different one, he might have lost his Xiantian cultivation entirely, with his lifespan significantly reduced. I'll be more careful next time. Wei Fei nodded in understanding. After sending Wei Fei away, Wei Tu returned to Danqiu Mountain. Since Hu Yao's hut was along the main road, he inevitably ran into her as she was washing clothes by the stream. Taoist Wei, have I done something wrong? You gave that business to Taoist Yao instead. Hu Yao shot him a sharp glare, clearly displeased. While escorting Wei Fei to Wei Tu's hut, she had dropped numerous hints, teasing him and stirring his desires. She was certain the deal was sealed. But unexpectedly, Wei Tu had turned around and sent him to a competitor instead, leaving her empty-handed. I know you too well. If I brought Brother Wei to you, it would make things awkward for me later. Wei Tu answered truthfully. He had no reason to lie about why he sent Wei Fei elsewhere. Really? Hu Yao's eyes lit up slightly. So Wei Tu actually considered her a true friend, rather than just an acquaintance from the neighborhood. Wei Tu didn't bother responding further. It wasn't that he was bad at socializing. He simply wasn't used to engaging in flirtatious banter with women like Hu Yao, who were bold, cunning, and streetwise. From now on, send your robes to me for washing. I won't charge you. Hu Yao smiled and offered aside from her courtesan work. She also did laundry for cultivators in the marketplace cave dwellings and some from the shantytown. Although cultivators had cleansing talismans, using talismans all the time wasn't as cost-effective as hiring someone. Much appreciated, Taoist Hu. Wei Tu cupped his hands in gratitude. As a talisman master, his time was far more valuable than other cultivators. Wasting it on laundry was pointless, so outsourcing it was a wise decision. Of course, he wouldn't take advantage of Hu Yao's kindness. He would still pay her the normal rate. Taking things for free often came with greater costs later. Back at his hut, Wei Tu finally opened the jade bottle that Wei Fei had given him. Pulling out the stopper, he gently shook the bottle. Inside was a yellowish-brown pill, emitting a rich herbal fragrance. So this is the Earth Essence pill, worth 32 spirit stones. Wei Tu inhaled deeply, immediately feeling his internal Earth spiritual energy stir in anticipation. This pill has a verifiable origin. If anyone asks, I can openly state that Qin Jinren from Jingshui Pavilion gave it to me for safety reasons. It'll be an extra layer of protection. Wei Tu pondered. Wei Tu was not fond of clinging to the powerful, but the cultivation world was different. Without a strong backing, one could easily invite disaster. He could afford to buy an Earth Essence pill with his own wealth. However, the bulk of his spirit stones had come from Martial Luck Pavilion, while only a small portion was earned through talisman crafting. 100 spirit stones. Just how high was Xie Yuanshan's ancestor ranked in the Qisong Jia clan? After all, only someone at the late-stage Qi refinement realm could casually hand out 100 spirit stones. Wei Tu pondered. Catching a non-Shintian martial artist like Xie Yuanshan and obtaining 100 spirit stones from him was practically a stroke of immense fortune in the cultivation world. But thinking too much is useless. Better to focus on cultivation. Shaking his head, Wei Tu moved to the edge of his bed, sat down cross-legged, and swallowed the Earth Essence pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, the Earth's spiritual energy in his body immediately surged from his meridians, wrapping around the pill and guiding it toward his dantian. In the next moment, a rush of potent medicinal energy exploded from the Earth Essence pill, spreading through Wei Tu's limbs, bones, and acupuncture points. Days passed. After a few days, a faint yellow glow began to radiate from Wei Tu's arms. This glow attracted the surrounding Earth's spiritual energy, rapidly absorbing it into his body and converting it into thick Earth energy. I've condensed a quarter of the thick Earth body. One Earth Essence pill can condense a quarter of the thick Earth body. This means that to fully condense it, I'll need at least 4 more pills. Wei Tu opened his eyes, gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror, and shook his head. To fully form the thick Earth body, it would take around 100 spirit stones worth of energy. If he relied solely on the spiritual energy in the shantytown's environment and cultivated steadily, he could reduce the cost to about 30 spirit stones over 40 years. This was one of the benefits of living near a spiritual vein. However, if he chose not to cultivate steadily and only used earth essence pills, the cost would soar to at least 128 spirit stones. The extra 28 spirit stones would be the price paid for speeding up the process. Faster progress meant greater opportunities. The younger a cultivator was, the higher their chances of successfully reaching foundation establishment. 2 years from now, I'll purchase another earth essence pill, one every 5 years. This way, I can condense the thick earth body within 10 to 15 years. Wei Tu made his decision. With this thought in mind, his gaze shifted to his golden purple fate. 5 yuan spirit body, thick earth body, 32/100 training 8 times a day, 40 years to completion. His progress in condensing the thick earth body had surged from 6% to 32% after consuming just one earth essence pill. Through deliberate effort, Wei Tu's reputation as a talisman master began to spread throughout the shantytown. Although he only knew how to craft earth spike talismans, his potential as a talisman master was enough to attract attention. Many cultivators believed that befriending a rising talisman master would never be a bad investment. Meanwhile, Wei Tu had begun studying a new talisman from Introduction to Talisman Tao. Basic Talisman, Tranquility Talisman. When used, it reduces mental agitation during meditation, making it a support-type cultivation aid. Within just a few months, Wei Tu reached the beginner level of Tranquility Talisman crafting, with a success rate of 1 in 10. At this rate, he was breaking even, not making a profit, but not losing money either. His progress in Tranquility Talisman crafting was also reflected in his golden purple fate, which displayed a different training duration than the Earth Spike Talisman. Just like when he reached major accomplishment in Tiger and Crane Twin Form Fist, his training efficiency improved drastically. Tranquility Talisman, 13 out of 100 training 7 times a day, 3 years to completion. This proved to Wei Tu that the number of training sessions and the time required were directly linked to his physical condition. A healthier body meant more training sessions per day and shorter mastery time. With this realization, Wei Tu began training another spirit body from the 5 yuan spirit body manual, the longevity body. The longevity body was a wood attribute spirit body and was within his cultivation range. As expected, after reaching the beginner stage of the longevity body, Wei Tu noticed a major difference compared to the thick earth body. 5 yuan spirit body, longevity body, 1/100 training 13 times a day, 25 years to completion. However, he did not rush to switch to the longevity body. Instead, he set it aside and continued focusing entirely on the thick earth body. Wei Tu understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. As he continued his steady cultivation, Fu Zhizhou, who had left Danqiu Mountain to become a blade for hire, finally returned. Fu Zhizhou brought 3 caddies of spirit beast meat and a 3-foot-long piece of demon beast hide as gifts for Wei Tu. Third brother, this time out, Holy Taoist, and I hunted a snow python rabbit in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. After extracting its tendons and peeling its hide, we managed to sell it for more than 40 spirit stones. Fu Zhizhou spoke with excitement. In just half a year, he had made 20 spirit stones. This was dozens of times more than his income as a spirit farmer in Danqiu Mountain. Fourth brother, did you use the earth spike talismans I gave you? Wei Tu inquired. A premium-grade earth spike talisman was equivalent to a first-grade talisman and could sell for nearly 10 spirit stones. If Fu Zhizhou had used both talismans and included the gifts he brought back, his earnings would have been wiped out for this trip. Third brother, those were my trump cards. I wouldn't use them so easily. Fu Zhizhou shook his head and smiled. That's good. Hearing this, Wei Tu felt relieved. After some thought, he reminded, fourth brother, if you ever run out of premium talismans, don't try to act tough. Let me know immediately. Over the past 6 months, I've managed to craft another one. I don't venture outside, so keeping it is useless. In truth, As his talisman-making skills improved, he had successfully crafted 3 premium Earth Spike talismans in the past 6 months. However, it was wise to keep a trump card hidden rather than revealing all of his abilities. Got it, third brother. Fu Zhizhou grinned. Days passed. A few days later, while Wei Tu was crafting talismans, he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy coming from the neighboring shanty house. Fourth brother must have exchanged his earnings for spirit stones and bought an earth essence pill. Wei Tu thought to himself. He recognized this energy fluctuation well. It was the typical reaction when a cultivator consumed an earth essence pill. However, 4 or 5 days later, another stronger wave of spiritual energy radiated from the same shanty house. This time, the fluctuation was even more intense than before. Did fourth brother use all his spirit stones from Martial Luck Pavilion to buy Earth Essence pills? Is that why he's having back-to-back breakthroughs? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, his expression turning slightly displeased. He and Fu Zhizhou had entered Danxiu Mountain together, settled down in the same area, and even lived right next to each other. Now, Fu Zhizhou's sudden display of wealth might attract unwanted attention and potentially drag Wei Tu into trouble as well. But soon, Wei Tu's mind calmed down. Fu Zhizhou was different from him. Unlike Wei Tu, who could cultivate steadily in Danxiu Mountain, Fu Zhizhou had no choice but to turn his spirit stones into power as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die outside the mountain before he ever had a chance to build his foundation. As for the risks, Fu Zhizhou was far more likely to become a target than Wei Tu. So, was there really anything for Wei Tu to worry about? 5 days later, Fu Zhizhou finished his cultivation and came to say his farewells to Wei Tu. A year passed. Over the past year and a half, Wei Tu's reputation as a talisman master grew even further within Shantytown. Seeing an opportunity, he introduced a second talisman for sale, the Tranquility Talisman, to increase his earnings. 6 months later, Wei Tu counted his earnings from talisman crafting and saw that he had accumulated over 32 spirit stones. At this point, it was time to purchase another Earth Essence pill from the marketplace. However, just as he was about to leave, bang, 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 a sudden, loud knock echoed through his shanty house door. Wei Tu's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he tucked away his spirit stones into a cloth pouch and hid them under his bed. Only after securing everything did he walk to the door, remove the wooden latch, and open it. Daoist Tong, what brings you here? Wei Tu's gaze landed on Tong Pei Pei, his expression tightening slightly. Tong Pei Pei was the red-robed female cultivator he had met during the intermarket gathering. Wei Daoist, didn't we agree to differentiate our businesses and avoid selling the same type of talismans? Why are you selling tranquility talismans? Tong Pei Pei stormed inside, pulled out a stack of tranquility talismans, and slammed them onto the table. Then, she plopped onto a stool, crossing her arms with an annoyed expression. When did Daoist Tong start selling similar talismans? Wei Tu asked, surprised. To his knowledge, Tong Pei Pei had never specialized in crafting auxiliary talismans like the Tranquility Talisman. Half a year ago, I began crafting water heart talismans for sale. Wei Daoist spends all his time training, so it's understandable you wouldn't have known. Tong Pei Pei frowned. Half a year ago, hearing this, Wei Tu's expression darkened further, and he let out a cold chuckle. I also started crafting tranquility talismans around half a year ago. Also half a year ago, Tong Pei Pei was taken aback. That wasn't what she had heard. Just as she was about to argue, her gaze met Wei Tu's cold eyes. Those eyes weren't exactly fierce, but there was a chilling sharpness to them that made her instinctively shrink her neck. Wei Daoist, wait a moment, let's not be too hasty. Tong Pei Pei swallowed her words, softening her tone. It was then that she remembered Wei Tu wasn't a local in Shantytown, but a wandering cultivator who had settled here later. Compared to the long-established residents, wandering cultivators were far more ruthless. She backed down this easily? Wei Tu found it ironic. Seeing how she knocked on his door so aggressively, he had assumed she was the argumentative, unreasonable type. But it turned out, her exterior and personality were opposites. She was actually quite timid. So, Taoist Tong, how do you suggest we handle this? Perhaps it's merely a coincidence that we both began selling tranquility talismans and water heart talismans at the same time. Wei Tu eased his stance, making it clear he was open to negotiation. It's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. Since both he and Tong Pei Pei were members of the inner market, it wouldn't be good to create a lasting grudge over something like talisman sales. A minor dispute over tranquility talismans wasn't worth making an enemy out of a fellow talisman master. All they needed was a mutual agreement to divide their business interests. I acted too hastily, not verifying the information before rushing here. Tong Pei Pei lowered her head slightly, her tone frustrated. At this moment, she was furious inside. She hated the talisman master who had misled her. Talisman Master Mao. That damn bastard had set her up, making her embarrass herself in front of Wei Tu. That said, she didn't think Wei Tu was lying. After all, the truth could be easily verified with a bit of investigation. Wei Tu observed her reaction carefully. From her demeanor and words, he could tell. Tong Pei Pei realized she was in the wrong. That was why her tone had softened significantly from before. This was his chance. So, Taoist Tong, how do you plan to compensate me? Wei Tu's tone hardened slightly. Having spent 20 years in the government, even though he had avoided politics for the sake of cultivation, he had absorbed plenty of political wisdom from observing officials. Since Tong Pei Pei acknowledged her mistake, this was the perfect time to press his advantage. Normally, he wouldn't be so opportunistic, but she had come knocking on his door to question him without investigating properly. Anyone would be annoyed by that. Compensation. Tong Pei Pei jerked upright, staring at Wei Tu in disbelief. Her face practically screamed, "How dare you?" However, just as her temper flared, she saw Wei Tu's cold gaze again. Her defiance crumbled instantly. Her head drooped, her spirited presence deflating like a wilted flower. I heard that Taoist Tong possesses an ancestral talisman, crafting inheritance. Wei Tu poured tea, handing a cup to Tong Pei Pei before casually making his proposal. Talisman inheritance? Tong Pei Pei snorted, unimpressed. Wei Taoist, compensation is one thing, but don't you think you're asking for too much? A talisman inheritance is worth at least 500 to 600 spirit stones. I wouldn't give that up so easily. At worst, I made an uninformed accusation, but that hardly warrants such a massive penalty. She crossed her arms. She might have admitted fault, but she wasn't stupid. She wasn't about to let Wei Tu manipulate her. I don't want your entire inheritance. I only need the method to tan demon beast hides for making talisman paper. Wei Tu stated plainly. Ever since Fu Zhizhou became a blade for hire, every time he returned, he would bring Wei Tu a batch of demon beast hides. 2 years had passed. His small shanty house now contained a large pile of demon beast skins. Naturally, he urgently needed a method to tan and refine them into talisman paper. Demon beast hides couldn't be stored indefinitely. As time passed, their spiritual energy would weaken, and their quality would degrade. Wei Tu had seen Tong Pei Pei purchasing demon beast hides during intermarket gatherings. And a talisman master buying demon beast hides could only mean one thing. She knew how to tan them into talisman paper. Hearing this, Tong Pei Pei hesitated. A moment later, she slowly nodded, agreeing to Wei Tu's request. Though tanning demon beast hides was a valuable technique, it wasn't as precious as a full talisman inheritance. Besides, since Wei Tu was also a talisman master, and his talent was comparable to hers, this compensation was fair. 15 minutes later, Tong Pei Pei scribbled down the method for tanning demon beast hides and handed it to Wei Tu. Then, she stood up, huffed, and prepared to leave. Taoist Tong, there's still one more matter to settle. Wei Tu stopped her. What else? Tong Pei Pei was puzzled. She instinctively took half a step back, eyes filled with caution. Wei Tu shook his head and pointed to the stack of tranquility talismans on the table. We still haven't discussed how to divide the profits of tranquility talismans and water heart talismans. From Tong Pei Pei's reactions, as well as her choice of words, he had a strong suspicion. There was a third party manipulating the situation, trying to pit them against each other. By discussing profit sharing, he could use the conversation to probe for information and uncover the person behind the scenes. Fine. Tong Pei Pei hesitated for a moment before nodding and sitting back down. She began analyzing the profit dynamics between tranquility talismans and water heart talismans. Tranquility talismans and water heart talismans have similar effects and belong to the same category of basic talismans. The main difference is that tranquility talismans are neutral, while water heart talismans are water attribute. In terms of effectiveness and sales, tranquility talismans should have the advantage. Tong Pei Pei reasoned. Water heart talismans could be used by non-water attribute cultivators, but they were less effective than neutral tranquility talismans. This naturally gave Wei Tu an edge in the market. Because tranquility talismans were neutral in attribute and had been introduced at the same time as her water heart talismans, Tong Pei Pei knew she was in the wrong. According to the intermarket agreement, Wei Tu was supposed to focus on earth and wood attribute talismans, while Tong Pei Pei was supposed to focus on water and metal attribute talismans. My suggestion is that Wei Daoist increases the price of tranquility talismans, while I keep water heart talismans at the current price. In return, I will share 20% of my water heart talisman profits with you. Tong Pei Pei hesitated for a moment before presenting her proposal. That's too complicated. Wei Tu shook his head, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. If I raise the price of tranquility talismans, my sales will inevitably decline. Even if you share 20% of your profits with me, it won't make up for my losses. In truth, Tong Pei Pei's proposal wasn't bad. If Wei Tu stopped producing tranquility talismans, he might lose some spirit stone earnings, but in exchange, he would receive a passive income from water heart talismans. He could save time and focus on cultivation instead. For a cultivator, time was more valuable than spirit stones. But the real problem was, Wei Tu didn't trust that Tong Pei Pei would actually share 20% of her profits with him. They weren't close enough for that kind of agreement. Then what does Wei Daoist propose? Tong Pei Pei wasn't upset at being rejected. Negotiations always involved back and forth bargaining. I'm willing to step away from tranquility talismans and stop selling them in Danqiu Mountain. But in exchange, Wei Tu paused briefly. Speak freely, Wei Daoist. Tong Pei Pei raised an eyebrow, crossing her legs instinctively. This guy was close to that Wen Chu Yao. He was probably no good either. Wei Tu didn't notice her thoughts. Instead, he calmly continued. Since Daoist Tong possesses a talisman inheritance, would you be willing to share some earth and would attribute talisman techniques with me? Before she could refuse, he changed his wording slightly. If Daoist Tong is willing to provide me with the crafting methods for 3 first-rank talismans, then I will completely step away from tranquility talismans. That should be a fair deal. Although the tranquility talisman market was profitable, if he could acquire higher-grade talisman techniques, giving up that profit was a worthy trade. After all, he wasn't like Tong Pei Pei. Her talent was limited, forcing her to specialize in a few low-level talismans. But Wei Tu had potential. If he could gain access to better talisman techniques, he could develop far beyond just selling tranquility talismans. Hearing this, Tong Pei Pei's tense posture relaxed. She smiled lightly, her tone much more agreeable. Since Wei Daoist is making such a reasonable request, how could I refuse? I will bring 3 earth and wood attribute first-rank talisman techniques to your home tomorrow. In truth, she had no use for earth or wood attribute talisman techniques. Her spiritual roots didn't align with those elements, meaning she couldn't even craft those talismans. So, giving 3 techniques to Wei Tu wasn't a loss for her at all. As for whether this would weaken the Tong family's talisman inheritance, she didn't care. She wasn't her ancestors, after all. By the way, Daoist Tong, I have one more question. Wei Tu's eyes gleamed as he subtly shifted the conversation. Who gave you these tranquility talismans? It was Mao. Tong Pei Pei almost blurted it out before catching herself. Her expression changed immediately, and she shut her mouth tightly. Mao Talisman Master? Wei Tu's gaze turned cold. There were many cultivators with the surname Mao in the shanty town, but only one of them was a fellow talisman master in the inner market. Mao Talisman Master, I will take my leave now. Tong Pei Pei stood up abruptly, bowed slightly, and quickly left Wei Tu's home. Even though Mao Talisman Master had misled her, she couldn't just accuse him outright without confirming things for herself first. She had to confront him privately before deciding what to do. Inside the shanty house, Wei Tu took out a piece of paper and wrote down Mao Talisman Master's name. He always wrote things down. It was a habit he had picked up from Fu Zhizhou many years ago. The next day, as promised, Tong Pei Pei delivered the 3 first-rank talisman crafting methods to Wei Tu's home. The talismans were Thorn Cage Talisman, Wood Attribute; Demonic Wood Talisman, Wood Attribute; Rock Shield Talisman, Earth Attribute. The moment he saw these 3 techniques, Wei Tu's expression darkened. This woman is stingy as hell. In talisman crafting, the most profitable talismans were supportive and utility-based. They were easier to draw, had higher success rates, and sold well. In contrast, attack and defense talismans were much harder to craft. They required far more precision and had lower success rates. Most talisman masters avoided using them for practice. Yet, Tong Pei Pei gave him 2 attack talismans and 1 defense talisman. She had deliberately picked the hardest ones for him. This little grudge, I won't forget it. Wei Tu thought to himself. Even though he had given up a lucrative market, in return, he had only received difficult talisman techniques. The deal was clearly in her favor. If she had at least given him 1 utility-based talisman, he wouldn't have minded. But she gave him none. So, he took out his notebook and added Tong Pei Pei's name next to Mao Talisman Master's name. Then, he pinned it to the wall above his bed to remind himself of who had wronged him. 2 weeks later, using the hide tanning technique he had obtained, Wei Tu successfully refined the demon beast hides in a talisman paper. He carefully cut them, producing 34 sheets of first-rank talisman paper. Then, he began practicing the Rock Shield Talisman. 1 month later, Wei Tu had finally mastered the basics of crafting Rock Shield Talismans. His progress appeared on his golden purple fate record. Rock Shield Talisman, 1 out of 103 attempts per day, completion in 14 years. Crafting first-rank talismans was far more draining than crafting basic ones. After just 2 or 3 attempts, he would feel mentally exhausted. Once I reach the mid-stage of chi refinement and develop divine sense, crafting first-rank talismans will be much easier. Most first-rank talisman masters are at least in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Cultivation is the true path forward. Wei Tu refocused on training, reducing his talisman crafting time, and shifting his efforts toward increasing his cultivation. Time passed quickly. 6 months later, with the assistance of the Earth Essence pill, Wei Tu's thick Earth body had progressed from 32% to 57%. Another breakthrough? That day, inside his shanty, Wei Tu once again sensed a surge of spiritual energy, the familiar wave of Fu Zhizhou advancing in cultivation. If my calculations are correct, this should be the 4th Earth Essence pill he's taken. Being a blade for hire really pays well. Wei Tu sighed. Even after tirelessly crafting and selling talismans, he had only managed to earn enough for 1.5 Earth Essence pills. Meanwhile, in just over 3 years, Fu Zhizhou had already earned the equivalent of 3. The difference in their earnings was massive. Of course, this comparison didn't account for the high-quality Earth Spike talismans Wei Tu had been secretly accumulating. If he sold them all, his profits would actually surpass Fu Zhizhou's earnings. No need to be envious. 4th brother is gambling with his life to advance. 1 misstep, and he's dead. Wei Tu shook his head. He recalled Fu Zhizhou's return to Danxiu Mountain a year ago. At that time, his entire body had been wrapped in bandages, red with seeping blood. If not for the 2 high-quality Earth Spike talismans Wei Tu had given him, Fu Zhizhou might have perished in that battle. Should I change my plan? Sell some of my high-quality talismans for resources? Wei Tu hesitated. Originally, he planned to wait until he became a first-rank talisman master before gradually selling off his high-quality talismans for spirit stones. But seeing Fu Zhizhou's rapid progress, he felt a bit impatient. Yet, for the sake of a long cultivation path, I can't afford to rush. Wei Tu quickly dismissed the thought. High-quality Earth Spike talismans were indeed valuable, comparable to first-rank talismans, but unlike common Earth Spike talismans, they had too many substitutes at the same rank, making their market demand low. Even if he sold them, he could only sell 2 or 3 at most. Moreover, Fu Zhizhou's reliance on them to stay alive had already been noticed by other blade-for-hire cultivators, like Helian Xiong. If a low-ranked shanty-dwelling talisman master suddenly started producing a large number of high-quality talismans, it would definitely attract suspicion. For a cultivator trying to steadily climb the ranks in Danqiu Mountain, patience was key. If you can't endure the small things, you'll ruin the big plan. For a low-ranked cultivator, the safest way to rise in status was to take things step by step, ensuring that nothing seemed out of place. Once his status was high enough, then acquiring unexpected opportunities wouldn't be questioned. At that point, he could bend the rules without much risk. But selling one high-quality talisman every 2 years shouldn't raise suspicions. Wei Tu considered. 4 years later, through consistent training, Wei Tu's thick earth body reached 78% completion. He was now only one earth essence pill away from advancing to Qi refinement stage 4. It's already been 8 years. That day, Wei Tu did the calculations and realized he had already been in Danqiu Mountain for 8 years. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. During these years, he had descended the mountain 3 times to visit his family in Yulong Prefecture. Wei Fei had also visited Danqiu Mountain a few times, helping to deliver letters. Thus, Wei Tu had been able to keep track of Xinghua, Wei Yin, and Wei Xuan's progress. His daughter, Wei Yin, had managed to step into Qi perception realm using internal energy martial arts. His son, Wei Xuan, though slightly slower than his sister, had caught up within a year, stepping into Qi perception realm through external body training. Xinghua, thanks to the nourishment of Wei Tu's spiritual energy, remained strong. It was highly likely that she would live into her late 80s or 90s. 2 more months. Once I craft another rock shield talisman, giving myself more defensive options, I'll leave Danqiu Mountain to visit the mortal world. Wei Tu thought to himself. Over the past 4 years, he had practiced rock shield talismans regularly. And 6 months ago, he had successfully crafted his first, officially making him a first-rank talisman master. However, Wei Tu had kept this achievement secret. He planned to wait until he reached Qi refinement stage before gradually revealing his new status. 5 days later, Fu Zhizhou returned from hunting demons. Wei Tu asked him if he wanted to return home together to visit their families. 8 years had passed, and Fu Zhizhou had only gone back once. That was 5 years ago. I'm not going back. Fu Zhizhou shook his head. I don't have the extra spirit stones to support a family. To avoid creating vulnerabilities that enemies could exploit, it's better if I don't see them at all. Then, he turned the topic to Wei Tu. Third brother, your children have their own paths to follow. Even if you help them reach the Xiantian realm, then what? Are you planning to support them forever? Being a blade for hire had earned him many spirit stones, but those were barely enough to support his own cultivation. He had no ability to fund a child's journey into cultivation. After speaking, Fu Zhizhou hesitated, realizing that he might have spoken too bluntly. He looked at Wei Tu, waiting for his reaction. He knew that among the 4 sworn brothers, Wei Tu was the most sentimental and devoted to family, especially toward his wife and children. Fu Zhizhou himself couldn't imagine. If he had risen in power, he wouldn't have chosen to marry an old childhood maidservant like Xinghua. But surprisingly, Wei Tu didn't refute him. Instead, he nodded and agreed. You're right, 4th brother. Our children must walk their own paths. We can't support them forever. Wei Tu smiled slightly. People's capabilities were limited. Fu Zhizhou lacked the resources to raise his children into cultivators, so he had chosen to abandon that idea entirely. Wei Tu had a different approach. He had far greater financial means than Fu Zhizhou. As long as it didn't hinder his own cultivation, He was willing to help Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan reach the Xiantian realm. But after that, he wouldn't intervene any further. At Xiantian realm, his children would have to carve out their own paths. He would help them once, but not for their entire lives. Fu Zhizhou heard Wei Tu's response, shook his head, and left without saying more, placing the demon beast meat he was carrying on the table before retreating. Wei Tu only had 2 children to support. Even if he helped both reach the Xiantian realm, it would at most cost him 30 or 40 spirit stones. But Fu Zhizhou was different. With 1 wife and 3 concubines, he had many children, 3 sons and 4 daughters. None of them had particularly outstanding talent. There was simply no way he could afford to support them all. Half a month later, from Wei Tu's neighboring hut, a surge of spiritual energy radiated outward, signaling the effects of consuming an earth essence pill. But this time, unlike before, there was a faint pressure contained within the spiritual fluctuations. 4th brother has reached Qi refinement 4th layer, Wei Tu mused. He shook his head, suppressing the envy in his heart, then closed his eyes and continued meditating in seclusion. He had no intention of going over to congratulate Fu Zhizhou. Breaking through to Qi refinement 4th layer required time to stabilize one's cultivation. At this critical juncture, Fu Zhizhou was surely lacking in training time. Wei Tu was not so inconsiderate as to disturb him. 1 month later, Wei Tu successfully drew another rock shield talisman. At this moment, he now possessed 2 grade 1 talismans, rock shield talismans, as well as 5 top-quality earth spike talismans. It's time to return to the mundane world, Wei Tu murmured. He stood up, carefully storing the 7 talismans in the sleeves where they would be easiest to retrieve in battle. Then, locking the door of his hut behind him, he stepped away. As he left, he glanced at Fu Zhizhou's tightly shut wooden door. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and chose not to disturb him. Leaving Danxiu Mountain, Wei Tu rented a Qingtsang horse at the foot of the mountain and rode off. However, mere moments after he had departed, 2 figures emerged from the thick fog surrounding Danxiu Mountain, a masked woman and a tall, gaunt man. This kid really values his mortal family, the masked woman sneered, gazing toward the direction in which Wei Tu had left. On average, he descends a mountain once every 2 years. Should we make a move now? The gaunt man asked. If we don't act soon, it will be too late. In these past few years at Danxiu Mountain, he has already exchanged for 2 earth essence pills. If he gets another one, he might step into Qi refinement mid-stage. Once that happens, dealing with him won't be so easy anymore, the masked woman said coldly. As she finished speaking, she pulled out a talisman and placed it on her body. In the blink of an eye, her figure turned into a streak of red light, shooting off in Wei Tu's direction. The gaunt man hesitated no longer and used the same method, immediately following her. Meanwhile, on the main road leading from Danxiu Mountain to Yulong Prefecture, Wei Tu suddenly tightened his grip on the reins, bringing the Qingtsang horse to a stop. Just as Yu Yao said, he muttered, "Someone has indeed set their sights on me." Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of 2 streaks of red light swiftly approaching in the distance. A cold smile played at the corner of his lips as he swiftly dismounted. With a single step, he vanished into the nearby mountain forest. Finding a patch of muddy ground, he rolled across it, covering himself in filth. Then, he stuck a concealment talisman onto himself and immediately rushed back toward Danxiu Mountain. These were all escape techniques he had exchanged for at the inner market from other cultivators. The kid's aura disappeared. The masked woman reached the spot where Wei Tu had abandoned his horse. She took a deep sniff, her face momentarily puzzled. Damn it! Suddenly, her expression changed. Horror flickered in her eyes. Quick, hurry back to Danxiu Mountain. That brat realized we were tailing him and lured us away on purpose. Stop him, she shouted at the gaunt man. Hearing this, the gaunt man's expression turned grim. With a slap to his own chest, a series of bone-popping sounds rang out. His thin frame suddenly swelled with bulging muscles, transforming into an imposing, hulking figure. This transformation took no more than an instant. The moment he finished, he burst forward at several times his previous speed, rushing back toward Danxiu Mountain. At the same time, the masked woman, following Wei Tu's faint traces, darted into the forest. The gaunt man is still out there. He must have gone to wait for me at Danxiu Mountain's entrance. Wei Tu rubbed his chin, pondering his next move. The masked woman and the gaunt man had split up, disrupting his original plan to deal with them together. If he returned to Danxiu Mountain, he would inevitably run into the gaunt man. With his rock shield talisman, he wasn't too afraid. After all, if the masked woman couldn't break through the talisman's defense, neither could her companion. If necessary, he could fight while retreating, escaping into Danxiu Mountain's inner market where the enforcement team would take care of the problem. However, that would expose his true level of talisman mastery. Back in the shanty town, he had already encountered jealous rivals, such as Mao the Talisman Master, who had secretly instigated Tong Pei to cause trouble for him. At the first-ranked Talisman Master level, any rival who bore him ill intentions could easily crush him with their superior resources. On the other hand, if he chose to hunt down the gaunt man alone, he was uncertain of victory. He only had 2 Earth Spike talismans left, not enough to guarantee success. Relocating my family, heading toward Baisher Lake Marketplace, seeking out Brother Ko Liang to buy me another Earth Essence pill, then closing myself off in training at Baisher Lake, breaking through to Qi Refinement mid-stage before returning to Danxiu Mountain. Wei Tu deliberated, ultimately choosing the safer route. The world of cultivation was filled with hidden dangers. He couldn't kill every rogue cultivator who might target him. Strengthening himself first, before dealing with old enemies, was the true path. He was just 1 Earth Essence pill away from Qi Refinement 4th layer. At Danxiu Mountain, exchanging for an Earth Essence pill would draw attention, but at Baisher Lake Marketplace, there would be no such concerns. I just hope Daoist who can identify exactly who left Danxiu Mountain after me. That way, I can prepare accordingly. Those 2 altered their appearances, so it's difficult to determine their true identities. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. When he killed the masked woman earlier, he hadn't interrogated her. Aside from avoiding unnecessary delays and potential danger, the main reason was that there was simply no need. Rogue cultivators were all ruthless by nature, far more so than mere bandits in the mortal world. Facing death, they wouldn't easily betray their secrets. Moreover, a mid-stage Qi Refinement cultivator possessed spiritual awareness. His cultivation was lower than a masked woman's, and if he got too close, there was a risk of her bewitching him in a final counterattack before she died. Leaving Danxiu Mountain behind, Wei Tu wasted no time and rushed to Yulong Prefecture at the fastest speed possible. Although the cultivation world strictly forbade cultivators from slaughtering mortals, such rules meant nothing to rogue cultivators. They were nothing more than empty words. Wei Tu couldn't afford to gamble on a rogue cultivator's conscience. At present, only his and Fu Zhizhou's families remained in Yulong Prefecture. His eldest brother Ko Liang had already relocated his household near Baisher Lake Marketplace long ago. That night, Wei Tu returned home. After warning his family about the impending danger, the entire Wei household agreed without hesitation to relocate to Baisher Lake. To his surprise, the Fu family also acted quickly. While the Wei family was still packing, the Fu family had already gathered at their doorstep, ready to depart, abandoning most of their household possessions. Fu Lin, well done. You got a sharp mind. In the main hall of the Wei residence, Wei Tu appraised the Fu family's eldest son, Fu Lin, who bore a 7 to 8 tenths resemblance to Fu Zhizhou. His expression showed approval. Many people, even in the face of certain death, still clung to the illusion of wealth. But Fu Lin, as the eldest son of the Fu family, had convinced his entire household to abandon their property and shops, bringing only the essentials. Such decisiveness and persuasion skills were far beyond ordinary men. Unfortunately, he only has a low-grade spirit root. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. He firmly believed that if Fu Lin had at least a mid-grade spirit root, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the cultivation world. Third uncle, my father, He didn't return with you this time, did he? Fu Lin glanced at Wei Tu's side. Noticing the absence of his father, Fu Zhizhou, his expression immediately dimmed. Your father has matters to attend to. Wei Tu paused briefly before forcing out a reply. He couldn't just blurt out the truth, that Fu Zhizhou had seen all 7 of his children lack talent and had given up on them, choosing not to return at all. I understand. Fu Lin didn't press further. After receiving an answer, he simply nodded, left the hall, and helped his family board the carriages. Half an hour later, the Wei and Fu residences were completely empty. Even the servants and maids had been dismissed. To ensure maximum safety, Wei Tu deliberately created a diversion. He hired several men with generous payment, instructing them to leave through the south gate under the Wei and Fu family banners, heading in the opposite direction. The journey was smooth, with no unexpected dangers. After traveling for over a week, Wei Tu and his group arrived in Zhujiangdao, Nannang Prefecture, located in the southern region of Zheng Kingdom. Baisher Lake Marketplace, much like Danqiu Mountain Marketplace, was situated in a remote area within Nannang Prefecture. Half a day later, Wei Tu went ahead alone, approaching the outskirts of Baisher Lake Marketplace. A thick protective mist enveloping the area parted under his spiritual force, revealing a vast shimmering lake. Within the lake, various spiritual fish swam freely, and several types of spirit cranes soared gracefully through the air. On the southern banks, clusters of buildings stretched across the landscape. Some structures were tall, while others were low. However, what surprised Wei Tu the most was there were no shanty towns inside Baisher Lake Marketplace. Jingshui Pavilion is mostly comprised of female cultivators, and they value aesthetics. So, unlike Danqiu Mountain, Baisher Lake Marketplace was built with high-stilted wooden buildings rather than crude shanties. A voice rang out behind him. Turning, Wei Tu saw Ko Liang approaching. His doubts instantly vanished. In the cultivation world, whether a district had shanty towns or high-stilted buildings had nothing to do with the strength of its lower-class cultivators. It was merely dictated by the preferences of the ruling cultivators. The bottom-tier cultivators living in high-stilted wooden homes here were not better off than those in shanty towns elsewhere. The only reason these homes looked grander was that Jingshui Pavilion's female cultivators didn't want unsightly buildings ruining Baisher Lake scenery. Wei Tu followed Ko Liang into his residence within the marketplace. The mortal relatives of Jingshui Pavilion's disciples mostly reside in the western district of Nannang City. Jingshui Pavilion secretly protects them as well. Little brother, you can buy a house near the western district and make an excuse for your family to temporarily stay with mine. This way, even if rogue cultivators have their eyes on you, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Ko Liang advised. Thank you, big brother. Wei Tu nodded, agreeing to the suggestion and expressing his gratitude. After settling the matter of his family, he brought up his urgent need for an earth essence pill to advance his cultivation. My talisman crafting skills are decent, and over the years, I've accumulated quite a few spirit stones. However, to avoid drawing attention, I didn't dare make any major purchases at Danqiu Mountain's market stalls. I didn't expect that even with such caution, rogue cultivators still targeted me, planning to ambush me on my return home. Wei Tu sighed. As he spoke, he took out a small white pouch from his sash and handed it to Ko Liang. Big brother, inside are 19 spirit stones and 2 premium earth spike talismans. I'd like a trouble Hongying to help me purchase an earth essence pill. Since she's a sect disciple, no one would investigate her for buying just one pill. Additionally, I'd also like Hongying to arrange a secluded cave for me to train undisturbed, so I can break through my bottleneck. Wei Tu stated. In reality, he already had more than enough spirit stones to buy an earth essence pill, well over 32 in total. By adding 2 premium earth spike talismans to compensate for the remaining 13 stones, he had 2 advantages. First, it provided a commission fee for Ko Hongying, making the request more worthwhile for her. Secondly, by using the premium earth spike talismans, Wei Tu could demonstrate his value as an uncle to Ko Hongying. Although they were uncle and niece, And this time, with Ko Yang's connection, Ko Hongying would likely help him regardless. Things might not be so easy in the future. Ko Hongying could always find excuses to refuse. Relationships also required mutual benefits to be maintained. Hearing Wei Tu's request, Ko Yang hesitated at first, unsure how to respond. After all, the last time he had gifted Wei Tu an Earth Essence pill, Ko Hongying had already expressed her discontent. If it was a matter of helping Wei Tu himself, Ko Yang wouldn't hesitate to go through fire and water, but when it came to his daughter's affairs, he had no say. However, when he listened more carefully and understood Wei Tu's intention, his expression relaxed, and he patted his chest confidently. Don't worry about it, third brother. I'll have Hongying take care of it. You'll get an answer in 5 days at the latest. Premium Earth Spike Talismans, each worth about 10 spirit stones. This way, asking Ko Hongying for help would not only allow him to maintain brotherly tais, but also let Ko Hongying earn some profit in the process. There was no reason not to agree. In a secluded, lower-grade cultivation cave at Baishur Lake Marketplace. So, this is a small spirit gathering array. The amount of spiritual energy gathered by this formation is at least 3 times denser than in the shantytown. Wei Tu ran his fingers over the embedded array lines on the ground, unable to hold back his amazement. At this moment, he finally understood why Hu Yao frequently took the chance to sneak into Deacon Lu's cave to absorb spiritual energy. Deacon Lu had considerable status, and his cultivation cave was one of the top 50 in all of Danqiu Mountain. If Hu Yao stayed there for 4 or 5 days, the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed was equivalent to the value of 2 or 3 spirit stones. Thinking about it this way, Hu Dao's cultivation is probably not as shallow as Qi Refinement 3rd layer. Her chances of forming a foundation establishment might actually be quite high. Wei Tu mentally calculated how often Hu Yao visited Deacon Lu's cave and other cultivators' residences. To his astonishment, he realized that, counting the spiritual energy she borrowed from others' caves alongside her own earnings, her total yearly cultivation gains were actually higher than his own as a talisman master. She might truly have a chance to reach foundation establishment. Thinking too much is useless. I should focus on my own cultivation. Everyone has their own path to walk. Wei Tu shook off his thoughts. He placed the meditation cushion back over the small spirit gathering array, then sat down cross-legged, immersing himself in cultivation. One day, Wei Tu sensed a breakthrough opportunity. He gathered all the innate true energy and earth yuan energy in his body, guiding them toward his dantian. The two forces, once separate, gradually began to merge together. At the same time, he felt a strange, itching sensation at the center of his forehead, as if something was about to emerge. 1 day, 2 days, several days passed. Wei Tu's awareness shifted from his inner mind back to the physical world. When he opened his eyes, he saw his entire body enveloped in a faint yellow glow. This glow attracted spiritual energy from his surroundings, guiding it into his dantian at more than twice the previous speed. 51 years old, Qi Refinement 4th layer. Not bad. Wei Tu smiled with satisfaction. However, he also noticed a slight soreness in his forehead. Quickly, he retracted the spiritual awareness that had just emerged, placing it back within his consciousness, C for further refinement. With spiritual awareness, I can finally refine this silver hairpin artifact. Wei Tu took out the silver hairpin he had obtained from the masked female rogue cultivator, channeling his spiritual power to erase her conscious imprint from within it. With his cultivation now stable, Wei Tu emerged from the secluded cave. Congratulations, third brother. Ko Yang was the first to offer his congratulations. When Wei Tu broke through to Qi Refinement 4th layer, Ko Yang had sensed the faint pressure radiating from the closed-door cultivation room. This pressure was a hallmark of 4th layer cultivators, a manifestation of spiritual awareness, subtly suppressing the souls of weaker cultivators. The same to you, big brother. Wei Tu clasped his hands in return. Uncle Wei. At that moment, a young female cultivator clad in a flowing light blue dress, entered the courtyard. Her features were elegant and refined, exuding a natural grace. Hong Wei Tu nodded calmly. By now, he had long overcome his initial astonishment upon meeting his niece. Half a year ago, when he first saw Hong, who had transformed from a naive young girl into a stunning beauty of the cultivation world, it had genuinely taken him by surprise. He had nearly embarrassed himself. Only later did he learn that Jingshui Pavilion's cultivation techniques all had the effect of enhancing one's appearance. In short, every female cultivator from Jingshui Pavilion was a breathtaking beauty. Uncle Wei, did the cave residents meet your needs? Hong bowed slightly, her voice soft yet cheerful. The cave had been arranged for her after she joined Immortal Master Qin's tutelage, using her master's authority to rent it out. It served me well. Wei Tu nodded, returning the resident's key to Hong and offering his thanks. The cultivation world was not like the mortal world. Here, strength dictated status. Even though Hong was his niece, Wei Tu would not act arrogantly, nor take his seniority for granted. Seeing Wei Tu express gratitude, Hong's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected this level of humility. She had heard from her father about the bond between Wei Tu, Liang, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei. But since she hadn't experienced it herself, she had felt detached from their relationship. Thus, while she respected them, she hadn't felt especially close. However, Wei Tu's willingness to offer gratitude, despite being her senior, defied her expectations. The 10-year pact is approaching. Uncle Wei, would you consider inviting me to join? Hong asked, lowering her head slightly. At first, she had ignored the pact between Wei Tu and the others, feeling it irrelevant to her. Later, when she learned she had been excluded, she had felt a sense of rejection. However, after spending half a year interacting with Wei Tu, she recognized his potential and wisdom. Her instinct told her that joining their alliance might be beneficial. Aside from her father Liang, the other 3 members were all reliable and upright men. Finding a strong, trustworthy alliance in the cultivation world wasn't easy. Finding a cultivator to truly trust and confide in was rarer than encountering a great fortune in one's lifetime. A cultivation alliance? Hearing Hong's request, Wei Tu's face immediately showed surprise. When they had first returned to the mortal world, the 4 of them had reaffirmed their 3 major agreements. But as time passed, and each of them went their separate ways, they had subtly stopped mentioning their old cultivation alliance, focusing only on personal friendships. Now, among the 4 brothers, Liang had abandoned his ambitions for cultivation, choosing instead to support his daughter, Hong, in becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, fulfilling his lifelong wish. Wei Fei had given up on the path of cultivation entirely, returning to the mortal world to indulge in its pleasures, seeking a carefree life until his final years. Fu Zhizhou, despite his aspirations for cultivation, had become a blade for hire, constantly risking his life. Yet, due to financial struggles, he had abandoned his children, choosing to survive alone. Given these circumstances, Wei Tu no longer believed in the possibility of the cultivation alliance surviving. Even the 10-year agreement. If no one brought it up, he would assume it had faded away, choosing not to uphold it. However, at this moment, Hong, someone from the younger generation, had unexpectedly brought up the alliance once more. And not only that, she was actively requesting to join. Wei Tu found this difficult to understand. If I join, I will honor the agreement and pursue mutual benefits with my 3 uncles. I will never seek to exploit or control them. Uncle Wei, you have nothing to worry about. Hong pressed her lips together, making a solemn promise. She was well aware that, 10 years ago, her father had suggested she join, but Wei Tu and the others had refused, because they feared she would be a leech. Since Hong has such an intention, then, as your uncle, I will try. I will see if I can convince your other 2 uncles to agree to your inclusion. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before replying. Beside him, Liang, who had been listening to their conversation, remained silent. His expression was complicated, a mixture of joy and worry. If third brother is involved, then the alliance might be revived. But the question is, will the other two agree to let Hong Ying join? Cole Yang sighed deeply. He knew that the fragmenting alliance could only be reunited under Wei Tu's leadership. But the real challenge was, reuniting was easy. Maintaining it was difficult. June 13th. Sujiangdao, Nanhang City. Inside Sky Prosperity Tower. Room 3 of the Heaven Pavilion. At Wei Tu's request, Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei had arrived, reuniting with him and Cole Yang once more. Third brother, this is a letter from Hu Daoist. It concerns the rogue cultivators who attacked you. Fu Zhizhou did not immediately reminisce about their brotherhood upon meeting Wei Tu. Instead, he first handed him a letter. Hu Daoist is thoughtful. After reading the letter, Wei Tu expressed his appreciation for Hu Yao. In the letter, Hu Yao stated that she had, as requested, identified the rogue cultivators who had followed Wei Tu out of Danxiu Mountain. They were a man and a woman. The man's name was Ying Bing, and the woman's name was Zhu Yan. She further hinted that these two often associated closely with Shu Danshu's second disciple, Geng Wan. I suspect that the reason third brother encountered rogue cultivators is connected to my purchase of Earth Essence pills. After Wei Tu finished reading the letter, Fu Zhizhou's expression showed guilt as he apologized to him. When Fu Zhizhou returned from Demon Wolf Mountain, he had learned about Wei Tu's encounter with rogue cultivators. At first, he had been furious, wanting to take revenge immediately. However, after discussing the matter with Helian Xiong, the latter had reminded him that this matter might be related to him. If he had not, as a blade for hire, purchased 2 Earth Essence pills in a row, attracting the attention of Geng Wan and his group, then Ying Bing and Zhu Yan would not have been watching Wei Tu, planning to ambush him. Hearing this explanation, the doubts in Wei Tu's heart disappeared. Back when Fu Zhizhou purchased 2 Earth Essence pills in succession, Wei Tu had already had his concerns. He just hadn't expected Ying Bing and Zhu Yan to be this patient, waiting 8 years before making their move. Maybe these two weren't just targeting me. Maybe it was just my turn. Or maybe they were waiting for me to fatten up before striking. Wei Tu processed the situation, piecing together Ying Bing and Zhu Yan's motives. By the time he had left Danxiu Mountain, it had been 3 years since his last Earth Essence pill purchase, meaning he had likely accumulated a considerable number of spirit stones again. As for why Ying Bing and Zhu Yan didn't attack Fu Zhizhou, that was also easy to understand. Blade-for-hire cultivators were constantly fighting and risking their lives. The difficulty of robbing them was far greater than targeting someone like Wei Tu. Moreover, blade-for-hire cultivators often traveled in groups and were usually poor, making them unprofitable targets. The chances of being counterkilled were also significantly higher. Fourth brother, there is no need to blame yourself. You are blade-for-hire. If you don't work to improve your cultivation, you could end up dead at any moment. Wei Tu reassured Fu Zhizhou, showing no resentment over the situation. This time, Fu Zhizhou had been careless, but the true villains were Ying Bing, Zhu Yan, and the ruthless nature of the cultivation world. Wei Tu was clear on that. After discussing the rogue cultivators, Wei Tu shifted the conversation to the main topic. He asked Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou if they would agree to let Hong Ying join their cultivation alliance. What? Hong Ying wants to join? Their reactions were almost identical to Wei Tu's when he had first heard about it. 10 years ago, they had refused to let Hong Ying join, fearing that Cole Yang and his daughter would take advantage of them. But now, things were different. Back then, Cole Yang had provided almost no contributions to the alliance for over 20 years. Although they had never voiced their dissatisfaction, both Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou had been reluctant to give Cole Yang any further benefits. However, after Cole Yang had repaid his debts to Wei Tu, all of that grievance had disappeared. Now, Hong Ying was an official disciple of Jingshui Pavilion and had already passed the struggling phase of early cultivation. Her joining the alliance would bring more benefits to them. Of course, the key factor was equal status. Letting Hong Ying join the alliance is not impossible, but Fu Zhizhou just doesn't understand. What is she joining for? Fu Zhizhou turned to Ko Yang, waiting for an explanation. He had abandoned his own children. So why would he willingly fight for Ko Yang's daughter? For foundation establishment. Ko Yang met Fu Zhizhou's gaze. He did not resort to flowery words about sentimentality. Instead, he directly stated the true reason behind his daughter's request. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room fell silent. 10 years ago, when they had renewed their 3 major agreements, the second clause was about foundation establishment. The agreement stated, if any of the 4 had a chance to break through to the foundation establishment realm, the others must do their best to assist them. And once they succeeded, they would, in turn, help the others. Since their talent was similar, this pact was mutually beneficial to everyone. However, if a sect disciple with a mid-grade spiritual root joined, things would no longer be equal. Before anyone else could raise an objection, Ko Yang took a deep breath and recounted the words Ko Hongying had previously said to Wei Tu. Hongying joins the alliance in the spirit of mutual benefit with her 3 uncles. She will always state the gains and losses clearly before making any decisions and will never attempt to command any of her uncles. If she ever breaks this promise, then I, her father, am willing to take my own life in atonement. Ko Yang made a grave oath. The 4 of them had supported each other through life and death. Even though he always put his daughter first, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei still held second place in his heart. Since eldest brother has said this much, then I agree to let Hongying join our cultivation alliance. Fu Zhizhou, even though he still had his doubts, had no choice but to suppress them. He thought to himself, I'll wait and see, before nodding his agreement. I'm in as well. Wei Fei glanced at Wei Tuesday, seeing that Wei Tu remained calm, without any signs of disapproval. He laughed heartily and agreed without hesitation. Having been together for so long, he understood Wei Tu's cautious nature. If Ko Hongying were truly unworthy and brought no benefit to them, Wei Tu would never have called them here for this discussion. With the matter settled, Ko Yang stepped outside, bringing Ko Hongying into the private room. When Ko Hongying entered, Fu Zhizhou, being single-minded about cultivation and having held reservations about her, showed little reaction. But Wei Fei was different. His expression froze, unable to conceal his astonishment. The young woman in the blue dress wore her hair in a simple coiled bun. Dressed in a navy blue narrow-sleeved gown, her delicate face, untouched by cosmetics, radiated a fresh, natural beauty. She was as pure and elegant as a lotus blooming in the snow. 10 years ago, he remembered her as a thin, sickly-looking girl with ordinary features. But now, she had transformed. Her status, cultivation, beauty, and demeanor all placed her far above his reach. For a long moment, Wei Fei sat there in a daze before finally pinching his own leg to snap back to reality. Hongying greets her 3 uncles. Ko Hongying smiled warmly, her demeanor as pure as an ice lotus, making it impossible for anyone to harbor resentment toward her. The 3 returned her greeting respectfully, treating her not just as a niece, but as an equal cultivator. Soon, Ko Hongying took her seat. I have only recently stepped onto the path of cultivation and do not have much wealth to offer. However, a few years ago, my master gifted me 3 taels of spiritual tea. I will divide them equally among my 3 uncles as a greeting gift. She lifted her sleeve, retrieving 3 small pouches of tea, placing them on the table in front of each of them. Witnessing this display of courtesy, even Fu Zhizhou, who had initially harbored skepticism, softened his view of her. The group began discussing their cultivation experiences. At first, with Ko Hongying present, the 3 felt somewhat restrained and unnatural. But as she openly shared her insights, even revealing advice from her master, Qin Jinren, regarding each stage of cultivation, their reservations melted away. Ko Hongying's addition to the group was unexpectedly beneficial. In a way, she had given them a direct channel to the guidance of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even a few casual words of advice from someone in the foundation establishment realm could save them years, even decades of trial and error. Seeking such guidance from a foundation establishment cultivator was something Ko Hongying could obtain with ease. But for them, it was nearly impossible. A few months ago, I consulted my master about Uncle Wei's cultivation path. Ko Hongying's lips parted slightly as she spoke. Master said that now that Uncle Wei has reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, he should switch to the lesser spring and autumn art, integrating it with his spirit seed to form a dual attribute earth-wood spirit body. This way, he can fully utilize his wood's spiritual root. After offering guidance to Wei Tu, she also gave insights on Fu Zhizhou's cultivation path. Although she had not directly asked Qinjinren about Fu Zhizhou, her experience as a sect disciple gave her a broader perspective, allowing her to provide valuable insights. After their conversation ended, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei all felt they had gained immensely. It became clear. Perhaps Ko Hongying couldn't provide them with abundant resources, but the guidance and teachings of Qin Jinren and Jingshui Pavilion could help them walk further on the immortal path. This alone was invaluable. There is no feast that does not eventually end. After the gathering, everyone left one by one. Third brother, let's return to Danxiu Mountain together to guard against Ing Bing, the fugitive rogue cultivator. Fu Zhizhou spoke with a serious expression. This time, Wei Tu had been ambushed by rogue cultivators, and Fu Zhizhou knew he bore some responsibility for it. How could he sit back and let Wei Tu return to Danxiu Mountain alone, risking another encounter with danger? All right, Wei Tu nodded in agreement. He would not reject such a proposal. Traveling back together would be far safer than going alone. Let me return home first to bid farewell to my family, and then I will set out with you. You should also visit your family. You can't avoid them forever. On the way, Wei Tu tried to persuade Fu Zhizhou again. Fu Zhizhou shook his head, refusing to answer. Seeing this, Wei Tu sighed internally, deciding he would no longer try to persuade Fu Zhizhou on this matter. The two soon arrived at Wei Manor. However, as they approached, Fu Zhizhou concealed his figure, hiding nearby. For a qi refinement 4th layer cultivator, using a concealment technique to avoid being seen by mortal eyes was a simple feat. Father has returned. Wei Yin lifted the hem of her dress and hurried inside, calling out to Wei Xiuan, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Moments later, Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan knelt in the front hall, bowing formally to pay their respects. 10 years have passed. Wei Tu lifted his head, carefully observing his son and daughter, a trace of emotion flashing across his face. At 25, Wei Yin had learned internal martial arts, and with the help of immortal pills, her appearance remained as youthful and radiant as a young maiden. At 21, Wei Xiuan had trained in hardstyle martial arts since childhood. Unlike pampered noble heirs, he bore the rugged demeanor of a wandering martial artist. The traces of youth on his face had been deliberately hidden by the 2 mustache strands he had grown. After greetings were exchanged, Wei Tu followed his usual routine, inquiring about their martial training progress. Upon hearing that Wei Yin was close to generating innate true qi, he nodded and said, "When you break through to the Xiantian realm, go to the Ko family and find your Aunt Ko. She will take you to Baisher Lake Marketplace to meet your Uncle Ko and settle there. I have already discussed this with your Uncle Ko and Hong Ying." After spending over a year in Baisher Lake Marketplace, Wei Tu deeply understood the vast difference between it and Danxiu Mountain Marketplace. If it weren't for the strict residency laws preventing easy relocation, he himself would have preferred to live and cultivate in Baisher Lake Marketplace. More importantly, with Ko Hongying's backing, Wei Yin would be far safer in Baisher Lake Marketplace than in Danxiu Mountain Marketplace. And you, the same goes for you. Wei Tu turned his gaze to Wei Erlang, his expression stern as he spoke. From the letters sent home over the years, it was clear that Wei Xiuan lacked his sister's stability and discipline. His mind was filled with ambition, a restlessness that longed for more. This ambition, in itself, was not wrong. However, In reality, there is only a fine line between great ambition and foolish arrogance. Time alone would prove whether Wei Xiaowen was truly capable, or if he was just full of empty words. Yes, I understand, father. Wei Xiaowen stood at attention, biting his lip as he answered. From Wei Tu's words, he could tell that his father did not approve of him and was deliberately restricting his actions. However, rather than feeling resentment, he remained silent. He knew very well that compared to Fu Zhizhou's 3 abandoned sons, his father had already done so much for him. This is 2 condensing moon pills and 2 lesser qi gathering pills. Each of you take 1 set. After speaking, Wei Tu retrieved 2 small lacquered boxes, placing them on the tea table beside him. However, just as Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen stepped forward to take the pills, Wei Tu pressed his hand down on the box lid, stopping them. There is something I must make clear to both of you. Wei Tu glanced at them with a firm expression. Please guide us, father. Wei Yin stepped back slightly, bowing her head in deference. I await father's teachings. Wei Xiaowen hesitated for a moment, but then followed suit, standing quietly to the side. Helping the 2 of you reach the Xiantian realm is already the greatest effort I can make as your father. Once you step into the Xiantian realm, do not harbor resentment simply because I can no longer provide for your immortal path. The path of cultivation is difficult. With my low-grade spiritual root, I do not have the capacity to support you further. Wei Tu did not sugarcoat his words. After careful thought, he chose to speak bluntly to Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen. Some things are better said outright than left unsaid. Father, do not underestimate us. Hearing this, Wei Xiaowen's face flushed red with frustration. My sister and I are not children who need to rely on you for everything. As the old saying goes, at 20, one comes of age. At 30, one stands on his own. Wei Yin, standing beside him, cited the classics, showing her agreement. Both of their reactions and words were noted by Wei Tu, who nodded slightly and chose not to continue the topic. He then divided the pills on the table and handed them to his children. Once the distribution was done, Wei Tu exchanged a glance with Fu Zhizhou, who was hiding nearby. Fu Zhizhou nodded slightly, and Wei Tu prepared to leave. After all, he had been away from Danxiu Mountain for too long. His time outside had already exceeded the limit. Even though he had a valid reason, encountering rogue cultivators, it was not wise to linger in the mortal world any longer. However, just as Wei Tu was stepping out of the courtyard, he suddenly came face to face with Fu Lin, the eldest son of Fu Zhizhou. Uncle Wei, where's my father? Fu Lin stopped in his tracks, staring at Wei Tu and asking directly. Your father? Wei Tu hesitated, glancing out of the corner of his eye toward where Fu Zhizhou was hidden. Your father did not come to Baishur Lake. After receiving Fu Zhizhou's silent confirmation, Wei Tu shook his head and gave a brief reply. In that case, Fu Lin clenched his teeth, making a firm decision. He lifted the hem of his robe and dropped to his knees, bowing 3 times toward Wei Tu. Uncle Wei, please lend me 10 spirit stones. Help me step onto the immortal path. I swear I will repay this kindness in the future. His words echoed in the courtyard. Wei Tu was momentarily stunned. When he understood Fu Lin's meaning, his brows furrowed slightly, and his face darkened. Although Wei Tu admired Fu Lin's intelligence and capability, the request for 10 spirit stones was far too much. 10 spirit stones. Even for a talisman master like himself, earning that amount required months of effort. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take 7 or 8 years to accumulate 10 spirit stones. This matter, Wei Tu hesitated. He had planned to refuse outright. Even Fu Zhizhou himself had given up on his children. There was no reason for Wei Tu to act as a savior. Besides, if Fu Lin set a precedent, what would happen if the Ko and Fu family's other children followed suit? Even if he was wealthy, he could not afford to hand out spirit stones endlessly. But just as he was about to turn him down, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fu Zhizhou's transmission via divine sense. Wei Tu's expression shifted slightly. After a brief pause, He sighed softly and gestured for Fu Lin to stand up. Uncle Wei, does this mean you agree to my request? Fu Lin's tone held uncertainty. When he had knelt and bowed, his gaze had been fixed downward, so he had not seen Wei Tu's expression. He had no way of knowing what his answer would be. Enough. Wei Tu shook his head and sighed. I will lend you these 10 spirit stones on behalf of your father, but this is the only time. With that, he reached into his sleeve, retrieved a small cloth pouch, and placed it in Fu Lin's hands. Then, without further words, he tapped his foot lightly, using light movement techniques to disappear from the courtyard. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Fu Lin opened the pouch and saw 10 spirit stones inside. His expression was filled with gratitude. Turning toward Wei Tu's departing figure, he knelt down once more, bowing deeply. When he stood up, the ground beneath him was damp. Tears had fallen silently onto the stone floor. Third brother, here are 7 spirit stones. The remaining 3 I will return once we reach Danqiu Mountain. On the road, Fu Zhizhou took out 7 spirit stones and handed them to Wei Tu. As he looked at the stones in his palm, his fingers tightened slightly. All right, Wei Tu did not refuse. He simply nodded and accepted the spirit stones. Earlier, he had not planned to lend Fu Lin 10 spirit stones. It was only because Fu Zhizhou had suddenly spoken to him via divine sense that he changed his mind. Severing ties with the mortal world isn't as easy as it seems. Wei Tu glanced at Fu Zhizhou's slightly desolate figure and thought to himself. 7 days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived near Danqiu Mountain. Fu Zhizhou abandoned his horse, trailing behind Wei Tu as they waited for the rogue cultivator Ing Bing to appear. However, their luck was not great. They did not encounter a lone Ing Bing outside Danqiu Mountain. At the entrance of Danqiu Mountain, the two reunited. The next time I see Ing Bing outside, I'll kill him, Fu Zhizhou declared fiercely. As he spoke, he removed a few talismans attached to his bright silver spear, split it into 2 halves, and stored them inside his bag, slinging it over his back. Fu family spearmanship, fusion of martial and spiritual arts. Seeing this, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder Fu Zhizhou was so confident in taking down Ing Bing. At the qi refinement stage, cultivators had limited means of attack. They could not move mountains or split rivers with a wave of their hand. Therefore, Xiantian martial artists who transitioned into cultivation often combined their mortal martial arts with immortal techniques, making them far more lethal in combat. This technique was known as fusion of martial and spiritual arts. Cultivators who mastered this fusion often dominated their peers at the same level. However, successfully achieving this was extremely difficult. Many ended up exposing fatal flaws due to improper synchronization between martial and immortal techniques, leading to their deaths. For Fu Zhizhou to integrate his mortal combat skills with immortal techniques within just 10 years, reaching the level of true fusion of martial and spiritual arts, was an exceptional display of battle talent. In the face of life and death, people grow stronger. Fu Zhizhou became a Tao-wielding cultivator, surviving countless battles, which is why he was able to master this technique so quickly. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. The heavens are fair. Both he and Fu Zhizhou had come from Xiantian martial backgrounds, and Wei Tu's martial arts foundation was stronger. After all, he had reached Xiantian through external cultivation techniques. But after their paths diverged, Fu Zhizhou caught up. His experience as a battle-hardened cultivator gave him the edge in combat. Wei Tu estimated that if they fought, and he did not use talismans like the Rock Shield Talisman or the Earth Spike Talisman, he would be beheaded by Fu Zhizhou within 10 moves. Still, there's no need for me to undervalue myself. A talisman master fights differently from a battle cultivator. We rely on high-grade talismans to win. If I try to imitate Fu Zhizhou, I'll just be playing the wrong game. Shaking his head, Wei Tu suppressed the fleeting thought of mastering fusion of martial and spiritual arts. He calmly stepped into Danqiu Mountain. Last year, I left in March. This year, I returned in September. It's been almost a year and a half. My departure quota was exceeded by 7 months. Taishin Sect Office, first floor. Deacon Liu took Wei Tu's mountain pass and glanced at the date, chuckling. Normally, as long as a cultivator does not secretly leave Danxiu Mountain or cause trouble in the mortal world, even if they exceed their departure quota, there won't be severe punishment. At most, a small fine of spirit stones. Hearing this, Wei Tu spoke honestly. Deacon Liu, I encountered rogue cultivators while I was outside. I had no choice but to take refuge in Baishur Lake Marketplace and seek protection from a familiar connection. As he spoke, Wei Tu subtly hinted at the identity of the person who had protected him. Ever since Ko Hongying joined the E-Society, she had made it clear they could use her name when necessary. As long as they did not tarnish her reputation or use it for bullying, it was allowed. After their last meeting, Ko Hongying had even specifically reminded Wei Tu not to hesitate, just because she was his niece. In the cultivation world, background matters. So, Wei Tu did not refuse the advantage and accepted Ko Hongying's goodwill. Oh, so fellow Taoist, Wei has connections. Your niece is a Mirror Water Pavilion, Jingshui Pavilion disciple. Deacon Liu looked slightly surprised. With a flick of his hand, he moved his brush away from the fine section in the records. Although a disciple of a Foundation establishment master wasn't a major figure, it was still worth giving some respect. In that case, did fellow Taoist Wei identify the rogue cultivators who ambushed you? If so, I can call the enforcement squad to hunt them down. Deacon Liu asked. Wei Tu shook his head. I do not know their identities. He chose not to report Bing. The real mastermind behind the ambush was Geng Wan, the second disciple of alchemist Shu, while Bing was just a disposable pawn. With him and Fu Zhizhou working together, they were confident they could eliminate Bing if he ever let his guard down. Reporting him would be useless. It would only alert Geng Wan, making it harder to deal with the true threat. After all, there was no solid evidence to convict Geng when within Danxiu Mountain. An alchemist Shu was a highly respected Foundation establishment alchemist. Even though Geng Wan's own alchemy skills were not nearly as refined, he was still a first-rank mid-grade alchemist. What a shame. Deacon Liu sighed. He had hoped to use his position to gain some favor with Wei Tu. Wei Tu resolved the departure quota issue and returned to his shantytown residence. Using Hu Yao's connections to spread the news, he had broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement and had officially become a first-rank low-grade talisman master. At this point, given his background and strength, making his status as a first-rank talisman master known would not only avoid trouble but also serve as an added layer of security. Some independent cultivators brought gifts to visit Wei Tu, hoping to leave a good impression. The gifts were not particularly valuable. The most expensive one was worth only half a spirit stone. In total, Wei Tu received around 20 to 30 gifts, accumulating a profit of 5 to 6 spirit stones. For him, it was a small but decent gain. Being a first-rank talisman master does have some advantages. I can now rent a cultivation cave in the market district. After cultivating in Shantytown for a few days, Wei Tu noticed how slow his progress was. It made him recall his days training in Baishur Lake Marketplace, where the cultivation environment was significantly better. Luxury is easy to get used to. Going back to a worse condition felt unbearable. However, I don't have enough spirit stones right now. I need to focus on making talismans and earning money first. He glanced at his remaining assets, then shook his head. When he left Danxiu Mountain last time, he had 34 spirit stones, along with 2 rock shield talismans, 5 high-quality earth spike talismans. But after fighting battles, exchanging for earth essence pills, secluding himself for cultivation, purchasing breakthrough pills for his children, and adding the fact that Fu Zhizhou still owed him 3 spirit stones, his wealth had dwindled drastically. Now, all that remained was 8 spirit stones, 1 high-quality earth spike talisman. The last rock shield talisman had already been sold to Fu Zhizhou at a slightly higher price than its cost. I should just focus on making talismans for now. I'll move out in a year. Wei Tu steadied his mind, took out 2 stacks of blank talisman papers, a processed beast hide. Then, he began creating talismans. His blank talisman papers were completely used up. In return, he successfully created 34 Earth Spike talismans. Among them, one was of high quality. However, when it came to Rock Shield talismans, he failed to craft even one, despite using up all the processed beast hide. Seems like I was too optimistic. Creating high-quality talismans isn't just about skill. Luck plays a role too. Or perhaps this so-called luck is actually just advanced talisman knowledge that I have yet to comprehend. Another possibility is that my talisman brush isn't a first-rank magical tool. Wei Tu pinched the high-quality Earth Spike talisman between his fingers, carefully examining it before shaking his head. 2 years ago, his gold and purple fate had fully mastered the Earth Spike talisman. But despite this, he still could not guarantee that every talisman he created would be of high quality. On average, only one in every dozen turned out as high quality. My first-rank talisman paper is all used up. Fu Zhizhou still hasn't returned yet. Forget it, I'll ask Hu Yao to buy some for me. Besides, now that I'm a first-rank talisman master, relying on Fu Zhizhou's beast hides is no longer enough to support my daily talisman-making needs. Wei Tu put down his talisman brush, tied up a bundle of Earth Spike talismans with a hemp rope, and left for Hu Yao's residence. For the past 10 years, Hu Yao had always sold him blank talisman papers at a 40% discount, never increasing the price. So, he had no reason to seek another supplier. However, this was his first time asking her to purchase first-rank talisman paper. First-rank talisman paper? Hu Yao's heart skipped a beat when she heard Wei Tu's request. She quickly nodded in agreement. I'll personally go buy it for fellow Taoist Wei. After all, first-rank talisman paper was expensive, and being a middleman for it meant higher profits compared to ordinary talisman paper. Hu Yao returned, placing a stack of first-rank talisman papers on the table, and patted her chest with a smile. Mission accomplished. I managed to buy these first-rank talisman papers at 40% off just for fellow Taoist Wei. Many thanks, Taoist Hu. Wei Tu expressed his gratitude. Then, he paid her with Earth Spike talismans, ensuring the exchange was fair. After calculating the difference, he also received 3 spirit stones from Hu Yao. Wei Tu headed back to his shantytown dwelling. However, just as he reached his door, he saw an unexpected person waiting for him. Wei Tu frowned as he looked at the man standing at his door. Che Chulong, a fellow talisman vendor from the inner market, with whom he had always had conflicts of interest. Fellow Taoist Wei, no need to be so tense upon seeing me. Che Chulong chuckled, lifting a basket of seasonal spirit fruits to show his goodwill. Wei Tu glanced at the basket, his expression easing slightly. He opened the door and let Che Chulong in. The two sat down. Che Chulong's gaze swept over the stack of talisman papers on Wei Tu's table, and he smiled. Fellow Taoist Wei, I assume you just returned from fellow Taoist Hu's residence, purchasing first-rank talisman papers? Wei Tu did not deny it. Hu Yao was a middleman in the inner market and did not produce talisman papers herself. Most of the talisman papers she provided to him were actually purchased from Che Chulong and other vendors. So, Che Chulong making this assumption was completely logical. She probably charged you a 40% discount, didn't she? Che Chulong casually revealed the pricing details of Wei Tu and Hu Yao's transactions. What exactly is fellow Taoist Che trying to say? Wei Tu narrowed his eyes, his tone turning colder. Although Che Chulong hadn't explicitly stated his intentions, Wei Tu could already guess what he wanted. He wanted to cut out Hu Yao and sell talisman papers directly to him. This was a severe violation of trade etiquette. If he agreed to such a deal, not only would it cause unnecessary trouble, but it would also offend Hu Yao. Moreover, Hu Yao had helped him a great deal regarding the rogue cultivator attacks. He owed her a favor, one he was not willing to betray for mere profit. Lastly, Wei Tu did not believe that whatever discount Che Chulong could offer would outweigh the value of Hu Yao's network. For connections alone, he was willing to spend extra spirit stones to continue buying from Hu Yao. Seeing that Wei Tu's expression had darkened, Che Chulong remained unfazed. He said, Fellow Taoist Wei, The first-rank talisman papers Hu Yao sold you were purchased from market stalls, not from us talisman vendors in the shantytown. You should think carefully about this. His meaning was clear. If Wei Tu continued working with Hu Yao, he would no longer be able to buy first-rank talisman papers at a low price. The talisman vendors had formed an alliance to block her access to their stock, ensuring that she could no longer undercut their profits. When he finished speaking, Che Chulong smirked, waiting for Wei Tu to back down. In the past, they tolerated Hu Yao because she was useful, but when profits were at stake, she was the first to be sacrificed. That was the reality of the cultivation world. Che Chulong was confident. Wei Tu would not choose to make things harder for himself just to maintain a minor friendship. Without cheap talisman papers, no talisman master could succeed easily. Fellow Taoist Che, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? After a few moments of silence, Wei Tu finally spoke, but not the words Che Chulong expected. Che Chulong stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend why he wasn't giving in. Over the past 10 years, he had come to understand Wei Tu's personality. Wei Tu avoided trouble. He disliked unnecessary conflicts. That much was obvious from his past dealings, such as when he yielded the lucrative Tranquility Talisman market to Tong Pei Pei without resistance. So why was he resisting now? What are you trying to do? Just get out. Wei Tu stood up and motioned for Che Chulong to leave. He had been cautious in Danqiu Mountain not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to deal with needless distractions. Not seeking trouble did not mean he feared trouble. Besides, the threat of the talisman vendors' boycott was insignificant to him. His talismans were already superior to the other vendors in the shantytown. Even if first-rank talisman papers became more expensive, he could still afford them. And if necessary, he could buy them from market stalls, or even Baishur Lake Marketplace. Che Chulong's threat meant nothing to him. Fine, fine, fine. Che Chulong's face twisted in fury, and he laughed bitterly. He snatched back his basket of spirit fruits, turned around, and slammed the door behind him. Seeing Che Chulong walk away, Wei Tu pondered for a moment before leaving his hut and heading straight to Hu Yao's residence. He recounted everything that had just happened with Che Chulong in detail. After explaining, Wei Tu made a promise to reassure Hu Yao. As long as a Taoist can still get symbol paper at a 60% discount, well, even 70% is acceptable, I will continue to buy from you. He spoke seriously. Compared to basic talismans, first-rank talismans belong to the high-end market, making their profit margins significantly higher. Therefore, even if the purchase price of first-rank talisman paper increased slightly, an additional 10% markup was something Wei Tu could tolerate. Now that he had offended Che Chulong and the other talisman stall owners, even if he went to Baishur Lake Marketplace for purchases, the discounted price he could secure there would likely be above 70%. Given that, it was better to pass on that extra 10% profit to Hu Yao, allowing her to have more leverage in securing a new supply chain. Besides, previously, Hu Yao had been able to get a 60% discount because she had suppliers among the talisman stall owners. Now that this relationship was severed, demanding the same price would be kicking her while she was down. Since he had chosen a side with Hu Yao instead of the talisman stall owners, he would support her fully and help stabilize the supply chain. This time, I truly appreciate Wei Dao's support. Hearing his words, Hu Yao's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed deeply to Wei Tu. Just now, when she had heard Wei Tu talk about Che Chulong, she had assumed he was trying to use this opportunity to demand more benefits from her. But unexpectedly, Wei Tu had proactively offered to give her an extra 10% margin. I will definitely find a new supplier within a month. Hu Yao clenched her teeth and made a firm promise. 15 days later, Wei Tu received the first batch of 70% discounted first-rank talisman paper from Hu Yao. It has the same quality and craftsmanship as those from the market stalls, which means she hasn't found a new supplier yet and is still covering the cost herself to maintain my business. Examining the talisman paper carefully, Wei Tu shook his head. The market price of first-rank low-grade talisman paper was 8 spirit stones per batch. This meant that Hu Yao, by forcing herself to cover the losses, had already lost at least 3 spirit stones over these past few days. Time passed swiftly. A month later, Hu Yao came to him, looking apologetic. Wei Taoist, I have let you down. I still haven't found a new supplier. Over the past month, she had truly experienced what it meant to go from prosperity to hardship. Previously, Chait, Chulong, and the other talisman stall owners had been friendly with her. But now, they all shut their doors in her face, refusing even to give her a chance to negotiate. I will go to them once more and apologize. They should be willing to resume business with Wei Taoist and let go of past grievances. Hu Yao sighed. A month ago, Wei Tu had gotten involved in this dispute because he wanted to protect her. But ultimately, business is business. No grudge was greater than profit. If she humbled herself and apologized, the two sides could easily reconcile. Wei Tu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Hu Taoist, perhaps you should change your approach. Instead of finding a new supply of talisman paper, why not look for a steady source of demon beast hides? He had been thinking about this for over half a month, and now presented the plan he had formulated. He possessed the method for refining talisman paper from demon beast hides, which he had obtained from Tong Pei Pei. While talisman paper crafting techniques were not considered highly secret knowledge, they were still valuable. When Tong Pei Pei had given him this technique as an apology, she had never mentioned that he couldn't share it with others. Additionally, if a cheaper source of first-rank talisman paper could be found, he was confident that he could even pull Tong Pei Pei into this alliance. This would be beneficial to Tong Pei Pei as well. Demon beast hides? Hu Yao was stunned, but after thinking it through, she realized that this could actually work. Demon beast hides were collected from the hunts of mercenaries and wandering cultivators. Compared to the strongly unified and monopolized talisman stall owners, the scattered and independent nature of mercenaries meant that they could be approached and negotiated with more easily. I trust Hu Taoist's connections and capabilities. Wei Tu smiled slightly and handed her a pre-prepared instruction manual. Wei Taoist's kindness I will never forget. Hu Yao took the paper, glanced at its contents, and expressed her deep gratitude. Seizing business from the talisman stall owners was both a risk and an opportunity. If successful, she would no longer need to struggle in the slums of the market. She might even gain the means to one day reach the foundation establishment stage. Although this plan had benefits, it also had risks. Those talisman stall owners were not easy to deal with. If things went badly, he could end up dead outside Danqiu Mountain or even assassinated within the shantytown itself. If things work out, I will ensure that Wei Taoist receives a share of the profits. Hu Yao spoke seriously. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement, accepting the offer without any pretense of generosity. After Hu Yao left, Wei Tu began packing his belongings. He had decided to move into the market district today and rent a cave dwelling rather than delay any further. Originally, his plan had been to wait a year, accumulate enough wealth, and then move at the right moment. But plans could never keep up with unexpected changes. Now that he had given the talisman crafting method to Hu Yao, he had undoubtedly offended Che Chulong and his group. Staying in a low-security shantytown any longer would only increase his risks. If moving was inevitable, it was better to do it now. The only issue is that with my current finances, I can only afford a cave dwelling with poor spiritual energy. Wei Tu sighed. Before long, Wei Tu arrived at the market district and entered a well-reputed broker's office to find a rental. The cave dwellings in Danqiu Mountain's market district are divided into 4 grades and 3 tiers. The 4 grades are A, B, C, and D, while the 3 tiers are upper, middle, and lower. The grade is determined by proximity to the spirit veins. The closer, the higher the grade. The tier is based on the size, structure, and facilities of the cave dwelling. The broker assistant explained. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded. After living in Danqiu Mountain for 10 years, he was already familiar with the ranking system of these cave dwellings. When Deacon Liu first mentioned the cheapest cave dwelling, it had cost 1 spirit stone for 3 years, which was a D-grade lower-tier dwelling. These places had almost no difference in spiritual energy from the shantytown, as they were located at the very edge of the spirit vein. The only advantage was that they offered better safety and a cleaner environment compared to the shantytown. After some consideration of his finances, Wei Tu chose a C-grade lower-tier cave dwelling, paid the spirit stones, and received the key. C-grade lower-tier dwellings were shared courtyards, with 4 cultivators living together. There was one cultivation room with a minor spirit gathering formation, used on a rotation basis. The privacy was poor. However, only C-grade and above had spirit gathering formations. Even D-grade upper-tier cave dwellings, though private and independent, lacked a cultivation chamber with a formation. Wei Tu's new dwelling was located on Lark Street, a relatively remote part of Danqiu Mountain. Unlocking the courtyard door, Wei Tu stepped inside. Not bad, definitely better than a shantytown. Scanning the small courtyard, he felt somewhat satisfied. Compared to the shantytown, the air here was fresher and the streets were clean. The living conditions were clearly a major improvement. The courtyard has 5 rooms in total, 1 for the cultivation chamber, 1 for myself, and 3 others. One of the rooms is locked and covered in dust, meaning the occupant hasn't been around for a long time. The other 2, I wonder who lives in them. While opening his own door, this thought crossed Wei Tu's mind. After entering, he set down his cloth bag, then retrieved a few talismans from his sleeve, preparing to visit his neighbors. However, before he could step outside, he heard soft footsteps on the wooden corridor and a deep, raspy cough from the yard. Immortal Master Wu? Wei Tu opened the door, surprised to see an elder in blue robes, whose appearance closely resembled his memory of Immortal Master Wu. He hadn't expected to run into him again in this courtyard on Lark Street. Immortal Master Wu had been the first cultivator he had ever seen in this lifetime. If not for Immortal Master Wu's duel with a cultivator from the Qisongjia clan, he would have never obtained immortal secrets from Xie Yuan Shan, nor would he have entered Danqiu Mountain to cultivate. Are you the new resident of this courtyard? Immortal Master Wu didn't recognize Wei Tu's day. He simply examined him briefly and asked. Wei Tu nodded. They exchanged names, after which Immortal Master Wu explained why he had come. He sighed and said, the cultivation chamber in this courtyard. I will need to use it frequently for the next 6 months. Would you be willing to wait until then to take your turn? Yuchi Daoist has already agreed to this. After a brief pause, Immortal Master Wu hesitated, then took out 1 spirit stone from his waist pouch and placed it on Wei Tu's table. If it is Immortal Master Wu's request, then I am happy to agree. Seeing that he was being compensated with spirit stones, Wei Tu smiled and accepted the arrangement. Wei Tu had just broken through to Qi Refinement 4th level not long ago, and his cultivation progress was unlikely to advance significantly within the next few years. Not using the cultivation chamber for the next 6 months wouldn't have much impact on him. Additionally, according to Ko Hong Ying, it would be best for him to switch to cultivating the Lesser Spring and Autumn Art during his Qi refinement stage to condense a wood-earth spiritual body. However, at the moment, he still did not have the Lesser Spring and Autumn Art. After a brief exchange, Immortal Master Wu took his leave. It seems the rumors back then weren't false. Immortal Master Wu really did lose an arm to that Jia clan cultivator. Wei Tu pondered. During their conversation, he had noticed that Immortal Master Wu's right arm was well concealed, but there was still something off about it. It was a prosthetic limb. A few days later, Wei Tu brought gifts and visited his neighbors. Immortal Master Wu expressed gratitude, but did not reciprocate with a return gift. Wei Tu didn't mind. Inside Immortal Master Wu's room, he noticed a pile of empty pill bottles and leftover medicinal dregs from boiled herbs. From this, he inferred that Immortal Master Wu had likely spent all his resources on treating his injuries. Otherwise, with his late-stage Qi refinement cultivation, he should be living somewhere far better than Lark Street. His other neighbor, the one whom Immortal Master Wu referred to as Yuchi Daoist, was far more polite. Not only did she return the gift, but the next day, she even invited Wei Tu for tea. The tea was spiritual tea. Its aroma and spiritual energy were only slightly inferior to the one tale of spirit tea Ko Hong Ying had gifted him. If Wei Daoist ever needs to purchase pills in the future, you can come to me. I have connections with Gung Dan Master, the second disciple of Shu Dan Master. Yuchi Yu said with a charming smile. Gung Dan Master? Hearing this, Wei Tu was instantly alarmed. He hadn't expected that his new neighbor Yu would have ties with Gongwen. If I ever need anything, I will certainly come to Yuchi Daoist. Though, I hope you could give me a better price when the time comes. Wei Tu kept his face neutral, suppressing the doubt in his heart as he replied. That's a deal, then. Yu chuckled softly. As Wei Tu got up to leave, Yu swayed her hips gracefully, walking him to the door. When they reached the entrance, she deliberately leaned in close, her fingers lightly brushing against Wei Tu's arm. Is she testing me? Trying to see if I know that Gongwen is behind Bing's attack? Or is this just normal socializing? After all, a pill refiner's connections are often extensive, and it's not surprising that Yu knows Gongwen. It's perfectly reasonable. Back in his room, Wei Tu carefully analyzed every word and gesture of Yu, forming various speculations. I can't afford to take this lightly. With that in mind, a few days later, he brought some spirit stones to Yu's residence and asked her to purchase 2 yellow essence pills from Gongwen. Yellow essence pills were commonly used by mid-stage qi refinement cultivators to increase their cultivation. Each pill cost 3 spirit stones. The next day, Yu personally delivered 2 yellow essence pills to Wei Tu. Could these pills be poisoned by Gongwen or Yu? Wei Tu shook the pill bottle lightly, his expression darkening. After a brief moment of contemplation, he got up, locked his door, and headed toward the shantytown. Hu Daoist, you are acquainted with Wang Dan Master. Would it be possible for you to ask Wang Dan Master to examine this bottle of pills for me, to check if they contain poison? Seated in Hu Yao's residence, Wei Tu placed the bottle of yellow essence pills on the table and spoke seriously. According to his knowledge, Wang Dan Master was a regular visitor of Hu Yao's shop, and the two had been friends for many years. This matter. Upon hearing this, Hu Yao's face immediately tensed, and a look of fear appeared in her eyes. In a letter that Fu Zhizhou had sent to Wei Tu, it was Hu Yao who had explicitly pointed out that the mastermind behind Bing's attack was Gongwen. Now, Wei Tu was asking her to check if these pills were poisoned. With a little thought, she could easily guess that this issue must involve Gongwen. And Gongwen was someone she could not afford to provoke. After a brief hesitation, Hu Yao took a deep breath, looked at Wei Tu, and made a firm decision. I'll do it. She wasn't the type to forget favors. Besides, it was just checking a pill for poison. This is the newly crafted batch of first-grade talisman paper. Next, Hu Yao opened a 7-foot-long wooden box, removed a stack of talisman paper, and handed it to Wei Tu. As for your profit share, I have 2 proposals. 1, your share will be based on the business's profits and losses, and you will receive a fixed equity percentage. 2, every fixed period, I will supply you with a certain amount of first-grade talisman paper for free. Which option do you prefer? Wei Daoist. Second one. After a brief consideration, Wei Tu chose Hu Yao's second proposal. As a talisman master, his main goal in supporting Hu Yao to replace the charm shop vendors was to secure a supply of cheap talisman paper. There was no need to take a stake in the business, which would only add unnecessary complications. As long as he could obtain inexpensive talisman paper, he could continuously produce and sell talismans, turning them into profit. Moreover, avoiding a stake in the business meant he wouldn't need to participate in its operations, sparing him the hassle. Most talisman masters refrained from entering the talisman paper business, not because they failed to see its profitability, but because the earnings from selling talismans far exceeded the small-scale profits of selling talisman paper. They simply had no time to spare on such an endeavor. Talisman paper sales only yielded meager earnings in comparison. Hu Yao nodded at Wei Tu's decision, unsurprised. She then retrieved a contract, written in black ink on white paper, and handed it to him to sign. 2 days later, Hu Yao paid a visit, returning the 2 Huanghua pills to Wei Tu. No poison. Did I overthink this? After seeing Hu Yao off, Wei Tu stared at the 2 Huanghua pills, his brows furrowing slightly. A few days later, he deliberately tossed the pill bottle into the trash pile outside his house, leaving it in a conspicuous spot. Just as expected, something's fishy. When the marketplace sweepers came to clean up Yonge Street a few days later, Wei Tu picked up the discarded pill bottle, sniffing it carefully. Heavenly fragrance silk technique, 56 out of 100 trained 7 times daily, mastery in 5 years. The last time he killed the rogue cultivator's Yan, aside from obtaining a silver hairpin magical artifact and 3 spirit stones, he also acquired this technique, which specialized in detecting the scents of cultivators. This technique wasn't particularly profound, aside from enhancing his sense of smell to cultivate the silk fragrance nose. It offered little practical benefit. In a little while, I'll find an excuse to move and sublease the place. I might not be able to handle this situation, but I can at least avoid it. Wei Tu mused and finalized his plan. Although there had never been a recorded case of someone being murdered inside their own residence in Danxiu Mountains Market District, he had no desire to live in constant fear. Time flew by. Half a year later, Hu Yao's talisman paper business was finally discovered by Che Chulong and the other charm shop vendors. Their dispute escalated, leading to disruptions in the inner market gatherings. That night, after the inner market closed, Wei Tu spotted Hu Yao entering a Class B, mid-tier cave dwelling. 2 days later, when he saw her again, her aura was feeble, her complexion deathly pale, and she bore multiple bruises across her body. As a friend, Wei Tu refrained from asking about her business at that cave dwelling. He simply left behind a few tranquility talismans and departed quietly. Another half a year passed. It was time for another market gathering in the shanty town. When Wei Tu arrived at the inner market, he noticed that among the usual crowd, Che Chulong was nowhere to be seen. Suppressing his curiosity, he inquired about it after the gathering. That's when he learned that Che Chulong had poisoned himself to death 2 months ago. After receiving this news, a faint sense of dread toward Hu Yao crept into Wei Tu's mind, prompting him to intentionally distance himself from her. Daoist Pei. Where is Daoist Yuchi? I haven't seen her for over half a month. Inside the small courtyard of Yonge Street, Wei Tu pushed open his door and glanced at the dust-covered brass lock on Yuchi's door, his brows furrowing in surprise. After a year in Yonge Street, his financial situation was no longer as dire as before. He had spare funds and was considering moving to a better cave dwelling. Before leaving, he wanted to check on Yuchi's whereabouts. She moved out half a month ago. Pei Xianxue responded casually. She moved half a month ago? Wei Tu was surprised. He couldn't understand Yuchi's intentions. Strange, Taoist Yuchi used to love these violets. She grew in her flower bed. Why would she leave without taking them? Pei Xianxue remarked as he pulled Wei Tu aside to chat. Violets? Wei Tu was puzzled. He stepped toward the flower bed and noticed that the entire cluster of violets had long since withered. Only a few remained barely hanging on. That's when he suddenly realized something. The Yuchi who had been living in Yonge Street for the past year might not have been the real one. The one he had interacted with was likely an imposter. Pei Xianxue had deliberately mentioned the violets now, after Yuchi had left, as a subtle hint. With his heavenly fragrance silk technique, Wei Tu had already sensed something off about Yuchi before. A veteran cultivator like Pei Xianxue, who was at the later stages of qi refinement, would certainly have noticed it as well. Now that the person had left and the danger was gone, he had finally dared to speak up. Realizing this, Wei Tu's mind raced. He smiled and said, Taoist Pei, I just made a sale of talismans and earned some spare spirit stones. How about I treat you to a drink at Jingyan Pavilion? If Yuchi had truly left, there was no longer a need for him to move. As far as he knew, Pei Xianxue had long since given up on healing his injuries and was now simply looking for a smart disciple to pass on his legacy. Wei Tu wasn't interested in Pei Xianxue's wealth. What he truly lacked was the experience that Pei Xianxue had accumulated while traveling through the cultivation world. Jingyan Pavilion? Upon hearing these 3 words, Pei Xianxue's eyes immediately lit up. His throat bobbed as he swallowed a few times. Ever since he was seriously injured, this late-stage qi refinement cultivator had been struggling to afford medical treatment. He had fallen from grace, forced to move out of his Class B, upper-tier cave dwelling and settle in a small courtyard on Yonge Street. A high-class Immortal tavern like Jingyan Pavilion was a place he hadn't set foot in for years. A month passed. Wei Tu and Pei Xianshi gradually became more familiar, often visiting each other. Since Pei Xianshi had long abandoned any hope for his own cultivation path, he frankly allowed Wei Tu to use the courtyard's cultivation room freely, without regard for his own schedule. In return, Wei Tu gifted him some leftover spirit tea that he hadn't finished drinking. After several exchanges, the two became close friends despite the age difference. However, throughout their interactions, Wei Tu never mentioned the battle in the valley, how he had taken the opportunity to flee and left Pei Xianshi behind. The thought of switching to the lesser spring and autumn art never left his mind. Once he had enough funds, he went to the Gongfa Pavilion in the market district and purchased this rather obscure earthwood attribute cultivation technique. This cost him a full 20 spirit stones. In reality, Wei Tu had already heard of a few rogue cultivators possessing copies of the technique during previous market gatherings. However, for the sake of his future cultivation path and safety, he still chose to purchase directly from the Taishan sect's official Gongfa Pavilion. The key to condensing the earthwood spirit body in the lesser spring and autumn art lies in the plant-based spiritual seed. By using this spiritual seed as a medium, earth nourishes wood, allowing one to condense the earthwood spirit body. Wei Tu carefully read through the manual. The introduction of lesser spring and autumn art stated that the higher the quality of the spiritual seed, the greater the potential of the earthwood spirit body. The manual also listed the 5 most common superior spiritual seeds used in qi refinement cultivation. Geomagnetic wood seed. Wei Tu immediately set his sights on this superior spiritual seed. Compared to the other 4, the geomagnetic wood seed was the easiest to acquire and had moderate growth potential, neither too weak nor too extravagant. He never harbored extravagant hopes for his own cultivation fortune. After all, he had wasted over 20 years in the mundane world before entering the cultivation realm. Taoist Wei, you have a letter. At that moment, Pei Xianxi's voice came from outside the cultivation chamber. Wei Tu opened the door, took the letter from Pei Xianxi's hands, and thanked him. Communication between the mortal world and Danqiu Mountain was impossible. Letters could only be delivered through acquaintances traveling between locations. However, Danqiu Mountain and Baisher Lake Market, the 2 major trading hubs, did have a functional messaging system. There were 3 letters sent by Ko Liang and his 2 children. Wei Tu first opened Ko Liang's letter. At the start, Ko Liang exchanged some casual pleasantries with him. After that, he couldn't help but boast about his daughter's cultivation progress. Over the past year, Ko Hongying had advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement and successfully ascended from an outer disciple to an inner disciple of Mirror Water Pavilion. Her treatment and status had improved significantly. At the end of the letter, Ko Liang briefly mentioned Fu Lin, saying that he would personally assist Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou in taking care of this eldest son of the Fu family. After reading the letter, Wei Tu shook his head. From the way Ko Liang phrased things, Wei Tu could tell that he had misunderstood his intentions regarding Fu Lin. He didn't expect much from his nephew at all. However, he had no plans to correct Ko Liang's assumption. With Ko Liang's resources and abilities, at most, he would provide some living assistance to Fu Lin rather than divert significant cultivation resources. After all, the Ko family barely had enough resources for themselves. As long as it was merely daily care, there was no need for Wei Tu to step in. Next, he opened the letters from his 2 children. Both letters contained similar greetings, with updates about small household matters. The main difference lay in Wei Yan's letter. She wrote that a month ago, she had broken through to the Xiantian realm and was now facing a crucial decision about her cultivation path. She hoped that her father could offer some guidance, so she could avoid unnecessary detours. After reading the letter, Wei Tu pondered for a moment. Then he compiled his insights on Talisman, crafting into a manuscript, and enclosed it with his reply. Additionally, he included the techniques for Water Heart Talisman, Tranquility Talisman, and Thorn Cage Talisman. Wei Tu enclosed the Water Heart Talisman Tranquility Talisman, and Thorn Cage Talisman techniques with his response. The Water Heart Talisman and Tranquility Talisman were fundamental talismans found in Introduction to Talisman Tao. The Thorn Cage Talisman, however, was a first-rank talisman technique he had obtained from trading with Tong Pei Pei. These three talismans aligned well with Wei Yan's Waterwood spiritual root. Wei Tu hoped that, if possible, Wei Yan would follow in his footsteps and pursue the path of a talisman master. For a cultivator with an inferior spiritual root to successfully reach foundation establishment, they had three options. 1. Possess great fortune and opportunities. 2. Develop a unique skill. 3. Risk their life on the battlefield, like Fu Zhizhou, who became a higher blade. Once his letter was complete, Wei Tu headed to the treasure pavilion in the market district to purchase a geomagnetic wood seed and officially begin cultivating Lesser Spring and Autumn Art. Half a month later, with the aid of the Spirit Gathering Formation in the Cultivation Chamber, Wei Tu finally reached the introductory level of Lesser Spring and Autumn Art and began refining his Earthwood spirit body. Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, Geomagnetic Spirit Body, 1/103 training sessions per day, completion in 15 years. When this new entry appeared in his golden purple fate record, Wei Tu's expression froze in shock. 15 years. He hadn't expected that switching cultivation techniques would require such a long process. From his inquiries, most cultivators who switched techniques completed the transformation within a few years. Could it be there's some hidden mystery behind this? Wei Tu sat down cross-legged and began circulating his spiritual power according to Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, carefully observing the unusual reaction from his golden purple fate record. Before long, he noticed something unusual. With each cycle of his cultivation, his golden purple fate record briefly flickered, releasing a wisp of faint golden energy that flowed into his geomagnetic wood seed stored in his dantian. After a few cycles, Wei Tu inspected the geomagnetic wood seed again. Its surface glowed with an ethereal light, and a faint, mysterious pattern briefly emerged before disappearing. So my late bloomer fate has this kind of effect. Could it be that because this seed is becoming part of my innate foundation, my fate record is actively modifying it? After his initial shock, Wei Tu was overjoyed. His intuition told him that this geomagnetic wood seed might become the key to surpassing mid-grade and even high-grade spiritual root cultivators. Just as Wei Tu planned to seclude himself in cultivation until his spirit body transformation was complete, he was unexpectedly interrupted half a month later by a visitor. Wei Fei had arrived. Seeing Pei Xianxue at the entrance of Young Street's courtyard, Wei Fei's eyes widened in surprise. During the battle at the Valley, Wei Fei hadn't been selected by the provincial governor's office to participate, but afterward he had learned about Pei Xianxue's appearance from Wei Tu, Kou Liang, and Fu Zhizhou. Now, standing before him was a man who looked exactly like the Pei Xianxue they had described. Moreover, they both shared the same surname, Pei. Wei Tu noticed Wei Fei's brief loss of composure, furrowed his brows slightly, and pulled him into his own room to explain. Having known Wei Fei for many years, Wei Tu was well aware that among their group of 4 brothers, Wei Fei had the worst ability to conceal his emotions. What a damn coincidence. Wei Fei clicked his tongue, feeling a strange sense of irony. More than a decade ago, Pei Xianxue had nearly gotten the 4 of them killed. Yet, 10 years later, Wei Tu somehow ended up living under the same roof as Pei Xianxue, even becoming close friends. After clearing things up, Wei Tu brought Wei Fei back outside, and the 3 of them continued their conversation. However, the atmosphere had shifted. The previous ease between them had disappeared. Wei Tu immediately understood. The experienced Pei Xianxue had begun to suspect him. Sensing the tension, Wei Tu let out a small cough, feeling slightly embarrassed, and decided to come clean about the past. Back then, when he had led Fu Zhizhou and Kou Liang in fleeing from the valley, the decision had been understandable. Their absence hadn't significantly impacted the battle's outcome. But after the battle, Pei Xianxue had lost an arm to the Jia clan cultivator, suffering grievous injuries. In Pei Xianxue's presence, Wei Tu naturally found it difficult to justify his actions. It's a trivial matter. Pei Xianxue chuckled, shaking his head as he waved a hand dismissively, indicating that he had long since let it go. Drink. Let's drink. Feeling a pang in his heart, Wei Tu reluctantly spent some of his savings and invited Pei Xianxue for a feast at Jingyan Pavilion. A few days later, Wei Fei wore a strange expression as he looked at Wei Tu and said, "Third brother, I hope you won't get mad when I tell you this." "What is it?" Wei Tu was taken aback, feeling slightly puzzled. "It's just that." Wei Fei scratched his head awkwardly before continuing. "Pei Xianxue said he wants to take me as a disciple and pass on his legacy. But he also said that before he does, I have to promise not to reveal his inheritance to you." As soon as he said this, Wei Tu fell into stunned silence. Back in Immortal world, he had always suspected that Wei Fei possessed some kind of unique affinity for cultivation. After all, both of the cultivation techniques they had acquired in their youth were found by Wei Fei. Meanwhile, he, Ko Liang, and Fu Zhizhou had spent over 20 years searching without success. But he hadn't expected that Wei Fei's current stroke of fortune would be tied directly to him. Wei Tu asked, "Why did Pei Xianxue choose you as his disciple, second brother? Did he give a reason?" Some time ago, Pei Xianxue had mentioned wanting to find a talented and sharp-witted young disciple to pass on his legacy. Yet Wei Fei, no matter how you looked at it, he didn't match either of those criteria. Among the Forsworn brothers, Wei Fei's talent lagged behind both him and Fu Zhizhou. Moreover, his excessive use of blood food pellets in the past had permanently limited his potential. Now at 54 years old, Wei Fei's cultivation was still stuck at the second level of qi refinement. His path to forming a spiritual body was distant. He would need at least another 20 or 30 years. He didn't say. Wei Fei shook his head. "But if I had to guess." Wei Fei hesitated for a moment before giving his opinion. "I think this has something to do with you, third brother. Because when Pei Xianxue talked to me, I could sense he wasn't too fond of you. A few days ago, when Pei Xianxue said he didn't mind that you abandoned him, it was probably a lie. Maybe Pei Xianxue originally wanted you as his successor. But because of that incident, he changed his mind." As soon as the words left Wei Fei's mouth, Wei Tu's doubts cleared up. So this was how Wei Fei had intercepted what might have been his inheritance. Pei Xianxue and Wei Fei had no past connection, no deep relationship, and Wei Fei's talent was merely average. Without Wei Tu's presence, Pei Xianxue would have never considered passing his legacy to Wei Fei. Of course, there might have been another factor at play. Maybe Pei Xianxue simply had a good feeling about Wei Fei and chose him on instinct. After understanding the situation, Wei Tu finally realized why Wei Fei had been hesitant to speak at first. If Wei Fei hadn't exposed what happened all those years ago, then Pei Xianxue's inheritance might have fallen into Wei Tu's hands instead. If second brother had also been selected by Lu Xuanfu back then and sent into the valley battle, this opportunity might never have come to him. Wei Tu couldn't help but marvel at the strange twists of fate. Glancing at Wei Fei, who looked slightly uneasy, Wei Tu stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "The bond between us brothers is far more important than any inheritance. Besides, with my temperament, if Pei Xianxue had truly wanted to pass his legacy to me, I would have confessed to him about what happened back then. He wasn't so self-centered that he believed Pei Xianxue's inheritance was rightfully his. Who the inheritance went to was ultimately Pei Xianxue's decision. As long as you're not angry, that's all that matters. If I receive this inheritance, I'll share it with you." Wei Fei was relieved to see that Wei Tu wasn't upset and immediately made a promise. "I already have my own cultivation path, and my future is set. Pei Xianxue's inheritance wouldn't be of any use to me." Wei Tu shook his head and refused Wei Fei's offer. One should always act with integrity. Since Pei Xianxue explicitly told Wei Fei not to pass the inheritance to him, then forcing Wei Fei to do so would only put him in a difficult position, forcing him to betray his teacher. Furthermore, What he said was true. His future was already set, and as long as he continued forward, he had a clear path to foundation establishment. Pei Xianxu's inheritance was only at the level of late Qi refinement. It wasn't even at the foundation establishment stage. It was of no use to him. When he first befriended Pei Xianxu, he had never coveted his wealth or inheritance. He had only wanted to learn about Pei Xianxu's experiences in the cultivation world. Since that's the case, I'll tell Pei Xianxu I won't accept his inheritance. Wei Fei clenched his teeth. Getting a free inheritance was certainly tempting, but if it came at the cost of his bond with Wei Tu, it wasn't worth it. A Qi refinement inheritance wasn't enough to guarantee he could reach foundation establishment anyway. After all, Pei Xianxu himself was stuck at the 7th level of Qi refinement, proving that his knowledge and skills were limited. And there was no significant difference in lifespan between early and late Qi refinement cultivators. Staying in the mortal world, he had no reason to fight for an uncertain opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Fei didn't even wait for Wei Tu to stop him. He walked straight out of the room and headed toward Pei Xianxu's quarters. Second brother is a righteous man. Inside his room, Wei Tu listened to the conversation outside between Wei Fei and Pei Xianxu and couldn't help but feel respect. In truth, there was one thing he hadn't told Wei Fei. Pei Xianxu's offer to Wei Fei, along with his deliberate phrasing, had a hint of manipulation. It was almost like he was trying to drive a wedge between them, a way to get revenge for what happened all those years ago. If Wei Fei had taken the inheritance without hesitation, then their brotherly bond might have suffered damage. Still, an inheritance was an inheritance, and Wei Tu had chosen not to bring this up. Because if he had pointed out, then even if Wei Fei truly wanted the inheritance, he might refuse it out of principle. Half an hour later, inside the small courtyard on Yonge Street, Pei Xianxu steeped spirit tea. Once the tea was fully brewed, he poured a cup for Wei Tu and Wei Fei. "This was my fault. Wei Daoyu, I hope you won't take it to heart." Pei Xianxu offered his apology. Pei Daoyu was merely selecting a suitable disciple. Given the circumstances, it's understandable. Wei Tu replied with a smile as he accepted the tea and took a sip. A moment ago, he had thought that Wei Fei's chance to inherit Pei Xianxu's legacy had completely fallen through. But unexpectedly, this was all just a test of Wei Fei's character. Back then, when Wei Daoyu abandoned me and fled, I won't pretend I wasn't upset. Pei Xianxu glanced at his right arm, which was now a prosthetic, snorted a few times, and his face revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Master, have some tea." Wei Fei, now officially Pei Xianxu's disciple, served tea attentively. His expression was slightly awkward. In terms of seniority, he was Wei Tu's second brother. But now that Wei Tu and Pei Xianxu addressed each other as equals, Wei Fei had inadvertently dropped a generation in status. Drinking just this tea seems a little unsatisfying. It's not as good as the peach blossom brew from Jingyun Pavilion. Pei Xianxu took a few sips of tea, smacking his lips as he glanced at Wei Tu, his eyes filled with longing. One of the reasons his friendship with Wei Tu had deepened so quickly was that Wei Tu, as a talisman master, was well off and could afford to treat him to a few rounds of fine spirit wine. "Master, I'll cover the bill for Jingyun Pavilion this time." Wei Fei twitched at the corners of his mouth before quickly stepping in. He had already taken advantage of Wei Tu once today. He couldn't bear the thought of making his third brother pay for his master's drinking habit as well. Hearing that Wei Fei was treating, Wei Tu simply nodded and didn't offer to pay. A meal at Jingyun Pavilion wasn't too expensive, but if he kept covering for Pei Xianxu's indulgences, it would add up over time. With that, the three set off for Jingyun Pavilion. Half an hour later, Wei Fei, his stomach full of food and wine, loosened his robes and grinned. "Today marks my successful apprenticeship, so we ought to celebrate." "Third brother, I'm heading off. I'm going to see Daoist Yao." "Daoist Yao." Pei Xianxu blinked in confusion and looked toward Wei Tu for an explanation. He couldn't recall any close friend of Wei Tu or Wei Fei with the surname Yao. A female cultivator acquaintance. Wei Tu responded vaguely. He hadn't expected Wei Fei, after spending more than a decade in the mortal world, to have become this uninhibited. The man no longer held back his words. Taoist Yao. So, my disciple already has a woman he admires? Pei Xianxue suddenly understood. Looking at Wei Fei's expression, he sighed and shook his head. I had thought you were still unmarried, so I was considering using one of my favors to arrange a match for you with a direct daughter of the Zhao clan of Chiwa. But now, it seems unnecessary. The Zhao clan of Chiwa? Wei Tu was taken aback. He recalled that the Zhao clan of Chiwa was one of the 7 major cultivation clans of Zheng Kingdom and the current royal family of the kingdom. If Wei Fei could marry a direct daughter of the Zhao clan, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Wei Tu wanted to give Wei Fei some advice. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Wei Fei had already left the table, heading straight out of Jingyan Pavilion. Forget it. Wei Tu shook his head. There was no point in chasing after him. Given enough time, Pei Xianxue would eventually learn about Wei Fei's habits. Trying to cover for him now was meaningless. The next day, Wei Fei returned to Yonge Street, staggering slightly as he walked and rubbing his sore waist. It was obvious where he had been all night. Pei Xianxue let out a long sigh and glared at Wei Tu several times, as if blaming him. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Wei Tu sighed helplessly. To escape Pei Xianxue's disappointment, he pretended to be immersed in cultivation and locked himself in the training chamber. 5 days later, Wei Tu finished his cultivation and, assuming that the courtyard had finally quieted down, pushed open the door to step outside. However, just as he opened the door, he saw Pei Xianxue and Wei Fei enthusiastically debating whether Taoist Yao or Taoist Lan was better at dual cultivation. Do they really share some strange connection? Is that why they became master and disciple? Wei Tu stood there dumbfounded for a moment before shaking his head. Clearing his mind, he turned to go back inside to work on practicing the Tier 1 talisman, Thorn Cage Talisman. When practicing Earth Spike talismans, he had already noticed that drawing elemental talismans improved his spiritual roots potential. If that was the case, then practicing wood attribute talismans like Thorn Cage Talisman should have a similar effect. Therefore, practicing the Tier 1 wood attribute talisman, Thorn Cage Talisman, would also aid his cultivation. Wei Daoyu, Pei Xianxue called out as he saw Wei Tu emerging from the training chamber. Before Wei Tu could ask, he continued, In a few days, I will take Wei Fei and leave Danxiu Mountain to travel the mortal world. I may choose a place in the mortal world to pass away and end this remaining life. Pei Daoyu, take care. Wei Tu was startled by these words, but after a brief moment, he understood. Danxiu Mountain was like a cage, trapping qi refinement cultivators like them. 4 low-level cultivators. They were revered as immortal masters among mortals, but within the cultivation world, they lived miserably, far worse than the nobles and royals who respected them. The disparity in status was a bitter pill to swallow. As long as the hope of foundation establishment remained, one could ignore the indignities. But once that hope was lost, regret inevitably followed. Regret for settling in a marketplace, wasting the chance to enjoy mortal luxuries, and being reduced to mere fodder, sustaining the prosperity of the market. At this moment, Wei Tu realized that perhaps Pei Xianxue had chosen Wei Fei not for the reasons he had previously assumed. Maybe it was simply because Pei Xianxue saw in Wei Fei the alternative life he had never chosen for himself. That was their true connection. Hearing Wei Tu's well wishes, Pei Xianxue smiled faintly, retrieving a foot-long jade slip from his sleeve and placing it on the stone table in the courtyard. This contains the knowledge I have accumulated throughout my life. I gift it to Wei Daoyu. I hope you will live long on the immortal path and one day reach foundation establishment. Pei Xianxue bowed deeply. After finishing his words, he chuckled, picked up his belongings, called for Wei Fei, and the two walked out of Yonge Street's courtyard. Didn't he say he would leave in a few days? Why is he leaving now? Wei Tu was puzzled. He locked his door, stepped out of the courtyard, and used his heightened sense of smell from heavenly fragrance silk technique to to track their scent. A short while later, he stopped at the entrance of Taoist Yao's house in the shantytown. From outside, he could hear the muffled sounds of indulgence within. Returning to the courtyard, Wei Tu locked himself inside his training chamber. He retrieved the jade slip left by Pei Xianshi, pressed it against his forehead, and used his spiritual sense to examine its contents. Jade slips were a more advanced information medium compared to mundane paper and ink. Inside the slip, just as Pei Xianshi had said, were only his observations and experiences of the cultivation world, nothing related to techniques or secret arts. The grand, vast cultivation world, the Zheng Kingdom, Jing Kingdom, Liang Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, Kong Kingdom, and the rest of the Seven Kingdoms' righteous sect alliance. To the north, beyond the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, lies the territory of the demonic cultivators, the 5 great demonic sects. From Pei Xianshi's records, Wei Tu finally caught a glimpse of the vast cultivation world beyond Danqiu Mountain. Since arriving at Danqiu Mountain, he had searched for information on cultivation world geography and history, but found nothing. Given the household registration system, he had suspected this was part of Tai Xian's sect's method of controlling rogue cultivators. Similar to how, in the mortal world, government officials restricted the circulation of geographical maps. Even if I now understand the breadth of the cultivation world, without sufficient strength, just relying on a chi refinement cultivator's traveling speed, I could spend my entire life and still fail to cross even a fraction of this map. Wei Tu shook his head. This was evident from the content of Pei Xianshi's jade slip. Pei Xianshi had detailed records of various customs, spiritual lands, and unique resources within the Zheng Kingdom. But beyond that, the rest of the world was completely blank. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Since Pei Xianshi's departure, a new neighbor had moved into the small courtyard on Yonge Street. Wei Tu already knew this person. It was Alchemist Wang, a figure well known in the shantytown. Alchemist Wang's reason for moving to Yonge Street was simple. This small courtyard, originally meant for 4 people, now had only Wei Tu living in it. Renting a place with just one other person was highly cost-effective. Wei Tu didn't mind. He was currently reforming his body with lesser spring and autumn art, and completing this transformation required 15 years. The majority of that time wasn't spent cultivating. Rather, it depended on his late bloomer destiny, which was steadily refining the geomagnetic wood spirit seed through golden purple energy. Thus, he didn't need abundant spiritual chi, just time. In other words, at this stage, his biggest requirement was patience as the geomagnetic wood spirit seed continued to absorb the golden energy from his destiny, gradually undergoing its transformation. Ever since Alchemist Wang moved in, peace and quiet had become a luxury. Wei Tu, who had been focusing on drawing talismans, glanced at the pile of charred failed talismans on his desk, his brows furrowing. He pushed open the window. Immediately, the sounds of shouting, cursing, and the clanging of pots and bowls from outside grew even louder. A plump woman, Lu Yun, threw a tantrum, plopping onto the ground outside the courtyard, sobbing as she wailed. "You heartless bastard! My Lu family went hungry, suffered hardship. Also, you could cultivate alchemy. Now that you've succeeded and earned the title of alchemist, you start looking down on me, this old wife, and run off to fool around with that vixen surnamed Gong." Alchemist Wang stood beside her, his face ashen, his lips trembling, his whole body shaking with anger. A few moments later, his rage subsided into helplessness, and he pleaded in a low voice. "My dear wife, please get up. Don't sit in the middle of the courtyard like this. Not getting up, unless you hand over all your spirit stones to me and swear never to see those vixens again." Lu Yin raised her voice. Wei Daoyu is watching. Alchemist Wang lowered his voice in embarrassment. He felt ashamed that Lu Yin had thrown herself on the ground outside for all to see. "Let him watch. I've grown up being seen by people. This is nothing." Lu Yin gritted her teeth and turned slightly to face Wei Tu's direction. Then, she tore open her upper garment, revealing an expanse of fair, plump skin. "Look, Take a good look. Your mother has these too, doesn't she? Lu Yun's phoenix eyes burned with defiance as she stared straight at Wei Tu. Wei Tu was utterly defeated. He shut the window immediately. When the courtyard finally quieted down, he stepped out of his room with the intention of heading to Jingyun Pavilion for a meal to cool his temper. Thankfully, their arguments weren't a daily occurrence. Otherwise, he might really have to move out of Yonge Street. As he stepped outside, something at the gate caught his attention. Huh, a letter for me. It was signed by Wei Fei. Wei Tu was slightly surprised. Since Wei Fei had left with Pei Xianshi to wander the mortal world, this was the first letter he had received from him. Tearing it open, he found that Wei Fei first inquired about his well-being, then briefly mentioned his experiences traveling with Pei Xianshi in the Zheng Kingdom's mortal realm. A year ago, my master and I arrived in the capital, Shunjing. The Emperor, Jia Yuan, granted me an audience and bestowed upon me the title of first-class Duke of Everlasting Joy, along with an estate of 2,000 households. From those few words alone, Wei Tu could sense Wei Fei's overflowing joy, land grants, and noble titles. The ultimate dream of mortal generals. Then, turning to the next page, Wei Tu spotted a familiar name. Governor He. After 30 years, Governor He had risen from a 5th-rank provincial governor to a 3rd-rank court official in the capital. He even attended Wei Fei's title bestowal banquet. Wei Fei originally harbored deep resentment and planned to take revenge on Governor He. However, upon hearing the man's endless flattery and sycophantic praise, his desire for revenge simply faded. Governor, he is already over 70 years old. Avenging myself on an old man at death's door isn't worth it. Wei Tu shook his head, realizing that Wei Fei had indeed become more broad-minded. Back when they served as constables in Qing Mountain County, Wei Fei had often vowed, "If I ever gain power, I'll tear Governor He limb from limb, cut him into 1,000 pieces." At the end of the letter, Wei Fei mentioned one more thing. The Qiuyue Zhao clan will soon visit Danqiu Mountain to purchase talismans. Don't miss this opportunity. Wei Tu's eyes lit up. Lately, he had been stockpiling a large number of rock shield talismans and thorn cage talismans. He had been struggling to sell them. These Tier 1 talismans weren't commonly used in daily cultivation, making them difficult to market. The only buyers were mercenaries who ventured into the Demon Wolf Mountain range. But mercenaries were mostly poor. Apart from buying 1 or 2 talismans for emergencies, they rarely spent on such items. As a result, his talismans remained unsold, piling up. It seems the Qiuyue Zhao clan and Qisong Jia clan's feud has intensified again. Otherwise, they wouldn't be seeking out a rogue cultivator like me for talismans. Wei Tu pondered. Over 10 years ago, the rebellious King Shaoshan had not been eradicated by the Zheng Kingdom's army. Instead, he survived, established his own Feng dynasty, and made Qingfeng Prefecture's Changfeng City his capital. A few days later, a young woman dressed in white arrived at Yonge Street's small courtyard and knocked on Wei Tu's door. Qiuyue Zhao clan, Zhao Qingluo. The young woman had delicate features, long black hair cascading to her waist. When she saw Wei Tu, she nodded gracefully and introduced herself. Zhao Qingluo. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Alchemist Wang stepped outside. Seeing the distinguished guest, he was visibly stunned. Zhao Qingluo was a renowned genius of the Qiuyue Zhao clan, one with a high chance of reaching foundation establishment. In the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world, her name was widely known. Wei Tu smiled slightly and extended a hand in invitation. This humble dwelling is unworthy of your presence. If Princess Qingluo does not mind, allow me to host you in a private room at Jingyun Pavilion. Wei Tu returned the greeting with a slight bow. In the jade slip Pei Xianshi had left him, there was a records of notable figures section which specifically mentioned this genius cultivator from the Qiuyue Zhao clan. Pei Xianshi had commented, "Zhao Qingluo appears well-mannered and dignified, but in reality, she is arrogant and holds a deep-seated contempt for rogue cultivators like us." Because of this, Wei Tu knew he had to handle this interaction carefully. Otherwise, Not only would the business deal fall through, but he could accidentally offend this powerful figure. No need. This courtyard is sufficient for discussion. Zhao Qingluo glanced around briefly before fixing her gaze on the stone table in the courtyard. She took a step forward, retrieved a delicate embroidered seat cushion from her storage pouch, laid it on the stone stool, and gracefully sat down. A chi refinement 4th layer cultivation? A bit too low. But being able to craft tier 1 talismans at this level, your talent in talisman crafting isn't bad. Her tone was indifferent, and her gaze at Wei Tu carried the air of a superior assessing a subordinate. Having read Pei Xinsher's evaluation of Zhao Qingluo, Wei Tu had already prepared himself for this. He remained composed and did not take offense. When Zhao Qingluo noticed Wei Tu bowing his head respectfully, she found him slightly more agreeable. Soon, the two finished discussing the transaction. Zhao Qingluo purchased all of Wei Tu's rock shield talismans and thorn cage talismans at an 80% discounted price. Additionally, she placed a talisman order worth 200 spirit stones. This is the deposit. 3 years from now, someone from the Zhao clan will come to collect the talismans. She tapped her storage pouch, retrieved an ornate brocade box, and placed it on the table. When the box was opened, inside were 20 neatly arranged spirit stones, unaligned with any particular attribute. With that, Zhao Qingluo stood up, ready to leave. Princess Qingluo, please wait a moment. Just then, Alchemist Wang, who had been eavesdropping, thickened his skin and stepped forward. He carried several porcelain bottles, trying to promote his alchemy products. Seeing that Wei Tu had just made at least 100 to 200 spirit stones, he couldn't help but feel envious. These are jade essence pills, condensation dew pills, both excellent medicinal pills. Zhao Qingluo paused mid-step. These are Tier 1 pills. Since he was sharing a courtyard with a Tier 1 talisman master, it was reasonable to assume that this alchemist might also be of the same level. If they were Tier 1 pills, they would be highly useful in the Qiyue Zhao clan's ongoing battle against the Qisong Jia clan. No, they're just basic medicinal pills, but their effectiveness is quite good. Alchemist Wang's expression stiffened. He stood there, feeling increasingly uneasy. Basic pills. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingluo's eyes filled with disdain. She snorted mockingly. Basic pills? Even my handmaidens wouldn't bother taking those. One should always have self-awareness. You're not even a Tier 1 alchemist, yet you dare stop me and block my way? A look of contempt flashed across her face as she let out a cold chuckle. Then, she flicked her sleeve. A wave of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forward. Alchemist Wang was instantly sent flying. His body twisted midair like a withered leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Half a breath later, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Let this be a lesson. If you dare to offend me again. Zhao Qingluo's tone carried an unspoken threat. Wei Tu witnessed the scene in shock. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had acted submissively in front of Zhao Qingluo. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Alchemist Wang getting punished right now. It would be him. At the courtyard entrance, Zhao Qingluo turned back slightly, her gaze falling on Wei Tu. Her tone was as commanding and impersonal as before. Talisman Master Wei, make sure the talismans are ready in 3 years. Don't delay. Wei Tu's heart tightened. He quickly nodded. Understood. I won't forget. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder. Had Zhao Qingluo just used Alchemist Wang as a warning to him? Or was she simply naturally arrogant and saw people like Wang as nothing more than insects? Once Zhao Qingluo left, Alchemist Wang finally managed to crawl up from the ground. His face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. Damn wench. Just wait. When the Qiyue Zhao clan declines, I'll make you pay for this. Alchemist Wang clutched his waist, spat a few mouthfuls of bloody saliva, and grumbled toward the empty courtyard entrance. Take it easy, Wang Daoyu. Wei Tu tried to calm him down. He didn't mind if Wang cursed Zhao Qingluo, but what if Zhao Qingluo was still nearby? What if she overheard this and decided to retaliate? That would drag Wei Tu down as well. Even that woman Gong Shulan was once part of an immortal family, yet she still ended up as a courtesan. Zhao Qingluo is too arrogant. Give her some time, and she'll. Alchemist Wang muttered bitterly. But halfway through his words, he realized something and lowered his voice. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Gong Shulan came from an immortal clan? He hadn't expected that she had such a background. Gong Shulan was the female cultivator living near Hu Yao's residence. From the frequent shouting matches between Alchemist Wang and his wife, Lu Yun, Wei Tu had pieced together some details. Apparently, Alchemist Wang had abandoned his former lover, Hu Yao, and taken up with Gong Shulan instead. Why did Gong Daoyu end up in such a situation? Wei Tu asked curiously. What? You didn't know? Alchemist Wang looked surprised. 30 years ago, the Gong clan was well known in the Shaodan mountain region. They weren't on the level of the Qiyue Zhao clan, one of the 7 great cultivation families, but they had at least one foundation establishment cultivator. I don't know. Wei Tu shook his head. He had only settled in Danqiu Mountain for a little over 10 years. How could he possibly know what had happened 30 years ago? Back when he first saw Gong Shulan, he had already understood that this woman's beauty was troublesome. He had no interest in digging deeper into her past. Besides that, I've also heard that Gong Shulan might be carrying a foundation establishment spiritual object. Alchemist Wang's eyes lit up as he spoke. As he said this, his previously pale face flushed with excitement. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. Given Alchemist Wang's constant arguments with Lu Yun, Wei Tu couldn't help but suspect. Was this man scheming to live off Gong Shulan? Was it why he was so eager to fawn over her? I'm heading out now. If my wife comes looking for me, Wei Daoyu, just cover for me. Say I went to Jingyun Pavilion. Alchemist Wang clutched his chest, limping toward the exit of Yonge Street Courtyard. Clearly, he planned to seek comfort from Gong Shulan, to vent his frustrations from Zhao Qingluo onto her. After all, both were women from cultivation clans, which made them similar enough in his eyes. Wei Tu had no intention of covering for him. He had no interest in getting involved with Lu Yun, a fiery-tempered woman. Keeping a basic neighborly relationship was enough. But unexpectedly, early the next morning, Lu Yun came knocking at his door. She didn't ask about Alchemist Wang's whereabouts. Instead, she stood there with a grief-stricken expression and delivered shocking news. He's dead. My dead husband is gone. Wei Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Alchemist Wang is dead. Yesterday, he had watched Alchemist Wang walk out of the courtyard with only minor injuries. Even though Zhao Qingluo had struck him harshly, it was not a fatal wound. There was no way he should have died overnight. That damned fox Gong Shulan. Not only did she suck my husband dry of all his spirit stones, but now she's drained him to death. Lu Yun's voice trembled with rage. He died in her bed. Clearly, she had no idea about what had happened yesterday. And so, she placed all the blame on Gong Shulan, believing that the woman had seduced and killed her husband. Wei Tu lowered his gaze. May Wang Daoyu find peace in the afterlife. He offered condolences, but chose not to mention anything about Zhao Qingluo. Their relationship had only been that of casual acquaintances, nothing deep. There was no reason to drag himself into unnecessary trouble. Anyone could tell that Alchemist Wang's death was suspicious. And more importantly, given Lu Yun's impulsive nature, if he mentioned Zhao Qingluo's name, she might immediately go and demand justice from her. If that happened, it would be suicidal. In 7 days, my husband will be buried. I hope Wei Daoyu will attend his funeral, to honor our connection. Lu Yun wiped away tears as she spoke. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Hearing the word funeral, he immediately understood Lu Yun's true intent. She wasn't planning this out of grief. She wanted to use her husband's death to host a grand funeral and collect offerings. In the cultivation world, funerals were rarely held. Most cultivators were simply buried without ceremony. Moreover, dying in bed with a woman wasn't exactly an honorable way to go. If Lu Yun genuinely cared about Alchemist Wang, she wouldn't host a public funeral. She would have buried him discreetly at night. Still, Wei Tu wasn't surprised. The couple's marriage had already been strained for years. If not for alchemist Wang's semi-decent status among rogue cultivators, Liu Yin probably would have left him long ago. There will also be some of his belongings for sale at the funeral. I hope you'll attend. Liu Yin added in a softer tone when she noticed Wei Tu wasn't immediately agreeing. Wei Tu's eyes flashed. Will his alchemy inheritance be among them? That was the only thing of value alchemist Wang had left. Though he wasn't a tier one alchemist, his notes could still be useful. Even though Wei Tu wasn't planning to study alchemy immediately, having an extra inheritance would deepen his foundation. Of course. Liu Yin nodded with tear-streaked cheeks. Wei Tu had no intention of investigating the suspicious circumstances surrounding alchemist Wang's death. With insufficient strength, knowing too much about things one shouldn't know was a sure way to invite disaster. Alchemist Wang may have been injured by Zhao Qingluo, but in reality, the true cause of his death was likely only one thing: Gong Shulan. Wei Tu pondered deeply. Piecing together the information he had, he began to analyze the cause of alchemist Wang's death. After a moment, he reached two conclusions. First, someone was deliberately framing Zhao Qingluo for the murder. Second, someone had taken advantage of Zhao Qingluo's attack on alchemist Wang and finished him off, using the situation to achieve a certain goal. Foundation establishment, spiritual object. Wei Tu was certain this was the real objective. Only a rare treasure like a foundation establishment spiritual object would be worth risking the wrath of Zhao Qingluo, setting up a scheme to pin alchemist Wang's death on both Zhao Qingluo and Gong Shulan. At this realization, Wei Tu felt relieved. He had resisted the temptation to get too involved with Gong Shulan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be alchemist Wang who died today. It would have been him. Danxiu Mountain appears peaceful on the surface, but beneath the surface, hidden currents surge. One careless step, and you're dead. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. With this in mind, he rose in the middle of the night to draw talismans. He carefully sewed several completed rock shield talismans into the inner lining of his robe. With these protective talismans, he could sleep a little easier at night. 7 days later, alchemist Wang's funeral proceeded as planned. Morning music filled the air. As Wei Tu stepped out of his courtyard, he immediately noticed two familiar figures, Hu Yao and Tong Pei Pei. Hu Yao's presence made sense. Before alchemist Wang had moved on to Gong Shulan, Hu Yao had been his regular companion. Given their long-standing relationship, she must have developed feelings for him over time. But Tong Pei Pei's presence, that was unexpected. As far as Wei Tu knew, Tong Pei Pei rarely left her home and kept to herself. That was why she had fallen victim to the fake talisman scam last time. She shouldn't have had much interaction with alchemist Wang. Tong Daoyu has her eye on a residence in Yonge Street Courtyard. She finds it a good deal and plans to move in. Hu Yao, perceptive as ever, saw Wei Tu's confusion and explained. She knew about Wei Tu and Tong Pei Pei's past conflict. Moving in here, Wei Tu nodded in understanding. With alchemist Wang's death, Liu Yin might profit from selling his belongings, but she had lost her source of income. Continuing to rent a high-cost residence in the marketplace would be too expensive. It was only logical that she would seek a cheaper place. And with Liu Yin leaving, the Yonge Street Courtyard now had only Wei Tu as a tenant, making it one of the best value places in the market. It was reasonable that Tong Pei Pei would want to move in. But when did she and Hu Yao get so close? Wei Tu felt a slight sense of loss. He knew that Hu Yao's closeness to Tong Pei Pei was likely due to their shared interest in talisman paper sales. But still, seeing his business partner so easily switch allegiances to a competitor made him a little uneasy. Forget it. After the Che Chulong incident, I deliberately distanced myself from Hu Yao. With her intelligence, she must have noticed. It makes sense that she would turn to Tong Pei Pei. Wei Tu sighed. Shifting his focus, he glanced at the offerings table at the funeral. He gauged the amount others were contributing and then considered his own relationship with alchemist Wang. After a moment of thought, he took out 20 grains of spirit sand and placed them as his offering. Half an hour later, with Liu Yun presiding, alchemist Wang's funeral came to an end. Next, Lu Yun brought out all of Alchemist Wang's belongings, laid them on a table, and began the auction. Alchemist Wang hadn't left much behind. There were a few bottles of basic pills, a damaged tear, one alchemy furnace, and a meditation jade used for stabilizing one's mind while refining pills. The auction proceeded quickly. The basic pills were snatched up by rogue cultivators from the shantytown. The meditation jade was bought by Hu Yao for 5 spirit stones. As for the damaged tear, 1 furnace. No one wanted it. The rogue cultivators weren't willing to spend money on something so broken. Lu Yun wasn't surprised by this. She moved on to the main event, the auction for Alchemist Wang's alchemy inheritance. 75 spirit stones. Lu Yun set the starting price. 100 spirit stones. Suddenly, a clear female voice cut through the murmuring crowd, raising the price immediately. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Who is she? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hu Yao. He recognized most of the rogue cultivators present, but this woman was a stranger. Even if he didn't know her personally, she shouldn't feel so unfamiliar. The auction had just taken an interesting turn. Who was this woman, and why was she so eager to claim Alchemist Wang's inheritance? Wei Tu's eyes narrowed in thought. Something about this situation didn't feel right. But this female cultivator, she was the only one he had never seen before. Hu Yao stared at her carefully, then sent a voice transmission to Wei Tu. Her name is Chu Yin, one of Geng Wen's subordinates. Geng Wen. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't forgotten about the bandit cultivator incident 4 years ago, nor the mysterious Yu Chi Yu, who had stayed in Yonk Street courtyard 2 years ago. Both incidents were connected to Geng Wen. Could it be that Alchemist Wang's death is also tied to him? Wei Tu contemplated. On the surface, it seemed reasonable for Geng Wen, as an alchemist, to send someone to purchase Alchemist Wang's inheritance. But, considering Geng Wen's ties to bandit cultivators, it was impossible not to be suspicious. With that in mind, Wei Tu shifted his stance slightly and moved closer to Chu Yin, using his fragrant silk nose to take a discreet whiff of her scent. It's similar to Yu Chi Yu's scent. Is she Yu Chi Yu? Wei Tu's heart trembled, almost losing his composure. He had never expected that the Yu Chi Yu who vanished 2 years ago would reappear here today under a different identity. Stay calm. Geng Wen already tested me once and decided I wasn't a threat. I have no reason to draw his attention again. Wei Tu took a deep breath and silently distanced himself from Chu Yin, returning to his previous spot. 100 spirit stones. All right, this alchemy inheritance is yours, immortal lady. Lu Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing the price. She clearly hadn't expected Alchemist Wang's inheritance to be worth so much. After waiting for several breaths and seeing no one else bidding, she happily concluded the sale. The auction ended. The rogue cultivators dispersed. Wei Tu knocked on Lu Yun's door. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you have any backup copies of Alchemist Wang's inheritance? In reality, cultivation techniques weren't easily duplicated. The reason sect techniques didn't flood the market wasn't just because of strict oversight, but also because they were difficult to copy. Take Alchemist Wang's inheritance, for example. To duplicate it perfectly, there were only 2 ways. First, find another alchemist of the same level and manually transcribe it, which would take a lot of time. Second, seek out a foundation establishment cultivator who could use their divine sense to imprint it onto a jade slip. Thus, after winning the bid, Chu Yin had made no effort to warn Lu Yun against leaking the inheritance. Wei Tu was simply testing his luck. Maybe Lu Yun still had other hidden relics from Alchemist Wang, or even a privately copied jade slip. No, Lu Yun shook her head firmly. That dead fool only left 1 copy of his inheritance. I don't have the skills to copy it myself. She hesitated briefly, then suddenly recalled something. But he did have 1 valuable item. I didn't include it in the auction. Lu Yun's eyes flickered, and she continued. Before his death, he saved up enough to buy a breakthrough pill, hoping to push himself to the late stage of qi refinement. I was afraid of attracting too much attention, so I didn't put up for sale. If you're interested, I can sell it to you for 90 spirit stones. 90 spirit stones? Wei Tu heard the price and immediately shook his head. I'm poor. Just reaching Qi refinement 4th layer already drained years of savings. I don't have extra spirit stones for a breakthrough pill. On the market, a breakthrough pill typically sold for 100 to 120 spirit stones. Lu Yun's 90 spirit stone offer was actually quite generous. But Wei Tu had no intention of using an unknown pill to advance. After all, alchemy was a delicate art, and pills were ingested directly. He wasn't about to risk his own cultivation on something that could have unknown side effects. That's a shame. Lu Yun sighed. She turned around and scanned the room, trying to find other valuables she could sell off. After a while, she came up empty-handed. Then, a thought seemed to strike her. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Wei Tu. Fellow Taoist Wei, I've noticed that you live a clean life. You never go looking for those vixens. Now that my husband's gone, I still have quite a bit of dowry left. Why don't you and I make do together? Let's partner up and live a life together. As she spoke, Lu Yun glanced at Wei Tu, suddenly finding him much more appealing than before. She fiddled with the edge of her clothing and sized him up again. Wei Tu appeared slender at first glance, but under his robes, he was far more robust than her late husband, Alchemist Wang. Fellow Taoist Wei, what do you think? Lu Yun's face flushed red, and she lowered her gaze shyly. What? Wei Tu, who had been hoping to get a bargain, nearly stumbled to the ground. He looked at Lu Yun, his expression completely blank. Fellow Taoist Lu, that's a bit much. Wei Tu's voice turned cold, and he refused outright. To be fair, Lu Yun wasn't unattractive. Among the female cultivators, she would be considered above average. And today, wearing her mourning attire, she had an added allure. Furthermore, she still held on to Alchemist Wang's dowry. For many male cultivators, it would be tempting. After all, marrying Lu Yun meant skipping decades of hard work. But Wei Tu still vividly remembered. That time Lu Yun had plopped herself onto the ground, dramatically ripping her clothes open, making a shameless scene in public. That alone was more than enough reason to refuse.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.